You're watching RSS Commentary with Kayla McCullough on Friday, September 25th, 2020. This week's top story, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg dies at age 87, triggering a power vacuum for the Democrats to pack the court, and race riots erupt around the country over the justified police shooting of Breonna Taylor after a grand jury acquits the police officers accused. 2 cops were shot in Louisville, Kentucky, and police officers in Portland were firebombed, and one was hit in the head with a bat. RSS Commentary is an open source news organization. You can find us on GitHub at github.com/RSS Commentary and /Kale McCullough for this show. If you've been watching the show, you'll notice that the name of the show has changed. This is the first show where it's always been RSS Commentary, but it was Real Simple News. But we have a new app coming. I couldn't avoid it. There's so much work setting up for the show that I had to, I'm making a really cool React toolkit to automate the website because it's taking so much time. And so if you would like to start up your own RSS commentary, you can, we'll provide you with free web hosting. We are looking right now for a Spanish language version of RSS commentary and also every single other language. There's going to be a plethora of videos on this site, and there will be a funding method for you to get funding for your show. But you can, this show is issue 107. And so this can be, on GitHub, it can be a little bit hard to find the issue ticket. This is where we correct if you find any sort of factual errors in the show. Here you can find links to the article, and then you can correct them on the bottom here in the comments section. But it's a little bit hard for most people to find, understandably. So you can go to rsscommentary.com / it's supposed to be / Kale McCullough / issue 107, but the website's kind of messed up because I just updated the website. But down at the bottom, there's a button where you can make a donation via PayPal. Real Simple News is part of the Kabuki Starship. It's my open source organization. And we've got a bunch of cool AI software. If you contribute money, you'll be contributing to an open source fact-checking system called WikiSpy, a tool to monitor wiki-like sites for tampering by hostile actors and political bias. We are seeking open source contributors for C++, Python, video game, website development, and React.js and React Native code contributions. As well, you can make the donation via PayPal. And then soon we'll have an app here, open source app that you can donate to. Sorry. Still trying to get this format figured out. In our top news story, Ruth Bader Ginsburg lies in state at U.S. Capitol, becoming the first woman to do so. The late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg lay on Friday at the U.S. Capitol, the first woman so honored in America, making history again as she, throughout her extraordinary life, the flag-draped casket of Supreme Court Justice Ginsburg, who died last week at age 87 in the Capitol's Grand Statuary Hall, drew members of Congress, military officials, friends, and family, some with children in tow, paying respect to the liberal icon who changed American law and perceptions of women's power. Democratic presidential nominee Joe the Groper Biden and his wife Jill sat quietly with other invited guests, his political presidential running mate, Senator Kamala the Snitch Harris, the one who slept her way up to the top of the California Democratic Party with the help of, what was the guy's name? Willie Brown. Yeah, Willie Brown, the Democrat kingmaker. Yeah, she was fucking this dude when he was married, and she slept her way up to the top. So she's a hoe. She was there. Kamala said that RBG, the late justice known by many, absolutely and intentionally cleared a path for women like her in civic life. And they caused an epidemic of wingnut feminists to get pissed off at everybody and make everybody else's life hell in the process. So it's nice, you know. I just wish that these feminists would be less jerks whenever they do get the power. They're like, oh, these white males, they're such jerks because they're so powerful. And then they get the power and then they're even more of a jerk. Like, yeah, well, that's called the real world, honey. Quote, she first of all made America see what leadership looks like in the law in terms of public service. And what this looked like was that you packed the court with liberal justices. And so this makes it a political court. I mean, I know it just looked to you like she's just an icon, but the reality of the situation is when she's known as a political judge that votes in the favor of liberals all the time, that means that you've packed the court with political judges and that you've made a mess out of our democracy. I'm not saying that everything that Justice Ginsburg did was wrong. A lot of the stuff that she did was good, but this entire poison pill of feminism is slowly but surely choking our people out. There's, in order to continue your genetic line, you have to have at least 2 kids because there's a man and a woman. So if you don't have 2 kids, then your genetic line shrinks. And if you have 3 kids, then your genetic line grows. So these feminists want to put off having kids until their 30s so that they can go slave for some millionaire that they're constantly talking shit about, how that person has white privilege and they shouldn't have the power. And then so it causes them to put off having a family. And then later on, they have on average 1 child, which causes their genetic line to shrink. So you slave all day. And then women now control 2/3 of the wealth in the US, 85% of consumer spending. And now they can't find men to date. They're holding like about 60% of the college degrees coming out of college nowadays. So now they can't find men to date who they can date up with. So, and then they have all this money, and now all the guys who are normal guys now are not good enough for them. So where they said originally the men are treating the women as if they're inferior because they have these fancy jobs, then you switch the pants, you stick the pants on the other people, and then what ends up happening? The women treat the men like they're inferior because it doesn't work the other way around. The women want the man to pay for the dates like they've always done. They've always had like some dowry. If you're going to marry into a family, you would like, their families would put money in on the marriage. And then this kind of all switched, which I'm not saying that that was a good situation, but that's just the way that it's been since the dawn of humanity, and then you switch it all around, and then they're just assuming that everything's going to work the same, but it just doesn't actually work the same. As it turns out, men work 50 minutes on average per day more than women. So it should be that men control 2/3 of the wealth because they work extra. But women have things given to them when they're in college. Men pay for their way. They want to study with them because they're hot and wonderful people. I'm not knocking on them for doing everything right. But the guys, typically the guys that are the same age, they don't have enough money to date the women, so the women will date an older guy. And then the younger guys can't compete with that. And then there's not enough guys to go around. So the situation is kind of poopy. And then that whole thing with Justice, what was it? Is it Justice Kavanaugh that had all the women working for him? And like, it's like, all right, that's nice. Like, you got a whole office full of women working for you that are like, a lot of them are good looking. But in the end, that's kind of sexist. I don't know. I mean, I enjoy a diversity of voices. I think that that's a diversity of voices on the court is always a good thing. But looking towards women having equal power in terms of everything, I think that it ends up with a lopsided situation where women are in control because they're pretty, and then people want to give them things, and then their husband dies, and then they inherit a large amount of money. And then in the reality of the situation is you need to have at least 2 kids to carry on your genetic line. If you want to grow your genetic line, you're going to need to have 3 kids. And then good luck being a CEO, running a big company, and then having 3 kids. I don't know. I have 1 kid. Trying to run a business with 1 kid is a nightmare. So have fun with the 3 kids trying to run that business. Maybe we should just not radically try to alter everything in society all at once like the liberals want to do. But it'd be best if we voted on it because democracy is the best. If my ideas suck, you should comment down below. Am I stupid? See, wasn't Justice Ginsburg was Jewish, just to mention. So she's like not only the first woman that was buried at the Capitol Grand Statuary Hall, she's also the first non-Christian, I believe. Because this country has historically been a Christian nation. But hey, Jews are great, wonderful people. Sometimes they can be a little bit lib. This Times of Israel is like pretty lefty. Most of these sites I put up, these news sources I put up here are pretty lefty. We don't put them up here because they're always legit. We put them up there because they're oftentimes not legit. But they're good enough to pass NewsGuard certification. What do we got next? Donations since Justice Ginsburg's death have reached $100 million as of 6 days ago. So this is probably just floating through the roof. This goes to show you that the liberals have turned the court into a political having some troubles with this. They've turned it into a political court now, where they can't deal with the originalist judges. If you're unfamiliar with originalism, it came from Justice Scalia, Antonin Scalia. And it basically, what ends up happening is the liberals want to evolve the Constitution. And so they'll take an interpretation of what the words mean or what it means to them. But an originalist will go back to the original meaning of the Constitution. They'll go back and look at the Federalist Papers, at the conversations that the I don't know what word the original crafters of the laws, what they were talking about, what they meant whenever they used a word. And this has revolutionized the court. And it's worth mentioning that Justice Scalia was best friends with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I used to hate Justice Antonin Scalia back when I was a liberal. I didn't understand why he voted the way he did because I felt like it was just wrong. Like, this guy just has to be a bad person for thinking this. But later on, I had a nightmarish struggle in the court system when my child was kidnapped by a radical feminist, my son's grandmother. And then she managed to get custody by lying, saying that I was using a baby monitor at my house, and that I had friends over, and like we were hanging out in the studio or in the house. If it's like a studio behind the house or something. And then they said I yelled at the grandma. I was going to stop talking to her. So then I wasn't acting in the kid's best interest. And then I had to get dragged through court. For years, it was a nightmare. And then this woman held my kid in a hoarder house, neglected him. And then eventually DHS took her kids away. And during this time, I learned all about the Constitution. And I learned about originalism because I had to in order to file all the appeals that I did. And I had to be my own attorney. I did not have any help. And it was traumatic. It was horrible. But during that time, I gained a lot of respect for the United States Constitution and for originalism, because originalism is part of the, was my defense was that they were supposed to use clear and convincing evidence as opposed to a preponderance of the evidence, which you would give between biological parents. But this person was grandmother. She said, because her daughter lived with her, that she had rights to my kid. And then the liberals in Oregon they always experiment and they try to push it further, go more liberal with. This is why I despise liberalism, is because they don't know when to stop. They continue to go like they're doing right now with almost everything. And what you end up with is a perversion of the laws. It wasn't actually intended to be like that. And it's because people are just trying to get what they want. Oftentimes women will push for laws because they benefit for it, such as more pay for women, because they want more money. Reality of the situation is that we should let the market determine those wages. If women are worth that much money. So you pay them what they're worth. You shouldn't try to push the boundary to get more and more money, because men have to take care of families. And when they can't afford to, they end up not having a family. And then you don't have a family. You don't have a husband. You don't have children. That's not a good thing. That's a nightmarish thing. It's not worth selling out your husband and your family to try to get a raise at work. You should be a good mother instead of a shitty mother. But they used these wedge issues like feminism. Feminism is the largest money-raising thing for this Act Blue organization. If you're unfamiliar with Act Blue is an arm of the fundraising arm of the Democratic Party. They funnel small donations from donators to Democratic politicians. I'm not sure exactly whether or not that's 100% legal for them to do that. I think it counts. I mean, examining it, you could say you could question, is this one political action committee that's getting donations to themselves and then they're giving out? They've raised like $5.5 billion for the Democrats, which is insane. But they're using these wedge issues. Like, anytime you get women thinking that the Republicans are going to take away their abortion rights, they just pull out their wallets and they're just like dumping cash into whatever. You don't even have to tell them what you're going to do. All you have to do is say, the Republicans are trying to take away your thing. You need to donate to the Southern Poverty Law Center and to Act Blue. And people will just shove out money. They'll just shell out money. Like this Black Lives Matter scam they've been running on Act Blue. They don't tell you. They say donate to Black Lives Matter because they're working for Black Lives. And then you get down to the specifics of like, okay, well, what political policies are you advocating for here? And then their answer is, we'll tell you after the election. and they've been getting billions of dollars in donations. With Act Blue, just that one organization's raised over $5.5 billion, and they do it through fear politics. That's how you get the money. So I'm not sure what to say. I think candidates should raise their own money. They shouldn't have a political action committee raising money for a large amount of candidates, although it is a superior way of raising funds for these people. It seems kind of like dark money. Like they get to push for who their candidates are, which candidates are getting money. So they become an unelected body at that point in time through the funding powers that they have, which is pretty insane. Now, the Republicans do have their own. I forget what it is. It's if anybody knows what the Republican version of Act Blue is, if you can comment below, you should go over there and give some donations. In this next article from New York Post, Biden urges state Republicans not to vote for SCOTUS nominee before election. Former Vice President Joe the Groper, a.k.a. Mr. Magoo, Biden, on Sunday pleaded with Senate Republicans not to vote on President Trump's nominee to replace Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg before the election because they want to pack the court with liberal judges because they don't like the conservative originalist judges who actually vote in line with the Constitution and what it says. They have to have people that will give them whatever they want. Quote, I'm not speaking to President Trump, who will do whatever he wants. I'm not speaking to Mitch McConnell, who will do what he wants and what he does. I'm speaking to those Republicans out there, Senate Republicans, who know deep down that it's the right for this country and consistent with the Constitution as I stand here in the Constitution Center. Okay. Not just what's best for their party. And quote, Biden said during a speech in Philadelphia. Okay. This is crazy. The Constitution says the president has the right to appoint Supreme Court justices. It does not say that the opposing candidate for the president has the right to nominate or appoint Supreme Court justices. No, it says very specifically the president. Joe Biden is not the president. Hopefully he never will be the president because he gropes people. I mean, that's pretty creepy. The dude is, I mean, we've been calling him Joe Magoo Biden for a long time. But you didn't know that he's Joe the Groper Biden, did you? No, he actually was groping all kinds of women in the White House. In fact, there's even a story of a Secret Service agent that had to be physically restrained to prevent him from decking Mr. Magoo after he groped his girlfriend at a White House event. Also, Joe Magoo Biden likes to streak around the White House. This guy's creepy as fuck, dude. How the hell are feminists voting for this guy? This dude's like, I would put this guy in the category of Jeffrey Epstein, only nowhere near as suave. Like Jeffrey Epstein ran a modeling agency that had some of the world's most beautiful women. He banged some teenagers, but most of the chicks were above the age of 18. They were masseuses, and you can say what you want about him, but the vast majority of feminists also think that prostitution should be legalized. So most of the women were above age 18, and they were just masseuses. So he banged some teenagers. That's not, we're not disputing that. But if you put Jeffrey Epstein next to Joe Magoo Biden, Mr. Magoo looks pretty creepy. I mean, you can't deny that Joe the Groper Biden, when put next to Jeffrey Epstein, looks really, really creepy. At least Epstein knew how to get with chicks. Joe the Groper Biden, he would be more along the lines of someone who would do something incredibly awkward with the women that would end up getting compromise on him, like he would get blackmailed for something that he would do. Probably by Jeffrey Epstein if he was still alive. Maybe even, in fact, in the past, he might have even blackmailed Joe Magoo Biden. We don't know. That's just a theory. I personally think most of the Epstein stuff's kind of bullshit, though. If you really look at it, they're like saying you should feel bad for the masseuse that was like giving people hand jobs. Like, yeah, he's committed statutory rape, right? That's definitely bad. That's rape. But what was I saying? But yeah, like Mr. Magoo would just straight up be creepy. And then he would probably still do the exact same thing that Epstein was doing, only that he would get blackmailed for it. I'm not hold on. What else is in here? So let's see. Joe Magoo Biden is trying to pack the court. He wants to prevent the president from doing what the Constitution says that he should, because he's an unelected individual. And so he should set a precedence for this, I guess. This should be like the new norm. Everybody's trying to pack the court with political judges so that they can push their political agenda. All right. They've been saying that it's the Republicans doing this shit, but it's obviously that's a bunch of bullshit. This next article from the Baloney Broadcasting Company. Ginsburg Supreme Court, Trump plan an abuse of power, says Biden. Mr. Trump says he will nominate a woman to replace the long-standing liberal justice. Mr. Magoo Biden has urged Senate Republicans to delay a confirmation vote. Ginsburg, a liberal icon and feminist bystander bearer, died on Friday, aged 87. The appointment of judges to the Supreme Court is a political decision in which the president chooses who to put forward, i.e., not the opponent of the president who's running against him. It would definitely be the president who is the one that actually is supposed to be doing that. The Senate then votes to confirm or reject that choice. And there was that one incident, which I think is deplorable, where the Republicans did block the appointment of, was it Merrick Garland? Neil Gorsuch? One of those two. Merrick Garland's on the court. It was Neil Gorsuch that didn't get in there. And the Republicans had the vote to hold up the thing. And so that's legal. If you don't like that, we can change that possibly in the future. I think that they should not have done that. That was packing the court, but I do believe that the Republicans learned from that, because it is very obvious that once you flip the situation, it's the other party doing it, that it's not acceptable. So I think it doesn't really apply to say that it's just the Republicans causing a problem there, because it definitely seems like the Democrats really want to pack the court with judges who don't want to follow the Constitution. They're saying, no, the conservative judges aren't following the Constitution, so we need to pack in the liberal judges that'll give us what we want. But the problem with that is, like, these people don't know anything about Antonin Scalia and originalism and why the judges actually voted that way. They vote that way not because they personally want that judgment in that case. They might not agree with it politically, but in their experience, that's what the Constitution says. That's what the people who passed the laws originally intended when they passed that law, instead of just making up whatever you feel like because it makes you feel good. These are the bad things, or these are the worst things that you could do for a court. It eliminates all reputability for the court. And especially if the court is going to be ruling on the Supreme Court judge, in the results of the 2020 election, we cannot be having questions as to whether or not this court is politically motivated. So we should probably not try to prevent the president from doing what he's allowed to do, what he's required or not. He's what the Constitution gives him the right to do. Because at that point in time, then they're ruling on the president, and then you've made the court political at that point in time, and then the court has lost all reputability. And that's a really bad thing for the court. Because then at that point in time, we've got the black looter mob has been rioting and looting all around the country. And they're creating a state of lawlessness. And so what I've been doing is I've been studying World War II history for solutions to this, because, the Antifa is pretty obsessed with Adolf Hitler, and they act like they know what fascism is, but you actually study World War II history and it doesn't seem anything like these BLM Antifa Nazis are saying what it is. Actually, it looks more like the Nazis were really liberal. And yes, they had some anti-liberal people in their coalition, but Hitler won by a landslide. This was what is neglected by them. Women won their voting rights in Germany in 1918. So the Nazis were actually first wave feminists. The women worked in factories. They might not resemble modern day feminists, but at the time, before they were as close to you as you got to feminists. They were the women who worked in factories for the war effort. That wasn't something that had happened before that war. That wasn't a normal. Well, I mean, women would participate in the war effort, but they didn't work like factory jobs. That was like the men doing it. But then the Nazis came to power on a 18 plus voting age for women's suffrage, for a reduced retirement age, a progressive tax, an 8-hour workday, and some other things in there. And so they were very liberal. They were not conservatives, but then people think that they're against liberalism because they didn't believe in just make everything equal. But then they don't understand why it was called National Socialism. It was because it was supposed to be a more evolved form of socialism, because they said Marxism failed, so they had to have a social hierarchy in order to make socialism work. And so they allowed private property ownership, and then they would have people compete for the top slot. They were, Berlin before World War II broke out was the most racially tolerant city in the world because Germans never owned slaves. They weren't white supremacists. They turned out to be eugenicists. They believed that the Jews were, at the time, were white supremacists, along with the Americans and the Brits. And they thought, those other people thought that they were superior to them. So they had superior technology to them. So that means that they were the master race. That's where their thing came from. It wasn't Jim Crow racism. It was a weird offshoot of liberals becoming extremely racist, which ends up turning out to be the most psychopathic kind of racism, the ultra ethno-nationalist eugenicists. They believed in eugenics because they practiced intra-racial violence as opposed to interracial violence, which was racial violence between race groups. They believed in intra-racial violence to eliminate the mixed races. So it's a little bit different, still deplorable, but it's just light years worse than racist. And the liberals keep saying it's the conservatives, it's these Republicans that are the racist ones. What does this have to do with the article? But as it turns out, a closer examination of history actually reveals that the liberals were actually the ones who were the genocidal maniacs, and it's because they believed in fairness so much that it should be fair for the in-group. But then, like they said, all men are created equal, but then they wouldn't define a black person as a man. This is the thing that people missed. They thought, oh, okay, well, Karl Marx was saying that all people were equal and that Marxism is supposed to be an equality movement, right? Only they meant that all white people were equal, but at that point in time, they didn't consider black people to be human, right? So they left that part out of the history class, and then it makes the story completely different. And so what my point with this is the Nazis created a state of lawlessness during Night of the Broken Glass, or the Crystal Night. You should look up the history of it. The Nazis started rioting, targeting Jewish-owned businesses. They were the 1%. They blamed for controlling the world. This is the same kind of anti-Semitism in World War II is what they're directing at the privileged white males. They're the scapegoat, the guy that they could just blame for all their problems as to why they didn't do so good in school and why they're not the CEO of the company when they're 25. But what the Black Looter Mob has done is they've created a state of lawlessness, and then you end up with the police. If they don't stop the rioters, then the politicians will start to think that the state of lawlessness is acceptable and that the voters want this. And then that's when you have takeovers of your government. I've done a lot of research to figure out exactly what happened there. And this is what I've learned is that liberals end up going down this slippery slope where they think they're justified because they're the ones that are in the right. They're the ones that are helping people out. So the ends justify the means. In the case of the Nazis, they were justifying, they needed to grow as large as America because they had the USSR in control by the Bolsheviks at the time. They were mass slaughtering people. They had slaughtered up to 12 million Ukrainians in the Holodomor massacre from 1932 to 33. So this is what caused the Nazis to flip out because they thought the Jews were killing people, starving them to death out in the woods. And it was the Bolsheviks, and they were controlled by the Karl Marx group of Jews at that point in time. And so, okay, what does this have to do? So the Nazis said, we need to grow as large as the United States and as Russia, and that's why they did what they did. No other reason other than that. It's very clear from the records, when you look back at the documentation, what Hitler actually said. Their goal was to grow as large as the United States by any means necessary. And this is why they justified their atrocities, because they thought the other people were white supremacists and that they were holding down the African Americans or the Africans. No, they thought, you can look back at letters, one specific letter to a German general in 1918, very specifically shows that the The people at that point in time were very worried about colonialism. The Germans were against it occupying Africa because they didn't own slaves. And so the Germans were obsessed with not being occupied, and that's why they did what they did, was because the British were colonizers, and it was like a power grab, and they were trying to be as big as them. All of this was left out of history. But what we're seeing right now in America is very similar to what happened in Nazi Germany, because the black looter mob, they feel like they're justified, and they feel like the only way that they can control is if they do a power grab so that they can get large enough so that they can control the government. And it's the exact same thing. That's why I'm doing the studies on World War II history, so that we can root out the exact comparison, because the Antifa are trying to call Republicans fascist, but you look at it as like, dude, fascists were first wave feminists, man. Democrats are the fascists. So we have to stop this power grab. We have to stop them from packing the court by filling the seat immediately. Thank you, Donald Trump. You are the man. Here's Ruth Bader Ginsburg's words on packing the court on June 24th, 2019.
When you talk about judicial independence and all the safeguards
Oh, hold on.
I take it you're not a big fan of many of
Shit.
when you talk about judicial independence and all the safeguards in the Constitution, I take it you're not a big fan of many of the proposals to change the current system, to have limited terms, to have
Well,
when you talk about judicial independence and all the safeguards in the Constitution, I take it you're not a big fan of many of the proposals to change the current system, to have limited terms, to have all kinds of, to add the number of justices. I take it you're not a fan of those proposals.
Limited terms, I don't worry about that, because the only way you could get that would be to amend the Constitution. And as you know, our Constitution is powerfully hard to amend. Takes 2/3 of the Senate and the House, and it takes 3/4 of the states. My own experience with the Equal Rights Amendment has brought home how really hard it is. We were 3 votes, 3 states shy. Think of the suffrage amendment. We're celebrating soon the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. That was a 75 struggle to amend the Constitution.
So what does concern you? If you're not worried about the term limits, what are you worried about?
Well, what was the other? You mentioned...
Adding the number, changing the number of justices.
Oh, yes, yes. There is no fixed number in the Constitution, so this court has had as few as 5, as many as 10. 9 seems to be a good number, and it's been that way for a long time. I have heard that there are some people on the Democratic side who would like to increase the number of judges. I think that was a bad idea when President Franklin Delano Roosevelt tried to pack the court. His plan was for every justice who stays on the court past the age of 70, the president would have authority to nominate another justice. If that plan had been effective, the court's number would have swelled immediately from 9 to 15. and the president would have 6 appointments to make. You mentioned before the court appearing partisan. Well, if anything would make the court appear partisan, it would be that. One side saying, when we're in power, we're going to enlarge the number of judges, so we will have more people who will vote the way we want them to. So I am not at all in favor of that solution to what I see as a temporary situation. I mean, the president is term limited, so the president can't make that many appointments, and then there'll be a new administration. That administration will have appointments to make.
So, yeah, that's what Biden wants to do. They want to pack the court. Here, you can hear Ruth Bader Ginsburg and her talking about experiences that she's had. She's not just talking about it as if she's studied this stuff. This woman was there. She experienced it firsthand. I think that story about, who was it? Was it, I forget which president was trying to pack the court, but that tells you exactly what's going on. They just, once you've done that, you've lost all credibility in your court. It is no longer a court of law. It is a political court where they do political prosecutions. And then they want those people to be in control of who's impeaching the president. Because they can... How does that work? Okay, so a president gets impeached. And then an impeachment is like an indictment. People think that if you got impeached, that means that you're guilty. That's not true. Actually, this is a general pattern with liberals. In fact, we got some stories about this coming up. That people will levy accusations against someone, and then they just think that by default, because somebody levied that accusation against that person is guilty of that accusation. So people think that President Trump got impeached, that he was removed from office, and this isn't actually true. It's not actually true at all. Let's see. I got to get through this section. See, don't forget to like and subscribe below. Tell me, what do you think? Are the Democrats trying to pack the court? Is Donald Trump a horrible person? Do I suck? Am I stupid? Comment down below. Sorry about that. Hey man, I'm independent. If you would like to make a contribution to this show to help keep us going, you can make one at rsscommentary.com/donate. We need to pay some people to update various things, like a sound technician. There's endless sound tech work here at RSS Commentary. Oh, shoot. This was supposed to be in the last video. Shoot. Sorry, I fucked up. Oops. This next article from the Daily Mail, Nancy Pelosi refuses to rule out impeaching Trump to stall Supreme Court nomination as she accuses him of using SCOTUS vacancy to crush the Affordable Care Act. Where does she come up with this shit, dude? Like, seriously, like, where does this come from? That's pretty corrupt. Quote, we have arrows in our quiver that I'm not about to discuss right now, end quote. And so by that, she means making up an impeachment in order to get whatever she wants because she's an insanely corrupt California Democrat. In California, they are so corrupt down there that they vote blue no matter who. They get all of their information from voting from like the PTA or the Public Sector Employees Union. And people don't really look into what they vote for, so they just vote for whatever because vast majority of Democrats live in big cities. And so in those big cities, they're just voting for their own interests. So this is why Democrats pander to minorities, because most minorities live in big cities and they're Democrat-run cities. And so in those cities, the minorities are one of the biggest voting blocs, and they can't get elected without the minorities. So this is why they pander to the minorities to get the white feminists and the ivory tower liberals to vote for them. Well, they are the ivory tower liberals, actually. So the goal is to rob Peter to pay Paul, or to rob Peter to get Paul to vote for you. No, you rob Peter to pay Paul to get Mary to vote for you. That's the scheme. They're taking the money from the white people that are, and they're giving it to the black peoples to get the Latinos and the white feminists to vote for them. Because when you look at the voting demographic, let me pull it up. Let me pull up this chart because I think this chart speaks volumes. Here, the extremely corrupt racial hierarchy of the Democrats. Here you can see down here in this corner, you can see a height map of the United States and where most of the people who voted for Hillary Clinton lived. You can see here, there's a massive chunk of Clinton voters here in California, in San Francisco, and in Los Angeles. And then you got in Seattle, a bunch of them. And then you got over here, what is this, Chicago. You got over in Florida. And so the rest of the country is more rural. And in the countryside, historically, they've always been hardcore capitalist. And then in the cities, there historically has been more socialist. In fact, this was true in the USSR and in China when they did the cultural de-evolution and they slaughtered 60 million people in China and another 30 million people in the USSR, where the people from the socialists from the cities went through the countryside and just started mass slaughtering people to kill their cultural institutions in China, and then to kill political dissidents in the countryside who were propping up the capitalism. The socialists in the city could not win without the countrysides being their slaves, essentially. So we could see the chart of the GPAs of African Americans. They're down here at the bottom, with the Latinos above them, and then above them you got white people, and then at the top you got Asians. And then so you look over here at who the people voting for the Democrats, and you can see 91% of black people live on the Democratic plantation. About 2/3 of Latinos / Hispanic, they both mean the same thing. Latino is not a race, it's an ethnicity, or it's a categorization of people who moved to America from Latin America. People think they're actually a race of people. This is actually false. They're actually South Americans and Central Americans. So we could see these things correlate to, the GPAs correlate to how much money you make. We get the black people down at the bottom, Latinos above them, whites, and then Asians at the top. And this correlates to a really racist power structure called the ivory tower that the liberals use to control the minorities in the big cities. And so the way they do that is they tell them that they're going to fix all of their problems. All you have to do is just vote for these people at the top, the ivory tower liberals, and then somehow it will magically fix the situation. But what they don't understand is that there's this social hierarchy where there's the white feminist. It's a racist form of feminism where they put white women's issues above everyone else's. And down below them, you have hood Democrats. And at the bottom, you have the poor whites. So instead of having the hood Democrats at the bottom, you just put the poor whites at the bottom. And then you give the minorities diversity tickets so that they come up. This is why the poor whites are at the bottom, because they don't get diversity tickets. I know, this is fucking hilarious, huh? And then above them, you got hood Democrats. These are low-income, big city Democrats who live in the hood. These are the big blue bars. These are the hood Democrats over here with the white feminists up at the top. And so the white feminists are out race rioting with the Democrats because they want equality, because they want more money for themselves. That's why they're out there burning down the minority neighborhoods. This is fucked up, bro. And then you could see, what else can you see? I think that's most of what this chart is. It's definitely very clear when you look at where these people live at and the demographics of the people, that there's clear power structure that emerges with the ivory tower, with the poor whites at the bottom, / Antifa. Hood Democrats above them because they get diversity tickets. Then white feminists above them. And then ivory liberals at the top. And this is because you got a bunch of really rich, smart people up in the city controlling all the people with low GPAs down at the bottom of the social hierarchy. And they just control who rises up the pyramid, and then you control the entire system. And so this is why they have to vote for these, they have to pander to minorities, because that's the only way that they're going to actually be able to be in control. And what they do is they focus group test everything that they do. So instead of actually coming up with good ideas that sometimes that can be unpopular, that are the right thing to do, they focus group test things. They just get a bunch of minorities up in a group and they ask them whatever makes them feel good. And then, so this is how they've evolved into this critical race theory and doctrine of diversity, is because this is what the people that they're trying to control, who they're marketing to in the big cities, their customer base, that's what they said that they want. And so this is why they go with these nightmarish policies, is because they focus group tested them. And that's what works best to control the minorities in the big cities. And so this is why they pander to minorities, is because they're pretty scummy. So you should not vote for Joe the Groper Biden and Kamala the Snitch Harris. They are extremely corrupt California Democrats. In fact, if you'll notice on the map, there's one last thing I got to point out here before we move on. Which one of these things is the biggest? Which of these pillars here is the biggest? Obviously, this one is this is how I diagnosed how corrupt these people were, was I reversed analyzed this shit. Once you figure out exactly what their motivation is, it's fucked up. Like, these people are whack as fuck, dude. Joe Magoo Biden, a.k.a. the Groper, a.k.a. the White House streaker, and Kamala the Snitch, a.k.a. the slut who slept her way up to the top. Harris, yes, she did actually sleep with Willie Brown. Kamala Harris, Willie Brown. So she, her relationship with former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown. I don't know what this article is saying. Heavy's usually pretty good. Yes, it's true. U.S. Senator and Democratic Vice Presidential candidate Kamala Harris dated former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown years ago. She slept her way up to the top. This guy gave her inside connections because she was fucking him. And that's how she rose up to the top. That's how corrupt Joe Magoo Biden is. So we have to stop them from packing the court. We cannot let insanely corrupt California Democrats pack the court, because their judges will interpret the court based upon however they feel that day. And then the court will be political in nature, and then they won't have any credibility anymore. So when you go to court to get judged, now every single time that people leave court, they're going to be able to say it was a political prosecution because the Democrats packed it with liberal judges, and they don't actually go off of what the Constitution said. They go off of evolutionism, whatever the words have evolved to mean. Whatever it means to them, that's what they'll rule on. And then what that turns out to be is anarchy. So you got to stop these Democrats from controlling California and Oregon and New York and Florida, because and also Chicago, because it's a groupthink echo chamber. They are a monoculture. It's a one-party rule state. They have a heterodoxy. They all think alike. And whenever you violate the groupthink heterodoxy echo chamber, then they will cancel you. So this is why you have to get rid of these people now, because if you don't, then they're going to come and cancel you and your family, and then it will be too late. There will be no one there to speak for you. And then we will have fascists in control of America. Real fascists. Like illiberal liberals. This is what Nazis were illiberal liberals. People think that they were not liberals because they didn't believe in equality for every single person on earth. No. They believed in equality for their in-group, and that if they competed for the top slot of the most powerful country, instead of just having it handed to us through our family, that this would make the world more equal, because they were liberals. The thing is they didn't think that other people were human. That's the part that they left out. They thought other people were subhuman. This is the root of why racism is bad, is that people just think people are like parasites and bugs, and then they start exterminating and slaughtering people. In fact, Democrats think that conservatives are parasites. They think that they should be wiped off the face of the planet. They do. It's a very common belief with Democrats that there's a cabal of white supremacist males that are holding down the minorities in the big cities from the poor rural states, and that they have to do whatever is necessary to remove the privileged racist white males from power so that they can make the world a more equal place. And so while they're saying, oh no, this is just for equality, it's for equality, it's for everybody's equal, except for they don't tell you these people are they think that certain people are parasites and that they're subhuman and that they need to die. And that's why they're extremely corrupt. Sorry about that. Left the fan on. So this is disgusting. This thing with Nancy Pelosi is absolutely disgusting. This just disgusts me that she would attempt to use impeaching to try to delay the president from nominating a Supreme Court judge, that is absolutely corrupt as it gets. But this is just par for the course. Nancy Pelosi has been corrupt as it gets for a long time. And this is why the Democrats like her, is because they get what they want when she's in control. That's because she's insanely corrupt. She doesn't have to compromise. She doesn't have to come up with good ideas. She focus groups test things so that they can pander to and control minority groups, so that they can get the white feminists to vote for them, because their entire group of people are just incredibly hateful feminists. They think that any guy who thinks that the men should get paid a little bit more because they have to pay for so much stuff, like when women are in college, they have to pay for dates because the women in college want to date older guys with money, because the dudes who are in college are broke. They ain't got no money for a date, so they date older dudes on Tinder. And so guys have to have more money in order to pay for the marriage and pay for the family, the babies, and women want to date guys who have better jobs than them. So they're so obsessed with this that they're willing to do anything to take out the patriarchy. These evil, evil guys who are paying for things for their family with the money that they spent extra time at work getting, so that their woman could have a man to date up to. No, we have to attack them because they're privileged white males. Because they're privileged white males, they're not entitled to whatever they've earned by delaying gratification, doing the right thing, getting a good job, working hard, and not being a drug addict and blowing everything on meth and cocaine and Molly and LSD. Instead, they did the right thing and they're in a good position. And so that means we need to attack their white privilege continuously, relentlessly, until we take all of their white privilege, and then they will be on their knees, and there will be a docile beta male, and we will be able to control them. I mean, they think it's just going to be this la-di-da world where everything's... No, we just make everybody equal, and then all of a sudden all of our problems are going to go away. Right. Right. Only we're all sliding downhill. And so everybody's equal, but everybody's treating each other like shit. And people are broke. So yeah, you're equal, but everybody's broke and they want to kill each other. This is what happens when you let liberals in control. They try to change everything, and then they end up fucking everything up. And then they can't admit that it was them changing the system when it was working before that actually caused the problem. No, it has to be the scapegoat. The scapegoat. It's the privileged white male. It's the racist Republicans in the poor rural states who are holding down the minorities in the Democratic-controlled shithole cities. Yeah, right. Like that totally can work, right? Like the people who don't live here in the city are the ones who are oppressing the minorities here in the cities, because the liberals won't hire them for the jobs because they didn't try hard enough in school. And so then this is the racist Republicans' fault, because they're the ones wearing the suits with the YouTube channel that they got to be rich, right? Right. Like Kale's fucking balling, got money coming out his eyeballs with his YouTube channel, his fancy cameras. Right. I got a bridge to sell you, buddy. I don't know. I'm personally tired of this Nancy Pelosi bitch. I think that she needs to GTFO. The people of California, the Democrats suck. There's a lot of Republicans in California, so it's not all Californians. In fact, actually, if you look at the map, we just covered this. If you look at the map, I just showed it to you. You can see right down here, you can see that there's these areas are not Democrat controlled, and they're right around LA. It's all red. It's just all up in the big cities. You get these big pockets of socialists who want handouts. And then you have a whole bunch of really, really, really rich people in the city. Up at the top of the ivory tower is people who are way up top here. And then everybody else is way down at the bottom. And then the people at the top control everybody at the bottom by controlling who rises up to the top. And they're not hiring anybody from the hood. Just so that you know, if you're from the hood, you're not getting hired in the ivory tower. They've done studies that show that black people aren't discriminated against because of their names. This was actually due to a misunderstanding that people were actually looking at your first name and not or your last name. Hold on. People were throwing away your resume based upon your name. But as it turns out, when you look at the specifics, it actually looks like they were looking at their first name. So instead of putting their whole name, they did an experiment where they put just their last name. And they showed that black people who just used their last name were not discriminated against, but that your first name is indicative of your parents' socioeconomic status, such as black people naming their children Watermella. That was one of the names in the study, Lakeisha. And so these names are typically people up in the hood will name their kids that. And so word to the wise, you should probably stop naming your kids by those names if you care for them to be financially well off, because people are getting discriminated against for their first name. But it also happens to white people. Leroy and Billy Bob, too, also have an equal % chance of getting their resumes thrown in the trash can by ivory tower liberals up in the big city who think that country people are stupid. So if you're wondering where the discrimination is coming from, it's coming from the people in your city. I mean, I know this is completely fucking obvious, but the people in other cities that don't have anything to do with it are not oppressing you. It's actually the people at the top of your city, and they're Democrats, and they won't hire you because you didn't try hard enough in school, and because your name sounds like you're from the hood or like you're a dumb country dude. So it's not the Republicans. Thank you very much. All right, I have to go quicker. It is 12:34. We have 60 stories to get through. Haven't even gotten to the riots. I'm sorry. I will go quicker here. I think I got diverted talking about Jeffrey Epstein, comparing him to Joe the Groper Biden. I personally think that if you put the two people next to each other, if you're at a party and you stick Jeffrey Epstein in a room with a bunch of girls, Jeffrey Epstein is going to look like a player. Whereas if you stick Joe Biden in the same group with those girls, Joe the Groper Biden is going to look extremely creepy, possibly get some sexual harassment allegations against him. I mean, given Jeffrey Epstein might end up statutorily raping a teenager, which one's creepier, Joe Biden or Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know, man. This next article from Newsweek 2 officers shot in Louisville protests after the Breonna Taylor decision. 2 officers of the Louisville Metropolitan Police Department have reportedly been shot as the city experiences what they're calling our protests. Obviously, they're race riots. Definitely, obviously, people are writing about race. There's no questions asked as to whether or not this is a race riot. Following the criminal indictment of a police officer involved in the March 13th shooting of Breonna Taylor, a black 26-year-old medic in Louisville, Kentucky, who was wanted. She had a arrest warrant out for engaging in narcotics trafficking because she dated some hood gangsters who were narcotics traffickers who had guns. Nothing wrong with having guns and doing drugs, but then you stick them together and then, you know, it's not an innocent situation. Mass arrests of rioters have also occurred throughout the evening following a largely peaceful protest near the city's main courthouse. According to the LMPD, one officer was hit in the abdomen below their bulletproof vest and is in surgery. Second officer was hit in the thigh. LMPD said neither injury was life-threatening. Both officers are expected to survive. Police have also arrested an unnamed suspect who's currently in custody. It's clear if either officers was shot amid the protests themselves or whether they were attacked away from the protest group. Following Glick of WDRP News reported in a tweet Wednesday evening that MetroSafe, the local emergency service hotline, confirmed that one of the officers was shot at Brook and Broadway. This intersection is just a few blocks away from where protesters or rioters had gathered outside of the Louis D. Brandeis Hall of Justice, the city's main court building. Here we can see a video of rioters. Here the rioters are. They have a U-Haul van bringing in riot supplies here in Louisville. Here you can see the scene from the thumbnail. Let's give you a moment to appreciate the thumbnail here. Now, there has been some pretty good thumbnails at RSS commentary, but this is pretty good. I mean, I gotta admit, this looks insane. This is America. Fuck yeah! Ah! Here we can see another view of the what do you call these people? These people terrorists? What did it say? Bailout project organizer Colin Ziller, member of Louisville Brooks prisoners, delivered riot equipment in a U-Haul ahead of tonight's violence. This is America. This is America. Here we could have, here's another, our next tweet's from @bad_immigrant. Says that's what you call solidarity. Taxi driver saves protester from riot cops. Now, did he hit that car? You comment below. Did he hit the car? Or did... I can't tell. Let's watch it one more time. Was it a cop hitting the car? Or the taxi, I mean? Comment down below. Did the car hit the other... Did the taxi hit the car in front of it? Here we can see a video of rioters yelling at store goers or restaurant diners and on a beach drive in St. Pete. What was this in Florida? These people just completely miss the entire point as to why protests are effective. The reason why protests are effective, especially protesting in person as opposed to on the internet, is because people see who is behind the movement. The reason why African Americans won their civil rights in the civil rights movement in America is because they showed people that they were the good people. They did nonviolent protest, and they allowed the white supremacists to show that they were the bad people. This caused people to overwhelmingly support the African Americans, and they won their civil rights. This is in stark contrast to the black looter mob that shows up en masse to show you exactly how shitty of people they are, how violent and aggressive they are, and how much of a threat they are to you and your safety and your family's safety. They do this by yelling at you, demanding that you give them lip service, and showing up in a mob of people who are angry, who threaten violence against you if you don't give them what they want. And this is pretty standard, actually, for liberals. Actually, this is par for the course. This is just how they act. It's because they think that they are justified, because they're angry, because they think they're the ones who are right. It's everyone else is a tyrant except for me. These people are on one. It's rough doing this show because I've been covering these riots all summer. And the more and more you hear these people chant, the more and more it drives you nuts. It just, their method of chanting is very repetitive. It's the same thing over and over again. And after you've heard them say these chants enough, it just starts to just drive you crazy, dude. Like, I can't stand it when they're like, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. Black lives are under attack. What do we do? Fight back. Look, there's like 90 black people killed by the police. Or, hold on. There's about 800 people. Hold on. How does this work out? What's the ratio? There's about 20,000 murders in the U.S. every year. About half of the murders are committed by African Americans. So that's like about 10,000 murders. About 4% of the murder victims are African Americans, 93% of them killed by other black people. So when you do the ratios as to how many police killings there are in relation to the police shooting, so there's like about 9 per year, and so then you can just look, you can do the calculation yourself very quickly. You can show that there's about 10,000 black people killed per year. And so you divide that by 9. And so there's about 90,000 black people killed, murdered, mostly by other black people, every single year. For every single unarmed black person that's killed by the police, because there's very few of them, there's about 800 total police shootings. Vast majority of those people are armed and dangerous. And then there's about 9 unarmed black people in there. And so for every single one, there's like 90,000 other. Is that actually true? Wait, hold on. No, hold on. Wait, no, I did that wrong. No, there's about 1,111. I'm sorry. Pressed the wrong button there. 1,000. So you could just say there's like 1,000 to 1 ratio of unarmed black men getting killed to, or not men, unarmed black people killed for every single, hold on. 1,000 black people killed for every single unarmed black person killed by the cops. You can obviously see this is what's called the elephant in the room. This is what the Democrats never want to address, is they never want to actually address the problem. And it's because they scapegoat. It's because they are in the big cities. They're saying it can't be the Democrats who are in control who are actually the ones who are at fault. And that's because the Democrats control the networks of information distribution. So they're the ones that are putting these ideas in your head for obvious reasons so that they can get you to vote for them. So it has to be the racist Republicans in those poor rural states holding down the minorities in the big cities because they're a scapegoat. This is just the fucked up shit with Democrats is nonstop. If you're a Democrat, you're like, oh, this person's just toxic. He's like a misogynist because he doesn't believe in feminism. He must be a racist because he doesn't support Black Lives Matter. And like, actually, that's kind of indicative of exactly how fucked up these people are, is because they say, oh no, it can't be that what you're saying is actually true, because that would then call into question my entire belief system. Either Kale is wrong or I'm wrong, but it can't be me that's wrong because I've believed this my entire life, and my friends in the big cities and at work, they reinforce this belief to me. And we don't hear any other voices who are giving a different perspective. All we're hearing is the groupthink echo chamber. And so when you're in the groupthink echo chamber, it sounds like you're always right. And that's because people just want you to like them, and they just want you to like on their post. And they want to come up in the workplace, and they don't want to ruffle anybody's feathers. They want to be peaceful, nice. They want to be the cool person all the time. This is the problem. I mean, it sounds like, no, this is why they're good. No, this is the problem. This is why they're bad, is because they just care about being popular. Whenever you just care about being popular, then you're very susceptible to groupthink echo chambers, because people will control the way you think by getting mad at other people. I know this because people get mad at me, and it makes other people not want to associate with me because somebody else is mad, and they say, oh, I dislike this guy, so then everybody else should dislike this guy because I got in an argument with this guy. And then usually they can't argue. They have nothing actually to say. I just eviscerate them. I shred them to pieces. They have nothing. There's the only argument that you can hear from them is you're a bad person, you're horrible, you're racist, you're sexist, you're misogynist, you're xenophobic, you're Nazi, you're fascist. This is all that you hear from these people. But then you ask them, what is fascism? Like, it's extreme right-wing government. Like, really, it's an extreme right-wing government. What does right-wing mean? Like, Republican, conservatives, like, okay, that doesn't actually mean anything. Actually, they don't know that on the far left, you have the flat social hierarchies, the flattest ones, communism being the flattest social hierarchy imaginable, where you have 4 social tiers. You have at the bottom farmers, above them artisans, above them soldiers, and above them the government. And that's the most amount of hierarchy that you can have in communism. And then on the farthest right, you have the steep social hierarchies. And that means that they don't believe in equality for everyone. They believe in having social hierarchies. And then you have Nazism at the farthest right, which is the strongman, ultra-nationalist struggle to see who can be the most genocidal maniac. And so we call them far right because they're extreme dictators. They believe that there should be a small group of people that control everyone else, and everybody else should they should use violence to control them. That's why we call them far right. So they've perverted these words to just like mean whatever they want. It's like a slur to about any sort of political policy that they don't like is now far right. They think, oh, Nazis were for immigration restrictions, so therefore anybody who believes in immigration restrictions is a Nazi, or they're far right. Like, this doesn't make any sense. It's just some nonsense on Wikipedia from communists and far leftists who rigged Wikipedia. And then there's also a cyber warfare operation going on from the Chinese that have been manipulating social media and Wikipedia. They use Wikipedia as a gigantic spy tool in order to monitor people in America. It's actually true. So they perverted these words, and then these people who are rioting, they think they're rioting against the far right. So it's like this struggle, and they're Marxist, and so they believe in what is called dialectic materialism, which is the eternal struggle between the working man and then the bourgeoisie class, the people who had everything given to them that don't deserve it. So the other people are the white knights, right? Does this sound familiar? It sounds just like the dude who's the white knight saying, no, I deserve the damsel. The other guy is the one who's not worthy of the damsel, and I am the white knight. I am the one who deserves to have the white feminist. It is me. I am the good man. It is the other ones who are bad. Everyone is a tyrant except me. And then they delve down this slippery slope where it starts with them rioting and then promoting lawlessness. And then they promote criminals in their political parties. And then they pack the court. And then they take over the big cities. And then they take over the courts. And then they send their socialist stormtroopers out into the countryside to then start mass slaughtering people, whoever is quote unquote far right, the racist Republicans. They just go and they slaughter them because they get a bunch of people from the city together, and then they go and they find targets out in the country, and they get people who are crazed, radicalized liberals out in the countryside to start snitching on their neighbors. So these are the people who are far right, and then they come and they start committing genocide in the United States. That's how it would happen. Definitely would not happen from the Republicans. This next article from NPR. I have no faith in the legal system, Breonna Taylor's mother says. The justice system failed Breonna Taylor, says Tamika Palmer, the mother of the emergency room technician whom police shot and killed her own apartment in March. You see, this is how the fake news works. The fake news works by, instead of actually presenting you with the facts, they present you a story of a person that they want you to have an emotional connection with, such as the EMT, the emergency room technician, whom police shot and killed in her apartment. Hold on. Oh, the mother of this woman. So if they were non-biased, they would say in the beginning, a grand jury acquitted the police officers because the police officers, the evidence showed that they had done nothing wrong, that Breonna Taylor's boyfriend had shot a gun at them first, and that means that the police had to return fire, and the innocent person, Breonna Taylor, who did not fire a gun, was killed in the crossfire. But this was not illegal. The police did nothing wrong. They can't start it out with that because that would just invalidate everything in the article. So they have to start it. I mean, the article's about Breonna Taylor's mom. So they're like, no, we have to give her a fair, we can't just disprove the story. We have to give her a fair we have to paint it fairly for her. And so what they end up doing is spewing out fake news. This is nonsense public radio. I'm sorry. This was a fake news article from Nonsense Public Radio, not a real news article. This is oh, no. Sorry about that. I renamed all the folders. This is fake news. They're trying to say, no, we're trying to be fair, but the reality of the situation is that NPR, Nonsense Public Radio, they have a political agenda. They hate Donald Trump. They don't like the police. They support racial justice. They support taking our tax money and then using it to support political agendas. And so this is why we have to hashtag defund NPR, because NPR is taking our tax money and they are using it to fund political hit pieces on candidates that I support, Donald Trump. And we should not allow them to do that because it's corrupting our democracy. I do not want my tax money going to funding these articles. I don't believe that they are non-biased. I think they're incredibly biased. And this becomes a political group that is funded with tax money, and that's illegal. Quote, I never had faith in Daniel Cameron to begin with, end quote, Palmer said via a statement that was read aloud by her sister, Bianca Austin, during the news conference Friday at Louisville Jefferson Square Park. Palmer stood by weeping as Austin voiced the words that Cameron is too inexperienced and had failed her daughter by shifting responsibility to a grand jury. Wait, hold on. What did I just read? So let's back up and read this blob of a sentence. Quote, I never had faith in Daniel Cameron to begin with, end quote, Palmer said via statement, which read aloud by her sister Bianca Austin during news conference on Friday at Louisville Jefferson Park. Palmer stood by weeping as Austin voiced the words that Cameron is too inexperienced and had failed her daughter by shifting responsibility to a grand jury. What world do these people live in? The grand jury is there to indict you. Yeah. Until the grand jury, they're asking the grand jury to give you an indictment. Once you have an indictment, then you take them to court. The state presses charges, but the state does not press charges if you don't have an indictment, because that's called a political prosecution. Yeah, sure, the state can file charges. Sure. But that's a political prosecution. If a grand jury said, no, we looked at the evidence and that's not true, the state is not supposed to charge you. Quote, I was reassured Wednesday of why I have no faith in the legal system, in the police, and the law, end quote, Palmer said in the statement. Quote, they're made to protect us black and brown people, or they're not made to protect us black and brown people, end quote. So if you're unaware with the American legal system, we have a saying, it's better to let 20 guilty people free than let one innocent person rot in prison. They're more than happy when they are the benefit of this, but they do not want police officers to share in that benefit because they don't like police officers. If you're for the police, you definitely don't want the cops to be sitting in jail who are just doing their job. They went to go serve a warrant that was out for Breonna Taylor's arrest because she was involved in narcotics trafficking. They knocked on the door. They said it was a no-knock raid, but it wasn't. They knocked on the door because they knew they had the suspect in custody. And Breonna Taylor didn't come to the door. So they beat down the door and they said, police search warrant. And then Breonna Taylor's boyfriend came out with a gun and shot at the police. He shot one of the cops. And then the cops killed him and Breonna Taylor. And that every single one of those police officers regrets that they had killed Breonna Taylor that day. They didn't want to do that. It wasn't their choice. If it was their choice, they would have not had to kill them. But if somebody is shooting a gun at you and you have a gun, you're probably going to shoot back, right? And with their friends or with their group, their people, if somebody is shooting at them and they think they're perfectly justified shooting back, and if somebody else gets killed in the process, they think, oh, well, I'm perfectly justified in doing that because someone was shooting at me. But the moment it's a police officer involved, then no, can't do that because they hate cops. Like, really? So let me get this straight. So you hate cops, and then you're upset when the people who you hate don't cut you any slack. Maybe you should try not hating the cops. And then maybe they'll cut you some slack. I know it takes a genius to figure these things out. But sadly, there's the thought processes are lacking in the Democratic Party because they're just focus group testing these things. They just go off whatever's popular on social media. Whatever they can get a mob of people in the city to turn out for, that's the policies they go for. Doesn't matter whether or not it's a good policy. All they want to do is control the minorities in the big cities. So they'll just tell you whatever you want to hear to get you to like on the post, watch the ad, buy the product, and vote for them. That's why we call them ivory tower liberals, sitting up top the ivory tower, pushing nightmarish policies that they don't have to deal with because they live in gated communities behind walls. They only hire Latinos to mow their lawn. So they don't care whether or not immigration, if you just allow too much immigration, that harms your family, makes it so that you have to compete for all these people from outside of the country for low wages and for resources. Now you have to take all the resources you could have had, split them up 5 ways, and give one of those fifths to the immigrants that the Democrats want to bring in. And you can't say anything about that because now you're racist. Why? Because 2/3 of these immigrants vote for Democrats, and they are pandering to them to maintain control of the ivory tower. And so they don't care about you because they would rather just pack in a whole bunch of immigrants and make it so that that the new immigrants allow them to maintain control in the big cities. And so they're sitting in their gated communities where they only hire Latinos, but then you can't advocate for immigration restrictions because that means that you're a racist, because Nazis believed in immigration restrictions. So that means anybody who believes in immigration restrictions is far right, like a Nazi, right? Nazis also believed the world was round. So I guess everybody who thinks that the world is round now is a Nazi. They're far right. This is the logic that these people go down and why these people are such a threat to democracy. Here in this next article from the Daily Mail, Louisville City Council declares no confidence in mayor over handling of Breonna Taylor case, but stops short of demanding for his resignation. So if you haven't been following this, I think the thing here at the bottom tells you vote of no confidence took place 2 days after Louisville agreed to pay a $12 million settlement to Breonna Taylor's mother. They had it was a 22-4 decision to declare no confidence in Mayor Greg Fisher in the Breonna Taylor case. Instead of asking for the mayor's resignation, council listed more than a dozen reforms to cities to regain the city's trust. Mayor Fisher, a Democrat, apologized for the mistake in a video statement. So instead of waiting for the grand jury to come back on the charges to settle this Breonna Taylor case, he just went and gave $12 million of the taxpayer money over to Breonna Taylor's mother without having any sort of evidence to support this. The taxpayers' money, just giving it away. Do you know anybody in their right mind that would just give away $12 million to somebody who got killed by a cop legally? It was a justified police shooting. Do you know anybody that just wants to give them $12 million? I mean, sure, there's somebody that might maybe donate $1,000 on your GoFundMe. Maybe. I mean, most people might put in $1 to $10. But what these people, it's like they're just he just wanted the just wants people to vote for him. He's trying to appease the black looter mob because he wants them to vote for them. So then he gives away $12 million of the city's money in a settlement. So what was the here's the video of the apology statement.
Hello, I'm Greg Fisher, Mayor of Louisville. 2020 has brought our city many challenges: the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the economic downturn, an increase in violent crime, and the response to protests for racial justice. Tonight, Metro Council voiced its displeasure about how I've handled some of those challenges. With the benefit of hindsight, I see that given the choice of two difficult paths, I've sometimes taken the wrong one. I sometimes failed to recognize quickly enough where changes needed to be made. And as tonight's vote makes clear, I have not fostered the productive relationship with all of council that's necessary to avoid silos and distractions. I'll apologize for all of this because what's also clear is this: we have enormous challenges ahead, and to move forward.
Blah, 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 blah. Looking further down here, earlier version of the resolution demanded that Fisher step down, but it had been amended prior to Thursday's vote. Quote, the city council believes that Mayor Fisher failed to hold leadership of the Louisville Metro Police Department properly accountable, the approved resolution stated. Among the list of recommendations proposed by the city council were calls to ensure that the complete investigative findings into the killings of Taylor and David McCade and subsequent civil unrest are shared publicly, provide a public accounting of internal police investigations, and ensure they're completed quickly, according to the Louisville Courier-Journal. Other proposed reforms include complete review of the police department by year's end, ensuring the demographic makeup of LMPD represents the diversity of the Louisville metropolitan area. I think that that's kind of bullshit to say that you need to have the cops be the same race as the people. Look, the reality of the situation is that black people are not applying for the job. The other reality of the situation is that black people on average commit 5 to 10 times the amount of violent crime as white people. In Portland, Oregon, it's 300% the amount of violent crime. So they're trying to say this is why black people get disproportionately longer sentences. It's not because it's not because the judge gave them a longer sentence because they're black. It's because they had prior violent convictions. So they say, oh no, we have to give equal sentencing in prisons to white people and black people. Basically, you're just saying that it's okay for black people to be violent, but then it's not okay for white people to be violent. You're like, no, actually, if you're a violent person, they need to throw the book at you. You need to be locked up so that you don't hurt anybody. If you don't like that, don't be violent and hurt people. I mean, I know this is completely obvious, but on this channel, we state the obvious quite a bit. It sounds pretty stupid when you do. You're like, really? So you just think that you should just give equal sentences to people who've committed violent acts as opposed to people who have always been nonviolent. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. No. We've always given longer sentences to people with violent pasts. And that's because you can't just give everybody an equal sentence for the same crime, because some crimes are more egregious than others. And so in order to determine what the sentence is, you have to take into account their past criminal convictions, whether or not any of them are violent. And if they've been nonviolent, then you don't throw the book at them. This is a reward for being nonviolent. I think that we should probably give out this reward for being nonviolent. Of course, I'm not saying that it's all African Americans that do this. It is disproportionately African Americans that are committing violent crimes. And it's mainly in the big cities that are run by the Democrats. Following council vote, Fisher, a Democrat, released a video acknowledging the mistakes he has made. Quote, with the benefits of hindsight, I see that given the choice of two difficult paths, I'm not understanding the full entirety of why they're upset with this guy. So we already said that quote. Said the next one, Fisher noted several of the reforms were proposed by the council are already underway, including changes to police policies. Then he conceded additional changes were needed, more affordable housing, closing racial gaps in wealth, education and opportunity, Mayor closed his remarks on a hopeful note, calling the council and city work together in Louisville from tragedy to reform. Now, the problem with just divvying up, making, how are you going to change these disparities in income without changing the people's attitudes towards education? People just think you can just snap your fingers, like, oh, we could just start paying black people more, and then all of a sudden it's going to change it's going to fix everything. Just, that's not how it works. In order to actually rise up the social pyramid today, you have to try hard in school. You have to be respectful to the teacher. You have to do all your homework on time. If you want to get ahead, you have to get it done ahead of time. If it's due on Monday, you have it done on Friday. If you don't do these things, if you don't put work into your kids' educations, make sure that they're doing their homework, help them with the math. If you don't know calculus, it's going to be really hard for you to help your children with calculus so that they can rise up. You can't just snap your fingers and then magically everything's fixed. You have to have generations where parents have two-parent households, and this is not happening with African Americans. The men are acting like misogynists in these big cities. They're treating women like they're hoes. They're pimping and hoeing and treating women like dirt, treating them like they're just meat, like they're just there to have sex with. This is the common behavior pattern. All you got to do is go watch some hip hop videos and you'll see, yes, indeed, these people glamorize misogyny. It's true. And in order to come up and be affluent, the fathers are going to have to be in the house. You can't just give them money and then magically make the fathers be there. It doesn't work that way. You have to change. It's not us that needs to change. You need to change. I don't need to change. I'm not the one that's in your situation that needs things to change. I'm in a situation where I did things right and I don't need to change. Okay? The people who need to change are the people who are not doing well, who are having these problems. You're going to have a good attitude towards education. You're going to have to not talk back. You're going to have to listen to other people. This is a big problem with black people. They just want to talk. They just think, no, you're wrong. I know everything. And they just keep talking, blah, 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 like really loud too. They do that. I've got lots of black friends and they are loud and they don't want to, not all of them, the conservative ones don't do this, but most of them will sit there and try to lecture you about how they know more than you when it turns out they know hardly anything about it. And then they will always interrupt you. And this is a pervasive thing with African Americans. It does not happen with Asians, does not happen with Latinos, and the white people have a pretty bad problem with it too. The younger kids, especially the hip hop kids. And it's because they get an attitude and they think, I don't need to listen to what this guy's saying. No, if I just had that dude's job, I would do it perfect. I would like hire all my homies and I would hire me and then people wouldn't be poor and then we would have no problems. Just snap. And then you stick that person into a position of power and it turns out that they're a Dunning-Kruger. They don't know shit and they end up doing a really horrible job. They might even make your company go bankrupt. How bad of a job they do. And it's because they don't know everything. And it's because there's a power structure, there's a system, there's people who are in it. And they're very temperamental to it being disturbed. So when you come up with an attitude and you say like, oh no, man, like I know more, like, you just don't know because you're a privileged white male. They're not going to respond very well to this. So there's nothing really that you can do to change this wealth gap without changing the culture. You have to be a good student. You have to be a respectful worker. You can't just be mouthy and then expect people to want to give you a promotion. They're going to want to fire you because you're mouthy as fuck and you act like you know everything when in reality you're a Dunning-Kruger. So they gave her a $12 million settlement.
Thank you for joining us here today. On March 13th, 186 days ago, a tragedy beset our community with the death of 26-year-old Breonna Taylor. Her death has ignited a movement in Louisville and the nation for racial justice, sending thousands into our streets and cities all across the country and the world, all crying out for justice for Breonna. And while her death was a tragedy for so many, let's remember that Breonna was first a daughter, a sister, a granddaughter, a niece, a girlfriend, a friend, and a co-worker.
This is the fake news narrative. This is the tactic they use to sell you on fake news. They can't tell you the facts right up front. They have to walk you through a story. I'm an entrepreneur. I know a lot about stories because I'm a computer programmer and I use UML in order to engineer software by creating user stories, use case scenarios. And so I know all about anthropomorphication. I'm not quite an expert in it, but I'm very knowledgeable in anthropomorphization and how it can help your business. So that's how I know when they say, and they start out with this story to walk you through this chain of events so that you're thinking like they're thinking, it means it's a bunch of bullshit.
And for those who knew her, Breonna's death is personal, the pain is visceral, and the loss ever more devastating. Tamika Palmer, Breonna's mom, says Breonna was a quick student, a hard worker, and an old...
All right, so you just gave $12 million of the taxpayer money to the parent of someone who was an adult. If you're going to give $12 million of your investors' money in a business deal, you better put the bottom line up front. Why are you giving $12 million to these people? Why on earth are you giving these people $12 million? Oh, a long story, anthropomorphized story to put you into the same headspace as me so that you can justify the $12 million through emotion.
soul.
This is why we call them ivory tower liberals. They sit up top their ivory tower pushing these policies because they focus group test them and they're nightmarish. Like they're just taking $12 million away from a city that is having a budget crisis because of the pandemic. $12 million. And then you're taking that and giving it to somebody because this woman's boyfriend was a drug dealer and he fired at the cops and she got killed in the crossfire? Maybe you should wait until after the grand jury puts that gavel down before you go giving away $12 million of the taxpayers' money. This is standard operating procedure for Democrats. They don't give a fuck. They just want to control the government. They just want you to vote for them. He doesn't give a fuck about your family. He doesn't care that he just took a large amount of money out of your pocket and gave it to someone who did not deserve it. No, he just wants people to vote for him.
She was the glue of the family. Breonna was loved. I cannot begin to imagine Ms. Palmer's pain, and I'm deeply, deeply sorry for Breonna's death.
Yeah, these Democrats really piss me off, man. Here we can see, here's what the people actually want. The people want you to lock up the rioters. The people want to take that $12 million and put it into the police's hands so that they can use it for training to avoid the situation happening in the future. Oh, no, they're going to take more out of your pocket in order to pay for this. Do you see why there's such a big budget deficit in the United States?
More than the need. Far from the greed. You know? I told you that right now. I like, hey, Joe, they don't know you.
Nothing better than seeing a bunch of those people all locked up. Here in this next article from the Daily Mail, Charles, her boyfriend, quote unquote, her boyfriend shot a cop, and quote, Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal are attacked on social media for defending police officers who killed Breonna Taylor and blaming her boyfriend who opened fire first. Well, thankfully, not all of these celebrities are brainwashed tools. Obviously, Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal are not completely brainwashed. It seems as if they are not completely sold on the fake news narrative. So let's return the favor and support Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal. Barkley and O'Neal were discussing Taylor's death and decision not to indict any officers in the killing during a TNT pregame show on Thursday night. Barkley argued that Taylor's death couldn't be compared to the police killing of George Floyd because Taylor's boyfriend had fired at the officers first. I would also go as far, I would not, yeah, exactly. George Floyd was a drug overdose. He had 11 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl in his system. This is a fact. You can look it up. He also had that's like 14 lethal doses of fentanyl. He also had 2 lethal doses of meth in his system. O'Neal agreed and argued the officers involved were simply doing their jobs on a warrant signed by a judge. Both the NBA stars agreed. However, the system needs to change. We could do better. I don't think that there's anything that would necessarily change that situation other than legalizing drugs. I think that it's proper time to legalize drugs so that we don't have to deal with these kinds of situations moving forward. One person branded them skin folk, not kinfolk. This I think is emblematic of the groupthink problem with the African American community. Here, let's go back to that graph we showed earlier. Here is the graph that I showed earlier on in the show, the Democrat 4-tier racial caste hierarchy. Shows the GPAs of African Americans, Latinos, whites, and Asians. And then the voting demographics of the Democrats. You can see these blue bars it's a height map of where the Democrats are and where the Republicans are. Red means Republican, blue means Democrat. You can see most of these Democrats are in big cities. And you can trace their demographics back. You can see 91% of African Americans voted for Hillary Clinton. The extremely corrupt Democrat that runs the Clinton Foundation. Her husband was a associate of Jeffrey Epstein, but I'm going to push back with that. I don't think that Bill Clinton maybe he had sex with a prostitute, but I don't think that he was engaged. I don't think that he was into having sex with teenagers. Most of the masseuses in the Epstein circle were over the age of 18. There's a picture circulating of Bill Clinton getting a back massage by one of Epstein's masseuses, who's claiming she was a victim so she can get that hooker payoff money. And she was like 22 or something. And so it just goes to show you there's a bunch of bullshit surrounding that Epstein case. A lot of it's just fake news. They're like, people like agree that prostitution should probably be illegal. And like most of these women are like masseuses. They're not sex slaves. They said they're sex slaves. So we can see that your GPA here is highly correlated to your income level. And so in these cities, these big blue bars, down at the bottom, you're going to see African Americans and Latinos. Up at the top, you're going to see the ivory tower liberals and the white feminists. That's because it's a racist power structure. But you can see very clearly that the African Americans have a groupthink echo chamber problem. They vote for Democrats because they think they're good people, that they're going to help the minorities. But in reality, Democrats were the ones who owned slaves. They started the KKK. They opposed women's suffrage. And they passed the 1994 crime bill that created the prison industrial complex. So the reason why you're having all these crime problems is because of the Democrats. It's because they're in control of these cities. And they tell the people anything they want to hear in order to maintain this ivory tower power structure. Where at the top you get your ivory tower liberals. Below them is the white feminists. Below them are the hood Democrats who are above the poor whites. The reason being is because they get diversity tickets. This is why the Democrats push for the policies they do. It's because most minorities live in big cities where they're a key voting bloc. The Democrats can't maintain power unless they pander to minorities. So this is why they do that. Now you know. What does this have to do with it? Groupthink in the African American community? Oh, yeah, this is why. Oops. This comment here, this one person branded them skin folk and not kinfolk. And that's because they believe that just because you're black, you should vote for Democrats. That's fucked up. That really... You got to call them out on that shit. That's whack as fuck. It's deplorable. You're basically saying, because of your skin color, we purchased your votes. We're the ones that control you. We're the ones that are at the top of the ivory tower. So you are to vote for us because we're the ones who are working in your best interest, not those racist Republicans from them poor rural states who are holding you down in the big Democratic run cities. So many stories. Woo, that video was long. I think I'm on a tangent here. I have to get through 60 stories by the end of the night. I'm going to try to keep going faster. I said to myself when I started this, I was going to go faster, but I'm not going very fast. I'm sorry. I should have a timer. This next article from the New York Post, Seattle cop rolls over protester's head during Breonna Taylor race riots. A Seattle cop was filmed just rolling right over their head, over a man's helmet as he lay on the streets during the violent black looter mob riots sparked by the decision to not charge the cops in the Breonna Taylor death. Don't do that. I know it sounds crazy even have to say this, but if you're a cop and you're listening to this, don't be riding your bike over protesters' heads. Now, the cop was it suspended? I forget. There was another article, but an update to that. I think the cop was suspended. Don't quote me. If you know whether or not the cop was suspended, if you could comment below. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring the bell for notifications. This next article from the New York Post, Portland riots continue after fiery wildfires and vigil for the notorious RBG. Portland rioters returned to the streets over the weekend after a brief respite due to raging West Coast forest fires, according to the reports. I live in Eugene, which is not very far from Portland, and the smoke was really thick. I fought forest fires for 10 years, and it was really thick. It was like, I mean, these fires were like, 70 miles away? But there was ash all over the place in the city, and it was pretty thick. Apparently, I think it was like the most polluted air of any city in the world over there in Portland. In Eugene, it was pretty bad. About 200 black looter mob rioters gathered in Oregon City around 9 p.m. Saturday, marched towards downtown, smashing store windows and tagging buildings with graffiti. Fox News reported on Sunday. Let's check that out. What happened here? Here's a tweet from Andy No. Following a break of more than 100 days of rioting. This is crazy, dude. Portland, there's 1.9% black people in Oregon. Almost everybody's white. Even the Latinos are white. So there's like hardly any police shootings at all. We have cahoots here. So why these people are out here rioting night after night after night? The answer is really easy. It's because they're white feminists. It's because these problems don't happen to them. They don't know what the actual issues are because they're ignorant, because they don't live in cities with lots of minorities. They're privileged white people. So they have, most of them have good jobs. There's a crew of vagabond street people down at the bottom with your Antifa enforcers. There's crews of homeless people that prop up these events. That's why they're still rioting. They don't have a home. And then you got your privileged white people who come down because they want to use their white privilege in order to fight back at the patriarchy that's oppressing the women. They're underpaying them. They've put a glass ceiling, prevents the women from putting off having kids until their 30s so that they could rise up to the top. They're making it so that women can't just work all day and give up their families so that they could get a promotion at work to get more money. So what do they do? Here's what they're doing. Oh yeah, these issues don't actually affect them. That's why they're out rioting. They're out there rioting for an equality movement. They're white feminists. So they're out there basically rioting for more money for themselves and so that Democrats are in control. You got to call them out. Once you see exactly why they're doing it and their motivations, you can't unsee it.
Yeah, but we also make sure that
Shield to the front, shield. If you got a shield and you brought it, shield to the front. Shield up there.
yeah, but we also
let's see. In this next article from the New York Post, video shows Portland protesters hurling a Molotov cocktail at police. Portland rioters were filmed throwing the Molotov cocktail at a group of police officers during a violent Breonna Taylor race riot in the whitest big city in America, where there's hardly any police shootings. The video shows one protester hurling the lit makeshift explosive at police officers, sending cops in riot gear scattering to safety as the flames burst onto the ground. Wow, let's see this. So these people throwing these Molotov cocktails, it's like, I don't know whether or not they know this or not, but getting burned extremely badly is one of the most painful things that you can go through in your entire life. When your skin melts and you have third-degree burns, anything that touches it hurts really, really, really badly. So when you throw a Molotov cocktail at someone, that's much worse than shooting them with a gun. You shoot somebody with the gun, and chances are they're not going to die from the gunshot. And when they do recover, they won't have permanent nerve pain. When you burn somebody really bad, their skin, like you have pores in your skin that put out oils on your skin that those things are gone, it makes it so that your skin dries out and then it burns all over. So that's a pretty serious thing what they're doing, throwing these Molotov cocktails. That's a terrorist activity. Let's see, there's some other angles of this. Here in this next tweet, here we could see another angle. You got to give it up to those cops, man. They were cool, and they did their jobs. They kept their cool. They kept pushing those people back. That was like a bomb they threw at them. Here's another angle from a little bit farther away. And they're shooting fireworks. Those fireworks, too. Cops are getting hit with these fireworks, and it's burning through their clothes. And that's why these people are doing this. They're literally out there trying to kill and maim, do as much damage as they can. This is the problem of why the Nazis were so vile and brutal and savage. It's not, okay, Joseph Stalin had Hitler whooped on the brutal and savage scale. But the Nazis, they were anti-capitalist. This is what most people think. They were like, weren't liberals because they didn't believe in fair equality for everyone. not actually true. They were actually liberals. Germans never owned slaves. They were not white supremacists. In fact, they were frequently the one of the biggest voices against white supremacy. The Christians German Christians who immigrated to the United States were some of the biggest abolitionists. They helped free the black people. And in fact, for instance, Missouri, a lot of German immigrants migrated to Missouri, and it prevented Missouri from becoming a southern state. So the Nazis, they believed what they believed because they believed that it would make them equal to compete instead of having families give you your money because you were born into it, that you would compete for the top slot in the social hierarchy. They hated capitalism. They were anti-capitalist. They were socialist. But they believed that Marxism was a fail because it made all people equal, even though to most of the Marxists, they thought black people were inferior. It was like in the Constitution when they said all men are created equal, except black people. This is why the Nazis weren't your Jim Crow racists. They were another level psychotic genocidal maniacs. But they believed in fairness so much, equality for their people who they thought weren't parasites and subhuman. They wanted equality for them so much that they were willing to commit atrocities in order to get what they wanted. This is what the Democrats are doing. This is what these Black Lives Matter people are doing. The exact same thing that the Nazis did. We've got actually, wait a minute. Hold on. Sorry, that was out of order. In this next article from the Daily Mail, 2 people are injured after a fight led to a shooting during a renewed unrest in Portland after 100 days of rioting. It was briefly halted due to wildfires, thank goodness. Although I think it probably gave them a rest so that now they came back with even more cray. When both individuals were taken to a local hospital with no life-threatening injuries. The 2 individuals who have not been named were part of a riot outside of the Penumbra Kelly building. Do we have any video of this? Here's a picture of the gun that was dropped. Tweet from @Portland Police. There is a mass gathering tonight at the Kelly building, 4735 East Burnside Street. Burnside is blocked in both directions. Those gathered near the Penumbra Kelly building, we respect your right to gather and speak. Do not enter or remain upon the property. Continued. In the next tweet, it says, it's landscaping or walkways. Failure to adhere to this order may subject you to arrest, citation, use of crowd control agents, blah, blah, blah. Here's some pictures of the wingnut lefties and Antifa Nazis. We call them Antifa Nazis because Antifa, they were the communists back in World War II. Most people don't understand World War II history. I bring this story up a lot from War History Online. Article says how communists in Germany allied with Nazis to destroy democracy. Here's a picture of the KPD headquarters from 1926 to 33. You can see the Antifa sign right here. You can also see the right one, the USSR flag right here. So Antifa started out fighting the fascists because they were flat social hierarchy, and then the Nazis were steep social hierarchy, or not. They weren't, okay, there's a lot of confusion around this, the Nazi steep social hierarchy. It wasn't as steep as they claim, because they thought they were competing for the top slot in the social hierarchy instead of having it given to you, because they believed in equality for everyone except for the people who were genetically inferior, the mixed race people. They believed that purebred people were superior. They didn't think that Africans were genetically inferior. They thought that mixed breeds were genetically inferior, which is, I think, is dramatically worse than a traditional racist. So they thought everybody was equal except for the other people who were inferior, and then they would just wipe them off the face of the earth, and then magically then they would all be equal. That's why they supported the dictator. They thought the only way that they could get this is through Adolf Hitler, because Adolf Hitler had this plan to make Germany the size of the US and Russia. That was their plan. So they allied with the Antifa in order to overthrow the Socialist Democratic Party of Germany, the KPD. Or hold on, no, sorry, that was this Communist Party. It was the SPD. And so this is why we call them Antifa Nazis, is because the far left in World War II worked together with the far right to overthrow the conservative power structure, the elected government. So this is why you should not support Black Looter Mob or Antifa, because they are a Trojan horse. They say, oh no, we're just here to fight for black lives, right? No, man. When communists are out in the street fighting for something, they're out there fighting for communism. They're not fighting for black lives. They're fighting for black people to support them, to vote on their side. You have to call them out. People are selfish. They're self-serving. They'll say, no, I'm just helping you out because I'm a good person. Not true. They're helping you out because they want something in return. This is the way people act. They will sit there and actually lie to you to your face that they're actually trying to help you. But the reality of the situation is people are greedy. They're self-centered. Their plans are often for their own benefit, but then they'll try to convince you, no, I'm working in your benefit. That's why you should support me. That's why you should not support them. They are a Trojan horse. What article are we on? 2 people injured in the thing, and then wait, lump it in. Nope. Sorry, I'm chopping up the videos. I have to determine how many videos do I want to upload, which ones are I'm going to put together. This next article from Newsweek, Portland protesters tear gassed 8 days after mayor ordered no use of tear gas. Local reports from protesters in Portland, Oregon said that tear gas, also known as CS gas, was used against protesters on Friday night and Saturday morning, just 8 days after the far leftist spineless mayor Ted Wheeler ordered a ban on its use. NBC affiliate KGW shared tweets from an independent reporter documented riots outside of a building of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, where demonstrators rallied against alleged abuses by federal agencies. Tweets by reporter Garrison Davis stated that it was the Department of Homeland Security that used the tear gas while police made arrests. There's videos of the incident. Another video of the tear gas. As tear gas settles, you see the shield wall that stayed in the gas. Hashtag ICE, hashtag polish ice, hashtag Black Lives Matter, hashtag BLM, hashtag ACAB, hashtag Portland, hashtag Oregon, hashtag protest, hashtag Portland protest, hashtag Portland riots, hashtag. Woo! Here's another one here. I really hate this Mayor Ted Wheeler guy. I live in Eugene, Oregon, so I'm pretty close to Oregon or Portland, and I really strongly dislike this guy. He's a coward. He's spineless.
Back up! Back up!
Ted Wheeler is trying to appease the black looter mob, so he banned use of CS gas because he supports the rioters, and so he doesn't want to piss the rioters off. He doesn't want to enforce law and order and ratchet up the police use of force. Instead, he wants to ratchet it down because he wants the people to vote for him. So he doesn't want to do the hard thing. He just wants people to vote for him. This is why these people are spineless. Are they doing arresting a rioter?
What's your name?
And there's another tweet. Got more tear gas footage.
That's on them.
The other thing Ted Wheeler banned was usage of facial recognition technology. And that's because the police were using facial recognition technology to identify rioters. So they said, no, we have to ban facial recognition technology because black people are more likely to be misidentified because the cameras are unable to pick up. If you'll notice, it's hard to see the detail in my dark blue coat. I had to sit here with the camera correction stuff and tweak the settings to like probably maybe 30 minutes or something to be able to see the coat, this part of the coat. That actually took quite a long time to actually get to, so that you can see the details, the pockets. And so this is why black people are more frequently misidentified on cameras. It's because you need to use a different kind of a camera to identify an African American. So there's 1.9% black people in Oregon, and most of them live in Portland, where the crime rate among the African Americans is 300% more than the rest of the community. So the black people in Portland are mostly congregated in this one area downtown that's hella sketchy. My Portland is my stomping grounds. I went to Portland State University. I helped start the Portland anti-Trump protests. So I know, that's what I was, a brainwashed, radicalized liberal. So I know Portland very well. I know the culture. I know the city. I know which neighborhoods I need to avoid when I'm walking around with my expensive gear, because I'm an engineer. So sometimes I will walk around downtown Portland with bags full of equipment going to the train station downtown. I have to walk through these really sketchy areas, and There's definitely people down there selling meth and crack, and there's hookers, and it's fucked up. Like, definitely feel like I'm going to get mugged walking down in that neighborhood. It's sketchy as fuck. Like, these people in these crime-ridden neighborhoods are called hood Democrats because they are low-income, big city liberals who have low GPAs, high crime, and drug abuse rates. And they are sketchy as fuck. And so hold on, what does this have to do with this? So they're trying to say like we should like make it so that these hella sketchy people who mug people downtown Portland, that they should get the same prison sentence as non-violent offenders. That they actually literally have a movement to actually do that. These people are fucking crazy because to them, all they see is see, the real reason why they're doing this is because they're white feminist. So they in their friend group, when they say these things like Black Lives Matter, Black trans lives matter, they rise up in their social hierarchy because it's called virtue signaling. So when they virtue signal, they show, I am a part of this movement and I'm against the racist Republicans in the rural states who are oppressing the minorities in the big Democrat-run cities. It's me. I'm actually the one that's actually oppressing all of the minorities in all of the Democrat-run cities. I am the reason why you're underpaid. It's because I got white privilege. In fact, if you want any white privilege, I'm giving out free white privilege to all of the males, but I'm not sharing any of the white privilege with the women or the African Americans or the Wajans or the Kleenex, the Latinx, because you can't say la or los. That's the white feminists said that that's sexist. So they canceled Spanish. And now all you get is X. So I'm just so confused. Like, what are these people out here doing? They're like, what are they protesting? What are they trying to pass? I'm just confused. Here's another video of them burning the was this the pro police flag that's got the one blue stripe? It's like black and white with the blue stripe.
Yeah, wave that motherfucker.
See, so okay, so what do trans people have to do with this? Can anybody comment down below? What the fuck do trans people have anything to do with this? It's an equality movement. I thought it was about Black Lives Mattering. Why did Black Lives Matter? Oh, because there's a violence problem with African Americans that causes them to have more police interactions. And when you have more police interactions, you have more police deaths. So they're actually highly statistically correlated to the number of police interactions. So I'm just kind of confused. How exactly does it help to advocate or to start pushing for like LGBTQI, 2CB, MAO, BB policies? Oh yeah, because it's the platform. The platform is that they're rowing for LGBTQT plus 2CB MAOI beep beep. Those are the crazy drugged out lunatics who think that there's 50 genders. So basically it's a political movement. It's not actually like they're trying to actually pass any laws. They're just out there trying to get votes for Democrats. Here's another video of the Portland Police Department shutting down the Black Looter mob.
This event is an unlawful assembly. Move to the north. Disperse from the area.
Anything else here? Here's another scene of the cops coming in on the paddy wagon. There's the another clip of that Molotov cocktail here in front of the cop. We got another video of Antifa Nazis in their Antifa Nazi outfit, using shields to protect themselves from the anti-riot measures, because they're not out here to protest. If they were out here to protest, they would not be bringing riot gear. When they show up with riot gear, they came to riot. That's why they're there. We got another video of shooting Antifa through rubber balls all over the ground to make it a slipping hazard. That's because they're just out there to hurt people. See, to these people, it's like this delusional fantasy, like they're the superheroes and they're here to save the world from the privileged racist white males that are oppressing all these people in the big cities. It's the racist Republicans in the poor rural states that are holding down the wham-en in the big Democrat-run cities. So they are the stormtroopers. They are here to do whatever it takes for them to win, because they're the just ones and everyone is a tyrant but them. Here we can see this next video. Rioters had smashed out the windows in a Starbucks downtown Portland. Now we can see BLM rioters in North Portland shooting paintballs at rounds at someone's home.
Bought us at the protesters. Get that for me. Get that for me. Go close, please. We want to expose this shit.
What the fuck? We're not here for that. We're here for that. Let them videotape it. Let our people handle that. That was so fire. That was from us. Don't give them your energy. Don't give them your attention. Come on.
Here we can see another video of the BLM Antifa Nazis in their crazy Nazi-looking shields with their umbrellas, looking like some characters out of a villain movie. So, when the cops declare a riot, you're legally supposed to leave. You're not supposed to just sit there and continue to riot. I mean, I know that this is completely fucking obvious, but sometimes you have to state the obvious in order to realize how stupid you are. So when you show up and you got umbrellas and your riot gear, that means it's a riot from the start. That means you've never had any sort of right to protest because you're out there specifically trying to riot. So it's illegal for you to do that. It's not protected under the First Amendment. Here's another video of BLM rioters fighting each other.
Tell them to fucking stop, bro. I'm not playing, Trey. Hey, watch out, bro. Watch out. What the fuck are you doing, nigga? Hey, what's up?
You know, I want you to take note. These people are almost all white people. Some copyright bot's gonna give me a copyright strike or a claim.
I walked back to my first and I had
Woohoo. Yeah. See, this is when he lost the fight. Look. What he should have done was just let the dude start coming in on him and then whack. What he did was wrong was he got up and then he started like going down and then the other dude was up on top of him. You don't do that. You need to let the other dude come to you and then pull him down, boom, and then push on him and get him down on the bottom and then wail on him. You got to learn how to fight, especially in 2020. You might actually have to fight one of these people. Here in this next video, we can see Portland residents throwing eggs down on Antifa Nazis during the riots.
Right up there. Get a picture. Fuck you! You're going against your lease, you piece of shit! I'm reporting you in the morning. I got a picture. Thank you. Yeah, we got a picture of you, you dumb motherfucker. Right up there. Get a picture. Fuck you! You're going against your lease, you piece of shit! I'm reporting you in the morning.
Going against your lease. I'm pretty sure they would say, don't care. There's another tweet of a Portland resident, black dude telling off these white people.
Yeah, wait, I got something to say. Yeah, what do you represent? You don't represent this motherfucker because you wasn't right here. You don't know who house that was. Who house that was? Who house that was? You don't know because you ain't from here. Who house that was? Who house this is on the corner right here? You don't know because you ain't from here, motherfuckers. But you come here and you got a motherfucking little situation for us. How we supposed to be. Because you ain't from here, you got a little situation for us, nigga. You got some shit, you got a situation for us, huh? How you want us to be, huh?
Can I tell you why we're here?
You ain't even from this bitch. Nigga, you ain't from this motherfucker. You don't know what we went through, motherfucker. You.
I'm from here.
Well then, why all these motherfuckers that ain't from here, that don't look like us, why they ain't from here?
They're trying to evict us. They're trying to put us on our house.
What the fuck you mean?
They took our house on Mississippi. They stole our house.
Okay.
What were they saying? They stole her house. Like, these people, like, they think my neighborhood got gentrified. The price of rent went up, so I moved into an area of the city with cheaper rent. So then they think that the people who paid the higher rent then stole the property. I don't understand these people. It's because they're like victims. They're like, there really isn't really too much to understand. This next article from the Daily Mail, quote, I had no intention of hurting anyone, and quote, driver who plowed through a crowd of BLM protesters in Denver said he was only trying to defend himself after they surrounded his car and smashed in his windshield. Here's a picture of the driver, Jonathan Benson. Let's watch the video of the incident. Here we can see it on Denver 7 ABC.
A peaceful protest in Denver last night over the lack of charges for officers in Breonna Taylor's death ended with this, a car driving through a crowd of demonstrators.
It's an incident reminiscent of the blue Jeep that drove through protesters on I-225 in Aurora back in July, and that driver avoided charges. So as of now, the driver in last night's incident will avoid charges too.
He spoke to Denver 7's Ivan Rodriguez tonight to share his perspective on what happened.
Breonna Taylor!
In a night when protesters marched on the state capitol to speak out against the lack of charges in Breonna Taylor's case, Jonathan says he was working.
I was driving to go pick up a client. I saw a commotion. I saw police lights at 14th and Lincoln about. And so when I was there at the Capitol, I wasn't really looking left. I was looking right to see the accident. And by the time I kind of turned around, I started just getting surrounded by people.
When people started surrounding his car, yelling, kicking, and even using a hammer on his windshield, he knew he had to get out of there.
At that moment, I didn't know if somebody was getting in my car. I didn't know what the sounds, it was just chaos.
Denver police says Jonathan drove through an area where there was no roadblock. They also saw the incident through their Halo cameras before they detained him.
What we can see from the video is that the individual in that car began to be threatened. I think that the vehicle was being kicked, and then that individual eventually kind of worked their way out of that situation.
For April Alexander, an associate professor with the University of Denver,
the frequency in which this is happening is disturbing.
Jonathan had other options.
It shouldn't be a free-for-all. There were other cars trying to drive that day, and they stopped. There are people with signs. There are people honking in support. And so, you know, why would a person want to try to drive through?
Why would a person not want to have a crowd of people pull them out of their car and beat them with a hammer? Can you comment down below why anybody would want somebody to pull them out of their car and beat them with a hammer? And destroy their car at the same time? Right. This woman just justifies it. She's like, oh, well, there's some people who support it, so you should just comply. Because some people support it. That's called groupthink. That's just an extremely dangerous thought process to have.
That was the hammer that he had. It was not a carpenter's hammer, as you can tell.
Jonathan wants to leave no doubt in people's minds. He says he had no intention of hurting anyone and only wanted to get to safety.
I had an intent to defend myself. That's it. No, I had no intention of hurting anybody. And I'm glad it was a bike that I ran over, because I thought I ran somebody over. So I was glad that nobody got hurt.
Denver police say nobody was injured in this incident, and based on the evidence, have not charged him with anything. Ivan Rodriguez, Denver 7.
All right, so I'm not an attorney. I'm not going to tell you that I'm a good source of legal advice, but definitely seems as though the only justifiable reason to do this is if your life is, you're in imminent fear of your life or of severe bodily damage, or that your life is threatened. You can only do it to get to safety. So don't be just going on and running over protesters. We definitely want to be on the side of right and not on the side of wrong. Don't forget to like and subscribe and comment down below what you think. Ooh. This next article from Newsweek. Car chased down and blocked by LA rioters. Driver assaulted in a video. Car was chased down as driver heckled by rioters shortly after a second van hit a person who was marching in a demonstration in Hollywood, Los Angeles on Thursday night. Riots have taken place over the last two following the nights or days following the decision not to indict police officers on criminal charges directly related to the death of Breonna Taylor. Let's see, where's that video at? Here is the video of the incident. No audio. And here comes a truck to come block off the car. Because these people are the judge, jury, and the executioner. So just so that you're aware, you have to actually get very far away. You can't. You're not safe by just going a couple of blocks away. You actually have to floor the gas pedal and take the fuck off and get way the fuck away from them.
Driver trying to get to the crowd, and here he goes again. He's stepping on it, and they're going to follow him. Look at that! Multiple protest vehicles that chased him up the block, tried to pull the driver out of the vehicle. And now the driver speeding down, I think that's El Centro Avenue. Oh boy.
Those both drivers of the pickup truck and green Mustang then attempted to get the driver of the white car out of his vehicle, but this driver was unable to get away.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the...
But this driver was able to get away from the scene. Thank goodness those people wanted to fuck him up, man. Shortly before this, there was another incident down the road. Protester was hit by a van. Here's another video of a protester getting struck by a car. See, these people just blame the people in the cars. Yeah, like you need to blame the rioters for stopping the people in the cars. Like that's completely illegal to do that. It is antithetical to the U.S. Constitution. You have a right to be free from those kinds of oppressions. And these people would be out rioting if the police were doing this kind of stuff to them. But it's perfectly okay for them to do it to other people because everyone else is a tyrant but me. Got anything else interesting here? Here in this next article from Newsweek. Wyoming police hit protester with a car after he entered the path of a vehicle. Looking for the original video. Is this it? Here's the video.
These racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey. These racist cops have got to go.
Like, what percentage of cops are racist? Does anybody know what percentage of cops are racist? Can you comment down below? Is it like all of the cops that are racist? Oh, so it's a fringe minority of the police who are actually racist, right? That doesn't matter to these people. They don't really actually care. Facts don't really actually matter. Here's this next article from New York Post. Woman charged after driving through a Breonna Taylor race riot. This is the video. We hear a car revving. Oh, there's the... Was that
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
I bet every single one of these black looter mob motherfuckers chanting defund the police is saying the cops need to bust that person. Every single one of them. This is why these people are stupid. Everything about these people is just absolutely ridiculous. Anything else over there? Not too much. Right on. Let me do a real quick census on how many stories we got. Is that actually... All right. Looking towards the end of it. You can't see quite the end of the stories, but we're getting there. We're getting there. The first 2 hours, I was going a little bit slow. But this next article from the Daily Mail. California man 33 punches elderly Trump supporter 84. Two others at a MAGA rally before being brought down by a retired cop after blowing smoke in their faces and burning a sign. We got a video of this one. What do we got? Here's the video of the incident.
This is video of an Aliso Viejo pro-President Trump rally that ended with a retired police officer pulling a gun on a counter-protester who had allegedly pulled a knife.
I'm not going to be respectful. You out here disrespecting my people.
Witnesses say this was the counter-protester earlier Wednesday evening.
We'd been there almost 2 hours, so it was winding down when this character out of nowhere came, and we thought he was going to join our group. Instead, he actually was pretty upset, and he started using profanity from the minute he arrived.
And he kept coming over to me and getting in my face, and all he could say was the F word.
84-year-old Donna Snow says things turned violent when he tried to put his cigar...
See, this is the problem with these people. They can't debate for shit. I've debated so many people on the internet, and like, I really have found that like 99% of people are completely inept with argument. They can't come out with any debate point. Okay, albeit the majority of people are answering on their phones. I am taking this into account. The majority of people are not going to be able to write 2 paragraphs. Vast majority of people. But this has dumbed them down. So like me personally, I will actually sit there and bang out a paragraph on the smartphone, and it'll be riddled with typos. This is the problem with typing messages on a phone, sometimes you end up, it comes out the opposite of whatever you were trying to say, because you, instead of putting isn't, you put is, right? You know that one? Hey, if you know what I'm talking about, comment down below. So they just have this culture of they're looking through their phones on the internet. And so they see stuff, and then they might reply a couple of things in the message, but they never, ever go too deep into it. And yes, of course, they are on a smartphone. I'm cutting them some slack on that. But the vast majority of people, they've never actually looked into these issues. They're probably don't even vote. And then they'll get in a debate because they're pissed off. And then they'll think, they're like, oh, well, no, I've thought about this because, like, man, like, somebody debated it or somebody said something on the internet and then I said, fuck you. And then, so, like, they think that they know what their opinion is. But the thing about it is, you really actually don't know exactly what your opinion is till you've tried to state it in detail. Because really, you're like, start to answer the details of the question. You're like, wait a minute. I haven't actually put that much thought into this. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know exactly what all of these words mean. But people just, they think they know what words mean. I've really learned the hard way in my life that a lot of the words that you think you know the definition of, you actually don't. In fact, it wasn't the right word. Like, oftentimes you'll, let me come out with an example. Can't come out with an example off the top of my head. But a lot of times you'll think that one word means, you'll be very convinced. You're like, no, I know what that word means. And then you go and you look it up, and it turns out that you were just like completely way off on the definition of the word. It wasn't like that at all. That's a repeating pattern. You're not going to be smart until you understand that. But most of these people will tell you, I am the biggest Dunning-Kruger there. I am the one who knows everything. It is you who is wrong because nobody ever criticizes me or talks back because I blocked them all on social media.
On her Donald Trump sign.
So he's putting his cigar thing out. I said, don't do that. And he just took his hand out like this from way back and whacked right across my face. Broke my earring off and just, took up my whole face with this hand.
See, that's the problem. This is fundamentally what makes these people the most dangerous of the dangerous people, because they think that they're justified in using violence. They think that they're on the side of right because they've seen so many rioters out in the big Democrat-run shitholes that must mean that their side has to be right because they see people in the media who agree with them. And because the media agrees with them, then that means that the problem is legitimate. And because the problem is legitimate, and because they're the ones that are fighting for equality, that means it's justified for them to brutalize you, to commit violent assaults, to burn people with Molotov cocktails, to smash people's cars up, pull them out of their cars and beat them up, to stop traffic all over the place, shut the freeways down. This is criminal behavior. Everything about what the Democrats have been doing is criminal. Through and through. They beat old people. They kill cops. They are corrupt as fuck. In this next article from Newsweek, FBI conducting multiple Antifa investigations. FBI Director Christopher Wray has clarified to Congress comments he made about Antifa, confirming they were the targets of multiple investigations. Speaking at the Republican-led Senate Homeland Security Committee on Thursday, Wray confirmed that the agency considers far-left anarchist movement, which stands for anti-fascism, a real thing and engages in violent acts and protest. Yeah, you see, these people are saying, oh no, Antifa is not a group. It means anti-fascism. Really? So Antifa is not a group, huh? Well, this one, we showed this already once in the show. Article from War History Online, how communists in Germany allied with Nazis to destroy democracy. Here you can see the Antifa flag on the KPD headquarters, which was the German Communist Party. The Antifa actually joined with the Nazis in order to overthrow the government. That's because the far left works in tandem with the far right to overthrow the government. That's the way it works. Not going to go too far into this article. I've covered a number of times on this show. But I will link to it if you want to find it. Was this issue number 107? For this show, this is we have a new web address, but it'll be RSS commentary /Cale McCullough /issue 107. And so these people have always been a group. They've always been against the government. Since their very conception, they have worked to overthrow legitimately elected governments using a what is called a two-sided boogeyman campaign, or a boogaloo. That's where you manipulate the far left and the far right to fight each other in order to use as cover for the actual overthrow of the government. What you do is you basically are getting people inside of the government that are on your side. And so you fund one side. For instance, you can start funding the far left and then have events where the far left comes out. And this creates a natural response of the far right. The far right will come out, or whoever you say is the far right. So the goal is to expand the definition of far right so that you can grow that group as large as possible. And then when you grow the far right, what you get is you get a equal but opposite reaction where the far left then starts to grow. And then as the two sides start to grow, what you do is you start fights with each other. This gets the two parties to hate each other. So it provides you cover, so you think that it's just the far left fighting with the far right. But the reality is that they're actually working together to overthrow the government, and that's just a cover. So what they do is they get, at that point in time, they get the people to normalize a state of lawlessness. Then you get your politicians who are tolerant to this lawlessness. Maybe they support it. Maybe they just condone it. And then you start to build up your coalition of people, make it as big as possible. And then you, whenever you have a critical mass, then you overthrow the government. This is the research I've uncovered with WikiSpy, a tool for monitoring WikiLeaks sites for tampering by hostile actors, and political bias. And it is called what they are doing is called an electronic boogaloo, or a Civil War II electric boogaloo. This is a electronic boogeyman campaign where they have been, it's a form of cyber warfare And I am one of the people who helped uncover this. It's actually a real legitimate war tactic. So the Antifa has been using this. They are allied with the Chinese. They are. They think that if you're against the Chinese, then you're racist. And so, therefore, they are in favor of Marxism. They are in favor of communism. So this is why they are allied with China, is because Chinese own a lot of businesses. They have 1 billion people. They're one of the world's superpowers. And so they have assets in America. The Chinese Nazi Party has businesses in America that they control. And these businesses will prop up people from the far left. And they will fund the far left to fight the far right, because the Chinese are trying to overthrow the U.S. government. They've always, this is a cyber warfare campaign, dude. Chinese are doing all kinds of manipulative stuff now this is, hold on, Chinese government. The people of China are not like that. The people of China are good people, and they do not support that, and they do not want to have their name attached to that. But it's the Chinese Communist Party that's doing it. That particular group of people are on their deathbed, or the Chinese Communist Party can get taken out very easily. Right now, they're extremely weak. They have pretty much almost written off Hong Kong as being, they're going to lose it. But they're hanging on by a thread in mainland China. The people don't actually support that. The people are very politically incorrect there. They make fun of social justice warriors. They don't talk about politics, but when they do, they think the Americans are nuts, and they think it's funny. So when I say the Chinese, I'm talking about the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese quote unquote Communist Party. They are a national socialist structure. They have hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese out in the countryside. They have an extremely steep social hierarchy that they basically use the countryside for slaves and the Uighur Muslims. They have millions of Uighur Muslims in concentration camps. They have filthy, stinking rich Chinese that they allow private property ownership there. This is not, you can't have communism and private property ownership. They're mutually exclusive. But they said, no, this is a new, more evolved form of Marxism. Really, that's what they said with Nazism. They said Nazism is a more evolved form of socialism where you could have private property. And then we'll compete for the top slot. So it's a meritocracy. Right. And then Xi Jinping says he's got this different kind of Marxism, but looks functionally identical to National Socialism. They have a dictatorship where led by someone who looks almost exactly like Winnie the Pooh, and they're trying to be the world's #1 superpower. And they're all about ethno-nationalism. They think that Chinese are superior to other people. But that's just the Chinese Nazi Party. That's not the general people of China. Generally, the people of China are lovely people. So do not conflate the two things. What is this article about? So the FBI investigations into Antifa. Going back to that one, during a previous testimony before the House on September 17th, Ray said the FBI did not consider Antifa a group or an organization, but rather a movement and an ideology. Couldn't you say the same thing about Nazism? Right? I don't know, man. The two things are like, they're very similar. It definitely seems like Antifa is an ideology. They're like, oh no, we're against the far right. We're the far left. And so that makes them a group. They're, hold on. A movement and an ideology. So let's try to say, let's put this in the terms of the neo-Nazis. So are neo-Nazis not a group? Okay. And are they an ideology? Okay, so neo-Nazis are a movement, they're an ideology, and they're a group of people. Antifa is a movement, it's an ideology, and it's a group of people. It's definitely a group of people who say, I am Antifa. In fact, they even have websites where they have leaders of these groups. Within hours, Ray's marks were attacked by U.S. President Donald Trump, the king of memes, who was trying to get Antifa listed as a terrorist organization. Thank goodness. At least Donald Trump does the right thing when it's unpopular. Quote, and look at them as a bunch of well-funded anarchists and thugs who are protected because of Comey Mueller-inspired FBI is simply unable or unwilling to find their funding source and allows them to get away with quote-unquote murder. Trump tweeted, quote-unquote law and order. Explanation point. Ray has now confirmed to Congress that FBI considers Antifa a threat and the movement is subject of multiple investigations. Let me try to be as clear as I can about that. Antifa is a real thing. It's not like a fiction. We have seen organized tactical activity at the local and regional level. And quote, Ray said, I don't really think they just think of them as being like, oh, I'm against fascism or anti. There's a difference between being against something and being anti. So when you say you're against racism, that means like you're not for racism. That's not the same thing as an anti-racist. An anti-racist is a very specific breed of people. They are very hateful and mean. They think they're justified in being an asshole because you're a privileged racist white male. And so that justifies them berating you, belittling you, insulting you, assaulting you, getting you fired from your job. And they oftentimes will jump to a conclusion based off of a knee-jerk reaction. So they'll think so they're always looking for the privileged white male to attack. And so when they think they found the privileged white racist male, they will pounce on them to attack. And when they do, they often are wrong. They'll for instance, they'll debate with me, and then I will debate the other side, and they won't be able to respond because they're like hardly ever able to like have any debate points. Everything what they say is like an opinion, emotion, some sort of regurgitated fake news story with a game of telephone. And so they think that they like know all of this stuff because they've been to some protest and they've talked to a few people at the protest, but then they never talk about this stuff to real people in the real world. It's only in these groups of fake people where they're all believing fake news, where they're all saying their token anti-racist statements in order to virtue signal so they can be a part of the in-group. They think they're like, oh, this guy's arguing the other side, so that means that he must be a racist. In reality, these people are just fucking stupid. They're actually just idiots. They can't debate for shit. Most of what they believe is based on fake news, junk science, and then they just made it up. It's like it's a game of telephone where like they heard some misinformation And then they try to parrot it. They're like, no, I watched a YouTube video on this. I know all about it. And then they try to say this shit. And they sound like bozo. Say bozo as fuck. And they really do need to refine their debate skills because they suck. They're pathetic. They're miserably pathetic. What does this have to do with this? They are very much so a group. It's not just an ideology. It would be like, I mean, maybe Christianity is a good group to compare to because we know Christianity is a group of people. So let's say the Christians are not typically on the side of Antifa. They're typically on the side of right, but it's a group of people. We can conceptualize them. So we could say, let's say it's the Christians who are out. It's not Black Lives Matter. It's the Christians who are out doing this in a parallel universe. And so we would say, okay, well, is it an ideology? Yes. It's Christians, all right. Is it a group of people? Yes. Are they a group or an organization? Yes, they're a group of Christians. Okay, so let's take this, come back to the real world where the Christians are on the side of right. So Antifa, are they where is this group of people? Can we put a location as to where Antifa are at? They're mostly white. All right, so we've got a skin color. All right, what's their age group? Mostly young people. Okay, where do they live? Most socialists live in big cities. Vast majority of people out in the countryside are capitalist. They're diehard capitalists because in the big city, you could maybe get by with socialism, but in the countryside, there's not enough people to give you a handout. They're physically, the people aren't there. They don't actually have the money to give you a handout. This is why capitalism doesn't work, socialism does not work in the countryside because the economics don't support it. That's why socialism is a miserable failure because it just doesn't work. It requires you taking from other people stuff that they don't want to voluntarily give you. That requires violence, requires authoritarianism. You cannot have communism without being far right. And once you've gone far right, you can't be a communist. That's why the entire thing's a fail. So we can pinpoint the location of these people. We can pinpoint the age group of these people. We can pinpoint the skin color of these people. And we can identify what party they vote for. They are a group of people. It's not just an ideology. It's a group of Democrats and people who are far leftist who associate with Democrats. It is not Republicans. It is not Black people. It is not Latinos, even though they might have some Latinos and Black people there. The vast majority of them are socialist punks from the cities. So yes, they are an organization. Do they commit acts of terrorism in cells? Do they have cells of people that commit terrorism? Yes, by all stretches of the imagination. They have busfuls of terrorist, anarchist, punks, socialist scum from the big cities, and they bust them in. In fact, one of the bus even said riot kitchen. In one of the stories, the police had busted them. They had a van or a bus with riot kitchen on the side, and they were going into the Kenosha race riots to have their race riots. And then the cops got their supply van. They went to go fill up, and these guys are all filling up on jugs of gasoline so that they could set stuff on fire, and then the cops bust them. So they do have cells. They have official groups. We just named one. Riot Kitchen is an official group of anarchist, terrorist, Antifa. Ray now has confirmed to Congress that FBI considers Antifa a threat, and the movement is subject of multiple investigations. Quote, let me try to be as clear as I can about that. Antifa is a real thing. It's not just fiction. We have seen organized tactical activity at local, regional level. And quote, Wraith said, and if you've been watching this show tonight, you obviously, if you've been paying attention to this show, which I know vast majority of people aren't, we've been covering the riots here on this show all summer. There are hours and hours and hours of riot videos if you would like to go back into our archive. It's been an interesting summer. This is the norm to cover riots and stay up all night and just do like 5 to 8 hour shows long on riots and cancel culture. And so the tactics have been escalating. I'm definitely noticing a lot more weapons coming out from their side. It's a norm for them to have lots of weapons. So don't fuck with them. Definitely don't fuck with them. I personally, hold on. So I live in Eugene. I used to throw huge raves in Eugene, and I don't want to say everybody knows me because I'm older now, and but a lot of people know me. I'm Crazy Kale, the dude who used to dose everybody at the raves. So I have been getting targeted for harassment, bullying, and I definitely don't feel safe to go out to bars anymore. Although I'm going to say that with the caveat of I have gone out to the bars a few times and the people have been chill, and I did not feel like I feel like Oregon is actually a red state. It actually, we got loggers and country people out all over the place in Oregon. This is not a blue state. The people had been voting for Democrats here because they thought they were good people and they thought they were working in their best interest. But now people are definitely on my side. I definitely am getting a lot of people come out and say that they're on my side and that they're very thankful for the work that I've done, which keeps me going. In fact, somebody who had doxed me on some anti-racist channel messaged me today, and she said, I'm on your side now. And they're coming around. I even got an African-American friend of mine to be a Republican. Yes. But I do feel like when I'm at the bar, there's going to be some Antifa Nazi going to come up and shank me up in the back, or kill me, follow me out to my car and shoot me. So, are those fears warranted? Yeah. There's a bunch of psychos. Even if you're not in my position and you're on a YouTube channel and then you say critical things, you'll get these psychos that they want to kill you just because they are have anger management problems and you pissed them off in your video. I've definitely pissed off a number of people through this YouTube channel, so there are definitely a number of people that would like to shank me. I'm definitely well aware of that. Definitely well aware of that when I started. But the fact, hold on, I don't know if that's a fact. The truth is that I used to be extremely depressed because my son was kidnapped by his grandmother, who held him in a hoarder house. And then I had to fight through court through this crazy third-party custody battle because she got custody of my kid from saying that I used a baby monitor at my house and that I had friends over and that we were hanging out in the house while my son was taking a nap in the studio behind the house. Or we were in the studio behind the house and the kid was in the house taking a nap. And then I yelled at the grandma and threatened to stop talking to her. And so her daughter had neglected my son. And then the courts gave her custody of my kid because of we were using a baby monitor and telling her I was going to stop talking to her, calling her a bitch. And so this is why I really despise Democrats, because they believe in fairness as their primary virtue. I'm talking about Steven Pinker's universal moral of fairness. Famous Harvard psychologist did studies that showed that there's 6 different classifications of morals that everyone around the world shares. There's fairness, cleanliness, group loyalty, authority, and self-protection. All of the morals that we have are in one of those 6 categories. Democrats, they prioritize fairness above everything else. This is fundamentally why they're extremely dangerous. Because fairness is a drug. When you think that people aren't being fair to you, it can make you turn violent. It can cause you to commit felonies. And it's because you think that you're justified because the other person wronged you. They took something from you. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. And what does this have to do with this? So this is the most dangerous reason, the biggest reason why Antifa is a dangerous threat is because they have the mindset of everyone else is a tyrant but me. So that justifies me being a tyrant. Yeah, it's an age-old element of human nature that these people fall into, that they don't actually understand that they're engaging in this incredibly toxic behavior pattern because they think, no, I'm fighting on the side of right. Nazis also thought they were fighting on the side of right. The reason why Nazis did what they did was because they were trying to rapidly grow to the size of Russia and the United States. That was the goal of the Nazis. I've done extensive research on this. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. The Nazis justified the atrocities that they did in the name of growing as large as Russia and the United States because they viewed Russia as a significant threat, because Russia was the USSR was mass slaughtering people, like committing genocide after genocide after genocide. Like the Jews were just one genocide that happened during that period of time. There was a lot of people that they killed. It wasn't just the Jews. They didn't kill the Jews because they were anti-Semites. They killed the Jews because they were psycho killers. They were psycho killers because they were anti-Semites, right? So this is the same thing with the Antifa. The Nazis hated the Jews because they were white supremacist. This has been whitewashed out of history because the Jewish people run the Holocaust museums, so they wrote the history books on it, and they alleviated all guilt of themselves during that period of time. And so the Nazis, Karl Marx was a rabid white supremacist. He was the one who invented Marxism. They advocated for genocide during that period of time. 1932 to 33 was the Holodomor famine massacre, where the USSR, led by the Bolsheviks, who were the heads of that organization, were Jewish. They committed a famine genocide in the Ukraine, killed almost 12 million people. It was 7 to 10, upwards to 12 million people died in a famine massacre This is why the Nazis did what they did. That's why they locked the Jews up in the concentration camps, because they were political enemies. They built the concentration camps for political enemies. And they thought that they were justified in killing the Jews because the Jews thought that they were superior to them. And they said, no, we're Aryans. We have the most sophisticated technology on Earth. So therefore, that makes us the master race. And that's the slippery slope that they went down. They said it's okay to take the Jews out because they're white supremacists. And that justifies what they did. And so this is the same thing that Antifa is doing. They're saying that it's the privileged racist white males. It's the racist Republicans from those poor rural states who are holding down the minorities in the big Democrat-run shitholes because it's a scapegoat. It's a scapegoat. They can just constantly blame the white man. Oh, you down in poverty, up in them hoods, up in the big city. It's the white man's fault. He's the reason why your kids have a bad attitude towards education, why they failed in school and they keep getting kicked out. It's the racist white man's fault. It's my fault because I'm a privileged white male. And so then, therefore, that justifies them attacking me. That justifies them killing me because if they do, they'll just take me out. And then they can take whatever I had and then rise up the social hierarchy by making people like me go down the social hierarchy. This is fundamentally why these people are terrorists. They do engage in terrorism, and it's because they think they're justified in it. They think they've already killed so many of our people that it's okay for them to kill one of ours because we deserved it from all of the things that somebody else did. That's exactly what the Nazis thought. That is exactly to the core, to the T. All of the T's crossed, all of the I's dotted, all of the Q's got the line and it isn't a P. It's the line's on the right side. That's exactly what the Nazis thought. The Nazis thought, oh, well, the Jews, they're the ones that are controlling the world, and they're white supremacists, and they have all the money, and they're not sharing, and that's the reason why we're poor. That's the root. Hold on. The root of anti-Semitism is Christian superiority. It's not actually... It's not actually whatever they're saying that the Jews did. That's just what they made up. Really what it is it's like a battle for the Christian dominance over the Jewish dominance. And so in Hitler's last political testament, which I think is a fascinating read, definitely you should read what that guy wrote right before he killed himself. It is very, very clear why they did what they did. And it was because they thought it was in the best interest of the German people. And just Hitler was trying to justify everything he did in there. And what does this have to do with Antifa? They're justifying it because they think that the ends justifies the means. That's the just of Nazism, is they thought that the rest of the world was so bad, everybody else is a tyrant but me, that they had to take over enough land to be the size of Russia or the United States, because if they didn't, Russia, the USSR, the Reds were going to come in and annihilate their people, and that's why they did it. It wasn't because they hated Jews. That was not the reason why they did that. That was what they did. That's how they got people to start rioting. It's fascinating when you start looking down into the history of World War II. It parallels the United States in almost every way. It's freaky. It is freaky. So we got to stop. We got to shut down Antifa. They are Antifa Nazis. They're anti-fascist Nazis. What's this next quote? It says, I'm going to leave one last paragraph here. It says, quote, "We have seen Antifa adherents coalescing and working together in what I would describe as small groups and nodes. I would describe them as terror cells and lone wolf cells." Ray said, adding, "The Bureau is conducting multiple investigations, quote, into some anarchist violent extremists, some of who operate these nodes, end quote, such as the Rose City Antifa." He said, quote, "We're going to be looking, and we have been looking, at their funding, their tactics, their logistics, their supply chains, and we're going to pursue all available charges, period, end quote." Ray added that the fact the FBI has found logically organized activity does not, quote, "diminish how serious and dangerous it is," end quote. "We don't view how nationally organized something is as a proxy of how dangerous it is. Yeah, exactly. Just because they're like loosely organized does not make them any less dangerous than somebody who's strictly organized. Yeah, it's just functionally, it's the danger is the danger. How it was organized is definitely irrelevant almost, because it's like the censorship that they have on social media right now. In fact, we're going to go into censorship here in a little bit. Just wow, how are you? We're about 4 hours into the live stream. How many more we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to have to take a break because I'm at 4 hours into the show. Let me give me like 5 minutes, and then I'm going to come right back, and I'm going to finish these articles as fast as I can. Holy crap. Last time I did the show, it was on the 15th. And then it was a similar show. It was very, very long. In fact, some of these articles are even articles that I didn't read on the last show. And yeah, I definitely can't go 10 days without doing a show because obviously the articles back up. But I do need help running this channel. I am looking for other commenters who can do a RSS commentary with your name, and I'll supply you with all the files. And there's just so many of these stories. Like, I need help reading these stories. So if you know anybody who is a good media personality, you should DM me on Twitter at RSS Commentary. Although my account's locked, hit me up on Facebook, Kale McCullough on Facebook. So I'm going to take a real quick break and then come back because I'm human and I can't just keep going forever. But I will keep going till the end of these stories. All right. Probably lost all of the live stream viewers, but for anybody who's still watching, cheers. You're a trooper. We are 4 hours and 5 minutes into this live stream. I told myself I was going to get through at least half of them in this time. It looks like I've only gotten through a third of them. So I will attempt to go as quickly as possible. How many other newscasters do you know that will do a 4+ hour show? Not many. I've never seen any. I've never heard of them. Not saying that they don't exist. What do we got coming up next here? This next article from the New York Post. Buffalo Police Department will no longer require names on uniforms. An upstate New York Police Department will no longer require officers to wear names on their uniforms as a means to protect officers from threat incidences. Buffalo cops will wear an identification number instead of their names as part of a new policy change that went into effect last week. Mayor Byron Brown told WKBW the move comes as rioters who are rioting against the accidental killing of Breonna Taylor and the drug overdose of the methed out black man George Floyd, because you know it's only politically correct to be able to say methed out white dude. You can't say methed out black dude. Yeah, so the dude that was banging the fentanyl and the meth, that was really drunk and was recovering from COVID. He actually couldn't breathe because of, I don't know, was it the fentanyl or the meth or the COVID? I don't know. As far as I'm aware, they haven't acquitted the officers. Now, I do know they've tried to submit motions to acquit them. Haven't heard anything about the motions. Courts, the wheels of justice turn very slowly in court sometimes. But definitely wasn't the cops that killed George Floyd. Might have been the meth. Might have been COVID. Probably was the fentanyl. So definitely routine complaints about law enforcement encounters with officers who don't have obvious identification, CNN reported. Amid heightened tensions between public and police, Brown is concerned that his officers' names with personally identifying information will end up online, be used maliciously, the outlet reported. Definitely, these people want to kill police officers. They think they're white supremacists, and they think that they're justified in murdering them because it's not even their people who they've killed. They heard of somebody that they support that the police killed. So then that justifies them killing cops to get back at them. That's how fucked up these people are. So I think that this is great. So people are under the impression that police officers have to identify themselves to you. This is not actually true. This has never actually been true. No. Police officers have to identify themselves to the person that they're arresting, or else that person might get off on the charges. Right? Like the Miranda rights thing? Right. Yeah. So they don't have to identify themselves to you. For instance, you're sitting on the side of the road and you see a cop car driving by you. Does that cop legally have to identify himself to you? How about an undercover cop? All right, so it's quite obvious that the cop driving by does not need to identify himself. They can be an undercover cop in an undercover cop car going to go do an undercover investigation to bust a perp. So the idea that they need to show who they are to everybody, this is insane. Not only is it insane, it's extremely dangerous. I'm going to have to commend the Buffalo Police Department. This was not something that was on my radar until I saw this article. When did this come out? 25th. So that was actually, it's yesterday now, but yeah, so this is actually very, very recent. Big ups to Buffalo Police Department for thinking about this. That was a wonderful idea. When these police officers are strolling down the street, you see a police identification number on these people's cars. Makes intuitive sense to even the most casual observer that we would probably also too want to identify the officers in the same regards to protect them and their family so that they don't have BLM Antifa Nazi terrorists showing up to their house trying to kill them. One case, in example, this guy was a judge, but there's not really too much of a difference in the eyes of the people who are getting shot. But a judge, I forget where, they were involved in what case? Wasn't it the Epstein case? Somebody came to their house and killed their child. So their child, I think it was a boy, went to go answer the door and somebody shot through the door and just murdered the kid because his judge was involved in the case. And then, of course, the world goes nuts thinking that assassin came to kill the judge in the Epstein case. I can't say that that's false, but it definitely seems as people who judges rule against oftentimes want to kill the judges, which is deplorable. Judges only doing their capacity of what they're there to do. It's what's life going to be like without the judge there? I mean, you got to think about that. People are so upset about the judge for just ruling on what they think the law is. And really, you should be upset at the law. That's what I've learned in my experience. I've definitely been in the position where I've been very, very lividly angry at judges. I had my child taken away, custody given to the maternal grandmother after her daughter neglected my son because they said I used a baby monitor and that I was hanging out with a friend at my house in the studio behind the house while my son was asleep in the house. And then I yelled at the grandma. I threatened to stop talking to her, called her a bitch, a dumb fat bitch, to be exact. And then they took my kid with a preponderance of the evidence. You're supposed to use clear and convincing evidence to deprive someone of their fundamental federally protected rights. But Democrats like to experiment with liberalism and try to give fairness to everyone. And then it just doesn't work. And so instead of using clear and convincing evidence, no, they said, no, grandmother's an equal party because she had watched the child. My son lived with her when my son's mother was there. So then that means that she's a psychological parent. This is why I despise Democrats, is because they do this shit over and over and over again. What does this have to do with the article? Fairness, police. These people will be obsessed with fairness. I know from my experience in the court, after that, I wanted to kill that judge. I wanted to. I had fantasized about it. I had it all plotted out. I had all the drones and technology that I needed to burn people's eyes out, set people on fire, When that stuff happens to you, it makes you, it really does turn you into a different person. That's totally not my MO. My MO is peace, pot, and the microdot. But when people go through these court trials, they start lividly hating people. And so you almost think maybe we should start referring to judges by these numbers too. Because I think a lot of times people, they get so lost in the anthropomorphization of things, like the human story, that it just overwhelms their psyche, overwhelms their decision making, and then they start doing terrorist activities. And so this is what the left is doing. This is why you should walk away from the radical left, because people in the radical left do this when they feel like they have not been treated fairly, when they believe that somebody has taken something from them. They will then reply with violence. And so this is why fairness is a drug. And it's something that you should, of course, we should be reasonable with people, but the reality of the world is that if you're fair to everyone else, what you will find out is no one will be fair to you, because the world is not a very fair place. And if you actually do end up with some good luck, you probably just shouldn't just give it away to everybody. You should probably be pretty frugal with that and save it, because it might be the last end of good luck that you have. It might be a big pot of money now. It can dwindle into a really small pot of money very quickly. Trust me on that one. So, you do have to set up rules so they're biased in your favor. And what does that have to do? I think I'm on a tangent. I'm sorry. Nowhere near. So this is whatever they say in these articles. The move comes as protesters who are demonstrated against the police involved killing Breonna. That's called fluff. Whenever you see stuff like this, it means the rest of the junk, this is junk. This was fluff. So the entire story was Buffalo Police Department will no longer require names on the uniform. There's 1 or 2 paragraphs, and then the rest of it is regurgitated bullshit. It says, amid heightened tensions of public and the police, Brown is concerned with his officers' names. Other personally identifications will end up being used maliciously. And so whenever you see that, pretty much the rest of it is bullshit. Like here, while doxing has become a growing concern ever since nationwide demonstrations erupted end of May, advocates for police transparency say officers must easily identify because of the power they hold. So they're just regurgitating it, saying because they're trying to fit their quota of we got to get X number of pages of free articles so we can get Y numbers of subscriptions. This is why the news tends to be fake, because a lot of times they'll try to push a political narrative. So they'll try to say a story. They're trying to tell the story from both sides so that they can get people from the other side to click on the subscribe button. And so you got to watch out for that shit. If the bottom line isn't up front, it's called fake news. This next article from Newsweek. Read Mark Zuckerberg's remarks to staff about Breonna Taylor. The founder and CEO of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, spoke to the company's staff about the recent ruling not to charge the officers in the killing of Breonna Taylor on Thursday. In all hands meeting on Thursday, reported by BuzzFeed's Ryan Mack on Twitter, Zuckerberg spoke about reaffirming the company's belief in racial justice, even in trying sometimes. Quote, I know that this is a really hard time for a lot of people in our community here, end quote, he said. Quote, the idea that someone can just be killed, murdered, and no one in the system gets held accountable for it. I think it really goes to show why it's so important to fight to make sure that black looter mobs, terrorists matter. This is the biggest problem that I have with Facebook. They are a political organization. Here they've just stated, here in this article. According to BuzzFeed's Ryan Mack on Twitter, that their official stance is they're in support of racial justice, that they are in support of Black Lives Matter. So this causes them to unlawfully censor opposing voices. I've been censored on Facebook a number of times. I've been censored for hate speech twice. Last time they censored me for hate speech, I said all women are fucking, or no, hold on. No, I didn't say all women. I said women are fucking crazy. They said that was hate speech. Don't ask me. Another time I said that Europeans were stupid, retarded jerks. I said that because they ban hate speech and then it turns them into jerks, and they don't understand, but they'll get you fired from your job for saying things like this, just in criticism of them. And they'll say, if you criticize Black Lives Matter, that's hate speech, because Black Lives Matter is black people. And it's kind of arbitrary how they enforce these laws. It's like whether or not they feel like they don't like it. They're political prosecutions, essentially. And what does this have to do with anything? Political prosecution. So Europe has these anti-hate speech laws, and then Facebook is censoring our speech so that they could so that they can monopolize Facebook around the world. They want a global monopoly on social media. They're not just happy with the US monopoly. They want to have monopoly everywhere. So they censor our speech in the United States, and they use it under the pretext of, what do they do? They're basically, it's for racial justice. I don't know any other way to explain it. The spam. Okay, so if they can't find, if it's not hate speech to them, they will mark it as spam. And that's, they lied to Congress. They said they're just marking hate speech. No, they mark things that, speech that they don't agree with, they mark it as spam. I'm not sure what planet they live on, but the planet that I live on, when you get spam, it means that some robot just mass sent out like a bunch of spam email. Or you got robocalled. It was a spam call by a robot. That's what spam means. But no, spam on Facebook means that they did not agree with what you said. So it wasn't hate speech, but they are the thought police, and they are cracking down on thought dissidents. So that's the scariest thing about this whole thing. So what did Ryan Mack say at rmac18? This is what Mark Zuckerberg told employees about Breonna Taylor. Quote, it just needs to reaffirm and strengthen our community to push back for racial justice in everything that we do, end quote. These people running Facebook are scary. It's not just Facebook, it's also Twitter. Silicon Valley is writing the rules for the entire country. An unelected group of people, insanely rich Democrats in the monoculture groupthink heterodoxy echo chamber. Heterodoxy means everyone has the same orthodoxy. They all think alike. These groups of people are controlling the speech for and not just the entire country, the entire world, aside from China and maybe some other Islamic countries. But for the most part, Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook are an unelected government who are imposing European anti-hate speech laws in the United States in order to have a monopoly on social media. This is antitrust in every single way. That they are a political organization. You can say, look, right here. So if we trust what Ryan Mack from BuzzFeed says, I trust what he says. Just because these people are fake news on cultural issues doesn't mean that they're all fake news. Twitter is blocked. Huh. Okay, well, I don't know what happened there. I don't know why Twitter is blocked. I can't tell you. RSS commentary is still currently, the account is locked because I defended Kyle Rittenhouse, said he was an American hero because he defended himself. He was out working in the capacity of an EMT. He was protecting private property from mobs of looters who were engaging in violent, illegal protest. And he defended himself. And I said, so he was an American hero? Because specifically, he's a hero to America. He's not a hero to the far right. He's a hero to America because he put his life in jeopardy in order to protect and help people. And so my account is suspended on Twitter. I appealed it. It's been weeks. And I've been blocked out of Twitter. So I want to sue these people. Because, you know, I think I went over this just a moment ago, but I got banned for hate speech from Facebook for saying that women are effing crazy. And people are effing crazy. Men are effing crazy. Women are effing crazy. All y'all motherfuckers are effing crazy, man. It's a figure of speech. People just say that. Like it's people have been saying that my entire life. People are crazy. Men are crazy. Women are crazy. It's just, it doesn't mean anything. But they suspended me for hate speech. And it's like, we got to shut these people down. Because that's just straight up insane. That is the most insane thing. Here's the history of the here we can see here's the first one that or the one that I was just talking about where they said this was hate speech. Women are effing crazy. I mean, this is totally crazy, man. This is insane. How could you honestly, does anybody out here, I want to know, anybody who's watching this, does this look like hate speech to you? If you are from Europe, can you please comment below, would this be considered hate speech in Europe? This would not be considered hate speech in Europe, dude. No, this absolutely is not hate speech in any way, shape, or form. Women are fucking crazy. The video in question, the woman was acting insane. And yeah, definitely a legit comment. What is the other one? They don't even show, they like delete it. So here's another example. I said, I'm fact checking this article point by point. And then this is Brennan Center for Justice, our work. This is that article, Hidden in Plain Sight, Racism, White Supremacy, and Far Right Militancy Law. So they said this is spam. This is what they're calling is spam and hate speech. They don't want you to show, they don't want you to see most of this stuff. They deleted it. They won't let you see what I actually said because it's ridiculous. No one can see your comment. Here's another one they deleted. Here's what I said. They got the other hate speech ban. Said I would see the opposite. Europeans are retarded, ignorant jerks. They're all brainwashed socialist drones. Fuck Europe. It's a shithole. It's a liberal shithole. I would never want to live there. The people are so liberal. I can't stand the free speech, hate speech Nazis. I hate these people. I think they're despicable scum. I think that they are brain dead. There's something that's gone wrong in their brain. They're slow by all stretches of the imagination. They are brainwashed. They're socialist drones. Yeah, fairly true. Definitely. Yeah, I'll stand behind that statement. I mean, they're not all brainwashed, but most of them are, in fact, actually brainwashed. They're brainwashed by these anti-hate speech laws. They won't even show you what it is. Most of these things are like comments and critical of the black looter mob. So this one, sadly, it's another example. MSM fake news clickbait. Really just sad that something like this, it's so innocent, turns out to be such egregious fake news. But this is C. Sorry, didn't expand that one. Here's another one. They marked as spam. Look at the murder rates. They're sky high. Height. Black people kill twice as many people as white people do, vice versa. There's 6 times as many white people. So that is a ... Seymour. Here's another one. It says, I've been studying World War II and communist history for the answers. Historically, intraracial violence has been far more of a problem. Look at the sorry, not all the dots. Here's another one. George Floyd's autopsy said Floyd's heart attack was caused by fentanyl poisoning. And then it's a link to the autopsy report on Newsweek. So, I mean, you can see obviously these people are a political organization. This isn't spam. If it was spam, maybe it would go to my website. You know, like, why would I be spamming for news organizations that I don't work for? If I was, that would make me a news outlet. It wouldn't be spam. It would be news. But, I mean, my account is clearly labeled as news. So this is what's going to happen if you let Facebook take over. They're going to start controlling your speech. They're going to start controlling everything you do. And they're going to want to maintain their monopoly. They'll do anything to maintain their monopoly. And then they're going to start running over our rights. Twitter is blocked. Refuse to connect. Don't know what to say. Oh, that's frustrating here. I think I can read it. I know that this is really hard time for a lot of people in our community here, but you need to know that the idea that someone is killed, murdered, no one in the... Oh, wait, we already read that. So basically, they're anti-racist, they're pro-BLM, they're pro-Democrat, they're anti-conservative, they're anti-Republican, they're anti-everything that I'm saying. So they will de-rank my search, me in the search results on Facebook, because my message is antithesis to theirs. My message is critical of Facebook, of censorship, of black looter mob, of Antifa, of this white cop kills black, unarmed black man narrative, of the narrative that police officers are bad. So they will de-rank me in the search results. And this is why they are an anti-competitive monopoly. What they're doing is very specifically censoring alternative news sources and alternative fact checkers. And they're having a monopoly on news and on facts. If they determine that something's fake news or misinformation, they'll shut that person down. Like, I shared a Joe Rogan podcast recently, and in that podcast, Joe Rogan has made a claim that was only 99% true. He said people in Oregon were setting forest fire, or hold on, BLM in Oregon was setting forest fires. And so it's 99% true. They were setting brush fires, but there was only one of them that was setting the brush fires. But they are setting fires all around Oregon. It's very much so true. We've shown numerous videos of BLM setting fires in Oregon. It's definitely true. But they said that's misinformation because he said he stuck an S on it. Like, okay, all right. You accidentally said brush fire. You said forest fire instead of brush fire. If you ask me, I fought forest fires for 10 years. When I say I fight forest fires, that means I also fight brush fires. So it was 99% true, but they slapped a misinformation thing on it. And if you share articles that have misinformation or that they mark as misinformation, then they derank you in the search results. This is anti-competitive behavior. Absolutely, is that a monopoly? That is absolutely suppression of your competition. Not just stifling your competition. Complete suppression of your competition. We got to take Facebook out. They cannot be having a monopoly. In fact, if you would like to join on a class action lawsuit, you should DM me on Facebook because the RSS commentary on Twitter is currently suspended. And I would like to get this class action lawsuit going as soon as possible. In this next article from New York Post, Facebook sued for allowing militia, quote unquote, calls to arms before Kenosha shooting. Here you can see a picture of Kyle Rittenhouse, the patriot who was out defending the community, acting as an EMT and as a law enforcement officer when he was attacked. We'll see here evidence very soon that he is in fact actually indeed innocent. Facebook's being sued for allowing quote unquote white supremacist militias to make a call for arms that allegedly led to the deadly shootings in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Social media giant is one of 6 defendants in a lawsuit filed in federal court Tuesday, along with accused teen killer Kyle Rittenhouse, militia groups the Kenosha Guard and the Boogaloo Boys, and 2 alleged leaders. They are being sued by 4 people, including life partner of one of the 2 killed, Anthony Huber, who was forced to watch her best friend and soulmate die during the August 25th bloodbath, the suit said. Suit claimed the white racist militias used Facebook to broadcast and publicize a call to arms for untrained private citizens to travel across the state lines with assault rifles, tactical gear, militia-grade equipment. And that's because the Democrats were out race rioting, burning down the cities and killing people and targeting police officers for murder. Now, I'm not sure what planet this person lives on. I don't know. If anybody knows what planet this person lives on, if you could please comment down below. So in the planet where I live in, there's something called the Second Amendment. Here, let's read it. Let's read. What does the Second Amendment say? It says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So what does infringed mean? So abridged versus infringed. So to abridge This one says, First Amendment says free speech shall not be abridged. Yet the SCOTUS says there's certain rights, things I cannot say, like yelling fire in a crowded theater due to a safety issue. Second Amendment now is interpreted by SCOTUS as saying that owning firearms as individual right shall not be infringed. Yet Scalia said the reasonable gun laws would pass constitutional muster. Law outline automatic weapons seems to be one of those laws passed. So what is it? What are they saying? Not a good place to look. Sorry, another not so good one. Do we have any like law places to look? It's the well, we're gonna have to go out. I don't have infinite time. Abridge. Abridge means to reduce in strength, to shorten, to limit, to curtail, to make shorter. Then infringe means to transgress, exceed the limits, violate. I think it's to defeat and invalidate. So one is stronger than the other. You have to go back and look at what they said. Okay, now I'm remembering. When you go back and you look at what they said, infringed means abridged. They're two interchangeable words. Why did they both use them differently in that context? I think it's actually a mystery. If anybody knows, if you could comment down below. I can't just come up with, I can't just search the internet and then magically come up with the source on camera. Typically, I'll just sit there and won't be able to work very fast. You'll be able to read it vastly quicker than I will. There's a legal definition. Generic sense of perm, abridged means to cut short. To make an abridged copy of a book means to... Oh, okay, so we have the abridged copy of a book thing. This one makes sense. So when you abridge it, you cut it short. So then, as opposed to an infringed... If you infringe on a book, then you're basically shut that book down. So I think what they're saying here is they're not to limit the times, places, and manners in which you may speak. Speaking, yelling fire in a crowded theater, that goes into the realm of actions, not just words. So to infringe means that you've nullified it. It means that that right no longer exists. So you can't, in what the context that they're saying is, you can't regulate the weapons in such a way that it would be useless to defend yourself. That's kind of the way. It's not to abridge as into, it's like to lessen the times, places, and manners. I think what they've said is we are allowed to restrict the times, places, and manners, as in you can't fire guns inside the city limits. You can speak inside of the city limits. You can't fire guns inside of the city limits unless it's for self-protection. If it's for self-protection, then it's legit. So that I think that's pretty close to accurate. If that is not close to accurate, can you please comment down below? Tell me what the truth is. I do not claim to be an attorney. I just claim to know enough about law to get myself in trouble. So what was the point of that? So it says a well-regulated militia, this shall not be the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So in order to sue Facebook, then the people would have to have been doing something illegal on there, and they have to be knowingly use Facebook for this criminal activity. Facebook has to be aware of it, and then they can sue you. So let's go back to the Kyle Rittenhouse story. Oops. Sorry about that. It says Kenosha Guard post alone had more than 400 complaints and flags. Approximately 66% of the events reported that day, the suit said. Quote, in other words, Facebook had received more than 400 warnings that what did happen was going to occur. And, quote, the suit alleged, saying the Kenosha Guard post were only removed days later after its leader, named as Kevin Mathewson and not Facebook itself. Quote, perhaps the worst part of this organized deprivation of rights and dignity is that it could all have been prevented, the lawsuit said. I'm kind of confused. So you have the right to bear arms because a well-regulated militia is key to the security of a free state. Okay. So that means that these people in the militia had a right to organize. Not only did they have a right to organize, the Constitution says you have a duty to organize. It's not just like they said free speech, you have a right to not have your speech abridged, i.e. having the times, places, and manners restricted. It says very specifically, this is your duty. Like, our country was founded on this. Our country was founded on British people trying to take away our guns and then us requiring the guns to be able to defend ourselves from militias, from armies of people. Like the Black Looter Mob, the armies full of people who have been burning down our cities. That's why you have the right to bear arms, is to protect you from people like that and to protect you from people invading your home. So these people are going to lose. I mean, it's quite obvious. They started this article out. They started out calling them a white racist militia. I think that alone kills their entire case. Their attorney probably told them ahead of time, look, you're sticking in a claim here that these people are racist militias. Where's your proof? Where's your proof that the Kenosha Guard is a white racist militia? If they were a white racist militia, how does that not allow them to have a right to organize? The founding fathers were white supremacists, dude. This doesn't make any sort of sense. They would say, oh, no, the only people who are allowed to organize militias are black looter mobs. Right. They're the only ones who are allowed to organize. So they're allowed to organize protests where there are riots, where they're all going to be armed. But you're not allowed to organize a counter protest? That doesn't make any sort of sense. It's never made any sort of sense. Personally, I think that Facebook is responsible for the Black Looter Mob. They've been organizing on Facebook. And so it seems as though in order to compete with the Black Looter Mob, we have to be able to advertise on social media because Black Looter Mob is actually running scam donations where they're raking in hundreds of millions of dollars. I think they've raked in over $1 billion so far in scam donations. And the only way that we could actually physically possibly compete with that is to be on Facebook doing the same thing that they're doing. So essentially what Facebook has done here is called an anti-competitive practice. Facebook is, they're being an unelected government in Silicon Valley. The groupthink, monoculture, heterodoxy echo chamber, where everybody has the same orthodoxy, they all think the same. They now control the free speech for the rest of the countries. A bunch of goody-goody ivory tower liberal motherfuckers sitting up top, they ivory tower up there in Silicon Valley, making money hand over fist, putting your company in a chokehold so that they have a dominance on the market. And then they just expect us to not defend our cities when they're being burned down by Black Looter Mob. This is insane. This is insane. In this next article from the Daily Mail, Kyle Rittenhouse, 17, fights his extradition from Illinois to Washington to face charges for shooting dead 2 rioters in the Kenosha race riots after his attorney said he was acting in self-defense. Kyle Rittenhouse, or prosecutors say Rittenhouse shot and killed 2 rioters, wounded a third on the streets of Kenosha on August 25th. As you're going to see here coming up, it probably was not actually Kyle Rittenhouse who killed the pedo guy, the guy who was the serial child rapist, raped a 5-year-old. That one, he did not. The evidence shows that it's very highly unlikely that Kyle Rittenhouse actually killed that person. I think the vast majority of people would say he's a pedo, don't really particularly care about that guy. Not sure whether or not I agree with it. I don't think that anybody's subhuman. I don't think that anybody... I don't think that there's anybody who can't be reformed. I personally... I think that's an egregious crime, what that guy Rosenbaum did by raping the 5-year-old girl. I do not think that he should be put to death for that. I'm unaware as to how this guy was out. I mean, you'd think that guy would be locked away for the rest of his life. I don't know. Prosecutor said, well, his attorney has said Rittenhouse acted in self-defense. So let's watch the self-defense video from
decade or
Rittenhouse's
so,
attorney.
a legal matter arises that holds the power to negatively affect our lives for generations to come. Regardless of what side of the political spectrum you identify with, this is about you. After 2 nights of violence, fires, and citywide vandalism, angry mobs gathered on night 3 to protest the police shooting of Jacob Blake.
The rapist was had raped his ex-girlfriend, and then he was held them hostage with the knife, and then his ex-girlfriend called the police and said, "Hey, this guy's not supposed to be here. He's menacing us. Can you come pick this perp up?" And the cops came, and then they were trying to wrestle Jacob Blake to the ground. They tasered him. He had a knife. He said, "Don't drop the knife, drop the knife." And then he rocked around the car. He said, "I have a gun. I'm going to go get the gun." Other people also heard that too on tape. They actually said that. And then Jacob Blake walked around to the other side of the car and got into the car. And then that's when the cop shot him because he was going to go get in a high-speed chase with kids in the car. And so people then race rioted because they had fake news. Basically, these black people up in the hood who are sold on this black looter mob propaganda, this fake news narrative of white cop killing unarmed black man. They've learned that they can get money from scam donations if they lie. So you can't trust anything that these people say anymore. Like, they're just trying to get scam donations at this point in time.
Adding to the volatility of the situation, many of the protesters were armed.
This one got a gun on him. This one got a gun on him. This one got a gun on him. This one got guns on him and rifles.
To prevent the total destruction of their community, Good Samaritans united to guard local businesses. Among them was 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse.
So people are getting injured. And our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need.
Now notice he has purple gloves on. These purple gloves he had on because he was treating an injured person.
Protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit.
There's a medic right here if you need help.
I am an EMT. If you are injured, come to me.
Earlier that day, Rittenhouse volunteered to remove graffiti from Uighur Central High School in Kenosha.
Good man.
In December 2018, Rittenhouse started a Facebook fundraiser for a nonprofit called Humanizing the Badge. In his own words, the mission is to forge stronger relationships between law enforcement officers and the communities they serve. He asked his friends to donate to the organization for his 16th birthday.
As long as you fuck with the government and not with each other, we are with you. Let's go. No lives can matter until Black lives matter.
In the early hours of night 3,
I think that statement there speaks volumes as to why these people are extremely dangerous. He said, no lives matter until Black lives matter. This is the statement of a tyrant who thinks everybody else is a tyrant but them. That's why they are tyrants, is because they think they're justified in being a tyrant because it's not their fault. It's the other people's fault.
protesters and guards were in solidarity. Tensions began to rise as protesters set a dumpster ablaze, then began pushing it toward a gas station. A guard quickly extinguished the flames, angering fire starter Joseph Rosenbaum.
Pedo guy.
Shoot me, nigga!
You heard it? Pedo dude said shoot me.
Rosenbaum retaliated, focusing his rage on a guard in a green t-shirt. Moments later, just down the street, Joseph Rosenbaum is seen starting more fires. Around that same time, Kyle Rittenhouse is spotted running with a fire extinguisher. With his face concealed, Rosenbaum emerges, chasing after Rittenhouse.
Oh, we got a gun, baby.
While exploring possible motives for the foot pursuit, it's worth noting that the target of Rosenbaum's first altercation was dressed similarly to Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh, we got a gun, baby.
A single gunshot is fired by a protester, identified as Alexander Blaine.
Sin Disciples gang
From this
member.
angle,
Boy, everything about these BLM Antifa Nazis is fucking whack, dude. Talk about some criminal people.
we see the muzzle flash of Blaine's handgun. Seconds later, Kyle Rittenhouse is pinned between parked cars. Let's rewind to analyze this pivotal moment frame by frame. Here we see Rittenhouse, Rosenbaum, and a reporter by the name of Richard McGinnis, who is filming the chase on his cell phone. Directly in front of Rittenhouse, armed with bats and other weapons, a mob is forming a barricade. With no way out and no way to know who fired that shot, Rittenhouse turns to face Rosenbaum.
Right before he turned around, I'm not sure if this was a reason why he turned around, but there was a gunshot, and that's actually visible on video. It's not clear whether or not that gunshot was fired into the air or towards Rittenhouse, but Rittenhouse did turn around immediately after that. And at that point, he went from running away to aiming his weapon at Rosenbaum, and I was actually directly behind Rosenbaum. So I took 1 or 2 steps to my right as Rosenbaum was lunging for the barrel of the rifle.
Kyle Rittenhouse fired 4 shots. Seconds later, 3 additional shots are fired by an unknown shooter. 1 bullet grazed Joseph Rosenbaum's head. Another penetrated his right groin, his left thigh, and his back. With a total of 8 shots fired, it remains unclear that all 4 of Rosenbaum's wounds were caused by Rittenhouse. As Richard McGinnis began tending to Rosenbaum, Rittenhouse returned to the scene and began placing a call for help. As the mob begins calling for the attack of Rittenhouse, he is forced to flee the scene.
Okay. So, Rosenbaum got shot once in the head. Hold on, let's go back just a little bit. I accidentally pressed the wrong button. I pressed the stop record button. Threw me off there.
The barrel of the rifle.
Kyle Rittenhouse fired 4 shots. Seconds later, 3 additional shots are fired by an unknown shooter. 1 bullet grazed Joseph Rosenbaum's head. Another penetrated his right groin, his left thigh, and his back. With a total of 8 shots fired, it remains unclear that all 4 of Rosenbaum's wounds were caused by Rittenhouse.
Kyle shot 4 times. We heard 4 shots. They counted 4 missing out of the magazine. There was 1 shot at the beginning. Doesn't sound like that was a hit. That was fired by the one guy who was this gang member. And then there was another shot. Then there was the other 3 shots that came from another person.
As Richard McGinnis began tending to Rosenbaum, Rittenhouse returned to the scene and began placing a call for help. As the mob begins calling for the attack of Rittenhouse, he is forced to flee the scene.
That dude shot him. That nigga just shot that dude. You shot him?
I didn't know.
Wait, where you?
Did Kyle Rittenhouse have reason to believe his life was in danger?
Dozens of U.S. cities are in chaos. Millions of Americans have taken to the streets.
77-year-old David Dorn was shot to death as a pawn shop he was protecting was being looted.
The voices of peaceful protest are being hijacked by violent...
That scene fucked me up, dude. Just watching that scene. That was on the cover of RSS Commentary. I forget when that happened. Elijah Schaffer had taken that picture. He videotaped that incident. That was traumatic. They fucked that guy up, put him in a wheelchair, man. It messed me up just to watch it.
Radical elements.
One man was injured after attempting to protect a Kenosha mattress store before it eventually burned down overnight.
I am not sad that a fucking fascist die tonight.
This is essentially why these people are so dangerous. This is the same thing that the Nazis said. That's the exact same thing that they said. They don't care whether or not that person died because they think they're justified because one of their people or somebody that they know or somebody that they heard of was hurt. This is the fundamental, most dangerous thing about liberalism is the fairness drug. Fairness is a drug. It makes people go insane and kill people. If they think that you're not being fair to them, if they think that you're oppressing them, they might come and kill you and your family and torture you in front of your kids. That's why I am fundamentally opposed to liberalism, because it turns people into psychos. You need to accept that there is a social hierarchy. You need to work within it, not try to dismantle the entire social hierarchy, because that makes you a dangerous terrorist. It makes you a threat to a free and open society. Liberalism's always been that way, man. Liberalism has always been a scourge of the planet from people who are trying to take from others because they feel like that they have not been treated fairly. And because of that, because someone that they heard about or maybe possibly knew, but it's very infrequent that they actually knew somebody, they were harmed. So that means that they got to get retribution, and they don't care whether or not the person was actually guilty. They care about whether or not they were upset and angry. It's all fueled by anger. That's why these people are dangerous.
Rittenhouse is seen next, running towards the flashing lights of police vehicles. The armed mob is now chasing after him.
Cranium that boy! He just shot a man!
Within this context, the word cranium is street slang, which is a calling for someone to take Rittenhouse out with a headshot.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? I want to get police.
An unidentified protester strikes Rittenhouse in the head, knocking his hat off. Rittenhouse trips and falls to the ground. Another protester attempts to jump on Rittenhouse, who then fires 2 shots into the air. With blunt force, another protester strikes Rittenhouse in the back of the head with the sharp edge of a skateboard, then reaches for the rifle. Rittenhouse fires a single shot, striking the man in the chest. A third protester fakes as if he's surrendering, then suddenly advances with a handgun aimed at Rittenhouse. A single shot strikes the man's right bicep. While visiting him in the
Gotta give props to Kyle Rittenhouse right there. That showed extreme discipline on the trigger. I would have unloaded the clip.
In the hospital, a friend of Grosskreutz posted the following photo and statement on social media. I just talked to Gage Grosskreutz too. His only regret was not killing the kid and hesitating to pull the gun before emptying the entire mag into him.
These people are psycho-killing potential genocidal maniacs. Once they've got enough of this drug in their system, the fairness drug, they will start mass killing people. This obviously has not stopped. They don't have any sort of political message that they're trying. This is just rage. It's not going to stop. Whenever it actually develops into a policy, chances are it's probably going to be genocidal.
When a fourth protester raises his arms in surrender, Rittenhouse exhibits remarkable judgment by not firing his weapon. As Rittenhouse moves toward police, multiple gunshots explode behind him. U.S. media was quick to label Kyle Rittenhouse as a far-right radical, a vigilante, a militia member, and a white supremacist. To date, no evidence has materialized to validate any such claim. Rittenhouse attempts to turn himself in to the police. But in the confusion, it was not clear that he was involved in the shootings and was ordered to move away. For his safety, Kyle Rittenhouse left the area and peacefully surrendered the following day. Less than 48 hours after the incident, without a proper investigation, Kenosha County District Attorney Michael Gravely charged Rittenhouse with 6 crimes.
That's what you call a political prosecution?
First-degree reckless homicide for the death of Joseph Rosenbaum that may result in imprisonment for up to 60 years. First-degree reckless endangerment of Richard McGinnis that may result in imprisonment for up to 12 years. First-degree intentional homicide of Anthony Huber that may result in imprisonment for life. Attempted first-degree intentional homicide of Gage Grosskreutz that may result in imprisonment for up to 60 years. First-degree reckless endangerment of an unknown male that may result in imprisonment for up to 12 years. And possession of a weapon by a person under 18, a misdemeanor.
What about the right to bear arms? They used to have little kids fighting in the militia back in the Civil War days, back before they had regulations on children working in factories. The kids used to be in the militia, like 13 years old, shooting in the Civil War.
The Kenosha County Circuit Court assigned a bail amount of $2 million. Kyle Rittenhouse.
That means you're not getting out of jail. That means they assume that you're guilty and you're a significant threat to the general public.
A lifeguard who risked his safety to protect his community and give first aid to wounded protesters, was the only one charged with a crime. Not one of his attackers faced a single charge.
Yeah, that's whack. Democrats are like that. They're corrupt as fuck, dude. All of these Democrats are corrupt as fuck. They'll all hit you with political prosecution. There's not a single Democrat out there that would not hit you with a political prosecution, dude. They're all like that.
A 17-year-old American citizen is being sacrificed by politicians. But it's not Kyle Rittenhouse they're after. Their endgame is to strip away the constitutional right of all citizens to defend our communities, our personal property, our lives, and the lives of our loved ones. This is the moment when the home of the brave rise to defend the land of the free. Help us restore freedom at fightback.law.
As you could see, obviously Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent. I've been saying this entire time because I've watched these videos a number of times. But there was still new information in that. I did not know that there was another shooter that shot 3 times. So let's see. Let's get this straight. So actually, Kyle shot 4 shots. And then the other guy shot 3. And then later on, there was some extra shots. So I had misspoke earlier whenever I said that. There was Kyle that only shot 4 shots. No, it does appear as if there was 1 shot to the guy who killed, 1 shot to the guy, the guy who hit him with the skateboard. 1 shot to the guy who had the gun, which I'm not sure exactly why he only shot once. I think it's because he was very well trained with the weapons and he knew that he had hit. But honestly, man, I'm just in utter shock that he only shot the guy with the gun once. I mean, for real. Who wouldn't have tapped him up, just plap, plap, Who wouldn't have? They wouldn't know. And you got to do it chest up. Like, dude. That's what he just obviously did not want to kill the guy. Because if he wanted to kill the guy, he would have shot him in the chest and then shot 3 times. He tapped 3 times. But Kyle Rittenhouse did not do that. He obviously did not want to kill the guy. So that's obviously not whatever they were saying, first degree intentional homicide, or they're trying to say that he intentionally did this to these people. This is insane. That's a political prosecution. This is why Democrats are horrible people. They might say, oh, no, I'm different. I'm not like that. I would never do that. You're fucking right, dude. You're on the fairness drug, dude. You can't be trusted at all because you care more about fairness than about the law. That's the problem with these people. They get high as fuck on fairness, dude. It's literally, it's like a drug. They get these dopamine hits up in their brain, and then it overcomes their rationalities, and they no longer think the same. They're no longer the same person. They become a brainwashed drone. Next article from the Daily Mail. 4 people, including the partner of a man killed during Kenosha race riots, sue Facebook for... Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I just covered this in another story. Oops. In this next article from Newsweek, Kyle Rittenhouse's mother receives standing ovation at Wisconsin GOP event. The mother of Kyle Rittenhouse, the 17-year-old who was charged with fatally shooting 2 people in Kenosha, Wisconsin during race riots following the police shooting of Jacob Blake, the rapist, receiving a standing ovation on Thursday while attending a Wisconsin GOP event. Wendy Rittenhouse and her son's lawyer, John Pierce, attended the Waukesha County Republican event where they were applauded by the crowd after being brought on stage by conservative commenter Michelle Malkin. Quote, standing ovation from Waukesha County GOP woman for my special guest at Cali Kid JMP and Wendy Rittenhouse, Kyle's mom, end quote. Malkin wrote on Twitter, adding a photo of her, Rittenhouse's mother, Pierce, quote, hug, huge shout out sent from all of us in the WI to Warrior at LLIN Wood. I was able to talk to Kyle by phone and thank him for his courageous #fight back. That's great. So which one's Rittenhouse's mom? Is that the middle? The ovation came a day prior to her son's first court appearance in Lakewood County, Illinois, to decide whether or not he'll be extradited to Wisconsin. Rittenhouse is facing charges of first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree reckless homicide, recklessly endangering safety and possession of a dangerous weapon. 2 days after the August 25th shooting of Blake, Rittenhouse traveled across state lines from his home in Antioch, Illinois, with an AR-15 style weapon. He was a part of a well-trained militia. They were going there to defend the free state because militias are a necessity to defend free states from violent mobs of people, such as the Black Looter mob. So Kyle was not there out of his own doings. It was the black looter mob who just decided to have mob justice so that none of us get any sort of peace. And Kyle Rittenhouse obviously is just doing what the Constitution says he's supposed to do, which is to be a part of a well-trained militia to defend the free state, because that's a necessity. But this is a political prosecution. The Democrats refuse to charge, let's see, the one person that lived who had a gun, who was menacing Rittenhouse, the guy who was shot in the arm, who had his bicep blown off, that guy should be charged. That guy was menacing with a gun with an intent to kill. In fact, he had even said he regrets not unloading the clip into Rittenhouse. This whole thing with Kyle Rittenhouse is just extremely scary. Like, political prosecutions are abounding from Democrats. Almost all these political prosecutions have been from Democrats. And it's because they don't believe in the Constitution as written. They believe that it should be their interpretation, whatever they feel like, whatever they think the words mean. That's what they think it should be. This is why they're dangerous. You should never elect a liberal judge. Liberal judges are bad judges. They're, if you ask me, I think that they're criminals. A judge should be a small c conservative. A judge should be an originalist. A judge should look at the original intention of the people who drafted the laws. They should make their ruling based on the original intent of the framers of that law. They should use the definitions for the words that the people who wrote the laws used, so that they can enforce the law as not as it's interpreted, but as it's written and how it's intended, the original purpose. If you want to know more about this, look up Judge Antonin Scalia. Judge Antonin Scalia was the inventor of originalism. He revolutionized the Supreme Court. And it's a very, very fascinating subject. I would definitely highly recommend looking into it, because you'll learn a lot about the Constitution, how it works, why Antonin Scalia ruled the way he did, and then maybe you'll agree with him. I used to hate Antonin Scalia because I did not understand why he voted that way. But now that I know more about the Constitution, and I know about the small c conservative judges versus the liberal judges, I'm 100% convinced that we need to have originalism. And if you don't, that it's just anarchy. It's basically just politically motivated judges making politically motivated prosecutions, and then you lose your democracy. They might say, oh no, but we're fighting for fairness. We're fighting for you. It's for you. And like, I just want to have a fair shot when I go up into court. I don't want some liberal judge making up what it is because he didn't like me, because he thought that definition of the word was not fair. So we need to use whatever he or she interpreted it as. That's the kind of stuff that is just absolutely unacceptable in a democracy. We need to have judges who actually go off of what the people actually meant when they passed the law. Not, I think that this word means this. No, it should be the people who wrote the law, they thought that it meant this. That's called originalism. That's a very, very, very noble thing, almost as noble as common law itself. Although I would say common law is one of the great achievements of our society. Common law is the glue that holds our society together, prevents us from sliding into tyranny, so that judges do not rule based upon how they want to. They rule based off precedent. And this allows you, even if sometimes the precedent is not good, you at least can anticipate what the court might do so you can plan accordingly. If you don't use precedent in your court cases, then people don't know what to plan for. So even if it was more fair with the lack of precedence, it ends up being less fair in the end, because when you have an established precedence of rulings, it allows you to plan ahead. And then this is going to maximize your chance of success. Because in the law world, one of the things that gets you the worst is when you can't anticipate what's going to happen. So I'm very thankful for Judge Antonin Scalia for coming up with originalism. I used to hate that guy. I used to hate how he voted. I didn't think it was fair. But now that I know why, I 100% support why he did that. All right, QAnon land. Here we come. We made it out of the riots. Now we have QAnon stuff to go through. And then we have, what do we have? Maybe I should take a seat for just a little bit. How long are we into this live stream? 5 hours and 27 minutes? Next, I have to upload all these videos. See, now you thought this dude up in the front, up in the thumbnail, you thought I'm like trying to glorify the cops to make them look good, huh? Nope. It's a pedo cop. In this next batshit crazy story from Crazy Land, it's from the New York Post. It says, whenever I find the right screen. Sorry, here, let me start that over again. In this next batshit crazy story from Looney Town, former Louisiana Trooper of the Year pleads guilty to distributing child pornography. Stories from the New York Post. There's also on the thumbnail here. A former cop hailed as Louisiana's Trooper of the Year just 2 years ago has pled guilty to distributing pornography involving children as young as 3 years old, federal prosecutors said. Jason Boyette, a 14-year-old Louisiana State Trooper vet who won Troop L's Trooper of the Year honors in 2018, pled guilty Wednesday to distributing images depicting the sexual exploitation of children, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Louisiana announced. Boyette of Ponchatoula, Louisiana, faces a mandatory minimum of 5 years and up to 20 years behind bars. You also face a lifetime of supervised release and may require to register as a sex offender when he's sentenced in January, prosecutors said. Only 5 years minimum? I mean, 20 years, yeah, maybe. 5 years minimum. That's probably why that Rosenbaum guy was out on the streets after raping that 5-year-old. That's the guy one of the guys that was killed in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. Although it's not clear as to whether or not Kyle Rittenhouse killed him, because there was another shooter who shot 3 shots. The first shot, it doesn't sound like, okay, they know who shot the first shot. It was some gang member, something Sins gang or something. Doesn't sound like that shot hit anybody. And then Kyle shot 4 shots, and then somebody else shot 3 shots. And then Rosenbaum there was 5 places where they said he got hit. It's like in the head, in the leg, in the groin, in the back. I don't know the specifics of how many gunshots there are. So we're expecting 100% accuracy out of Kyle Rittenhouse. Honestly, the guy seems like he knows his shit with firearms. Could have been all 4 shots came from Rittenhouse, but there was another 3 shots that came from another gunman that they don't know who it was or what side he was on. Although we must assume that it was not, or he was probably on Rittenhouse's side. Court documents show an undercover FBI agent in February was introduced to Boya in a chat room, the instant messaging app known to be used by purveyors of child porn. Boya then provided the undercover agent sexually suggested and explicit photos of minors, including a girl whom Boyette said he had custody of. Federal prosecutor. Woo, damn. See, this is one of the biggest problems with these pedo rings. A lot of the times people they get into them either because they started out distributing pornography, or they started raping one of their kids or one of their family members. And that's fundamentally one of the most sick and twisted thing about these people, is like what they're doing to their own family. Like if you go on Pornhub, you see that like some crazy amount of porn on Pornhub is fake incest porn. I personally think that we should ban this fake incest porn. I think it's not like a rated X movie. It doesn't, or hold on. It's not like a movie with simulated violence. People don't watch a horror movie and they don't want to go out and then go killing people. But when people watch this fake incest porn, there's a certain amount of people that it's probably going to cause them to want to rape one of their family members. That's inciting violence on children. It's, I think that goes beyond freedom of speech. I'm a big fan of free speech. I'm a big fan of the Constitution. I'm a big fan of limited government intervention, but I do believe this is a situation where it's violated the notion of free speech in the sense that it incites violence in the real world. Investigators later executed a search warrant in Boyette's home on February 12th. What was that? 2 weeks ago. Found that he took explicit images of the prepubescent girl using his iPhone at least 3 times since December 2019, prosecutors said. Boyette also accessed a link to an online account containing a trove of child porn, including at least 151 images, 195 videos showing children as young as 1. Engaged in sex acts, prosecutors said. Boyett was arrested on February 12th after reporting to the headquarters of Louisiana State Police Troop L in Mandate, where he worked. NOLA.com reports Boyett admitted sending and receiving materials, which one of his correspondents referred to as naughties, the website reports. The decorated trooper who initially pled not guilty has since left the state police, although officials say have not said whether he was terminated or resigned. According to the report, he was placed on administrative leave following his arrest, a Louisiana state spokesperson said. Wow. Let's look at this thumbnail one more time. This is insane! This is insane! This is America. Wow. Right. This next article from the New York Post, once standout DEA agent says he conspired with a drug cartel. From Tampa, Florida, a once outstanding U.S. narcotics agent admitted Monday to conspiring to launder money with the same Colombian cartel he was sworn to fight, one of the most egregious betrayals of the badge in history of U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. The disgraced agent Jose, is that an I or an L? It looks like an I. Yeah, it's an I. Irizarry pleaded guilty to 19 federal counts, including bank fraud and having diverted millions of dollars in drug proceeds from DEA control. Prosecution was not only an embarrassment for the DEA, could have long-lasting implications on undercover money laundering operations, also gives credence to the QAnon conspiracy theory, and also raised questions as to the level of supervision Irizarry received during his career, which he had been entrusted with the government's use of front companies, shell bank accounts, and couriers to combat international drug trafficking. I might add drug and human trafficking because they do actually work together too. I mean, they might just be doing drug trafficking right now, but human trafficking is intimately involved in that. So some of the resources are used for that. Timothy J. Shea, the DEA's acting administrator, said, Irizarry's crimes do not reflect the high standards of conduct we demand our employees and agents. And quote, corruption and betrayal of the American people. The very people we stand to protect have no place at DEA, and neither does Mr. Irizarry, end quote, Shea said. The former agent looked despondently into his hands as U.S. Magistrate Judge Thomas G. Wilson read the charges. Quote, I'm atoning for my sins, and quote, Irizarry told the Associated Press after the hearing, quote, I want to move forward, end quote. Irizarry, 45, has been charged with filing false reports and ordering DEA staff to write money slated for undercover stings to international accounts he and associates controlled. He was accused of sharing sensitive law enforcement information with co-conspirators, prosecutors said, including a Colombian public official, an alleged drug trafficker, and money launderer. The conspiracy enriched not only Irizarry, but also two unindicted co-conspirators, neither of whom was named in the incident. One was a Colombian public official, while the other was described as the head of a drug trafficking and money laundering organization. Irizarry faces potential decades behind bars, although no immediate date was set for his sentencing. The plea marked a stunning fall from grace for Irizarry, who's won repeated praise from supervisors after joining the DEA in Miami in 2009. Even after he showed signs of deception on a polygraph test before he resigned in 2018, his ostentatious habits and tales of raucous yacht parties with bikini-clad prostitutes have become legendary among agents. Beginning around 2011, prosecutors said Irizarry used the cover of his badge to file false reports, mislead his supervisors, while directing DEA personnel to wire funds reserved for undercover stings to accounts in Spain and the Netherlands and elsewhere, accounts that he controlled that were tied to his wife and the co-conspirators. In total, Irizarry and informants under his direction handled at least $3.8 million that should have been carefully tracked by the DEA as part of an undercover money laundering sting investigations, and prosecutors said. The indictment details at least $900,000 paid out from a single criminal account opened by Irizarry and an informant using the name, passport, and security number of a third person who is unaware their identity has been stolen. Proceeds from the scam funded a variable spending spree, including purchase of $30,000 in Tiffany diamond ring, from a Tiffany diamond ring, a BMW, 3 Land Rovers, and a $767,000 home in Cartagena, as well as homes in South Florida, Puerto Rico, where Irizarry and his wife had been living. It's also funded the purchase of in Miami of a 2017 of a Lamborghini Hurricane Spider on the behalf of a family member of one of the co-conspirators. Wow. To hide his tracks, prosecutors said Irizarry opened a bank account in someone else's name and used the victim's forged signature and social security number. So, I mean, I don't believe anything without evidence. I'm a evidence-based person, but I've been doing this show for a while now, and there's a lot of evidence here that points towards QAnon not being completely batshit crazy. Now, there are a lot of batshit crazy QAnon conspiracy theories. Like, it's not just satanic cult. Okay, a satanic cult, we can argue whether or not that person was like meaning the like Bohemian Grove cult people, or like this person just thought these people were devil worshippers. But it goes down the batshit crazy rabbit hole real quick. Not only are they killing babies? Now it's evolved into they're making gravy out of 2-year-old babies. Goes real quick down the batshit cray rabbit hole. But this is not batshit crazy. This is New York Post. Sometimes they write fake news because they're trying to push a political objective, because they're trying to sell articles to people. But generally, most of their information is legit. I think the way that they word it is not legit a lot of times. They're just trying to get people to click on it. But none can argue. There's a cartel. This one is the Colombian cartel. There's multiple cartels. This is just one cartel. They had DE agents working for them. This is what QAnon actually is talking about. So they're saying it's a child sex trafficking ring. Obviously, if there is a human trafficking ring, there's a strong probability chance there's also going to be a drug dealing cartel associated with these people. The last story that we covered was about a Louisiana state trooper. Let's see, what was that story? This guy, the pedo cop, former Louisiana Trooper of the Year, pleads guilty to distributing child porn of children as young as 3. Jason Boyette, like this one's like, wow. All right. So here's a cop involved in, this guy was sexually abusing a daughter or a girl that he had custody of. He had taken nude pictures of her on a cell phone. How old was this kid? I don't think they said. So this guy's high up in the cops. Like, this is an actual cop involved in a child sex trafficking ring or a child pornography ring. See, these people, they get together on the internet. So they're in these chat groups and they start by exchanging child pornography with each other. And then after they trust each other for a certain amount of time, then they meet up and then they engage in more is it terrorizing? More exploitation of children. And they get pedophile rings. Like, there's rings of pedos. Like, there's like 140,000, 160,000 kids per year that are abducted. The number of kids that are getting, okay, so not all, some of these kids are runaways, but they still end up, a lot of them end up getting sexually abused when they're running away. Some of them are not abused. Some of them are murdered. But it happens. It's not crazy. It's actually something that happens. Let's look up how many kids are kidnapped each year.
Let's look it up. It's a scary number. It's a freaky number. It really, really, really does give a lot of credence to this QAnon thing. It's a freaky, scary number. We're going to go off of, I mean, these numbers are crazy, dude. Let's find, I mean, here's one from missingkids.org. We're going to go with this. I mean, you know, there's a couple of strikes on NewsGuard. I'm a legit news source. I look up my facts. I make sure that I'm using good sources. I'm not going to say I'm 100% accurate. That would be insane. But I'm reasonably accurate. According to the FBI, in 2019, there was 421,394 NCIC entries. That's what does that mean? For missing children, 2018, total number of children was in the NCIC entries was 424,066. Wow, that's way higher than I had said. Wow. Okay, now some of these people are runaways. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. Really? That many kids? Woo! So if you know anything about kids that have been kidnapped, call this number, 1-800-THE-LOST, 1-800-843-5678. Bring some of these kids home. It makes me want to cry just thinking about this shit, man. It's just so traumatizing. I had to live with my sister who had been sexually abused when I was younger, and it really messed me up. I haven't had a girlfriend in a very long time because I don't trust women, because I don't trust partners in general to not betray me. Man, it's just crazy. Wow. Oh, man. So there's a lot of credence to this QAnon conspiracy theory. I'm not going to say that it's true. I'm going to say a lot of it is batshit crazy nonsense. But it's the idea that there are pedo cults. All you have to do is look at this guy, former Louisiana State Trooper of the Year, Jason Boyette, last name is spelled Boyet, caught with child pornography of children as young as 3. And these, obviously not all of these cops are innocent. In fact, I had previously knocked on the Brennan Center for Justice article. Was this the Hidden in Plain Sight? I had previously knocked on this because I'm like, okay, I went through this entire thing point by point. I looked up all these things in here. I went and researched them. Initially, I'm just blanket, just saying, oh, nope, this one's fake, this one's fake, this one's fake. And then I looked into them. Definitely looks like there was some KKK cops. It is incredibly rare. You do have to, one of these paragraphs does say, well, of course, it's incredibly rare that this actually happens, but it does happen. We just saw, there's a pedo cop right here. Then we got a DEA agent working for the cartel. He was on all these parties with hookers on yachts. So the cartels have a bunch of hookers, and they got these fancy yachts, and they're doing all these drugs on the yachts, partying up with hookers. They got this DEA agent. And what else is there? Then we got this next story here. Let's move over here to this next one.
This next article from the New York Post, U.S. Marshals, local police locate 35 missing children in joint operation. Nearly 36 missing Ohio children have been found thanks to a joint investigation by the U.S. Marshals and Marshals Service and local police, authorities said. The 35 kids between the ages of 13 and 18 from the Cuyahoga County area were located during Operation Safety Net over the past month as part of an investigation into 40 missing children cases, the marshals said. Just over 20% of the found cases were tied to human trafficking, so that's a large amount of them. Children were found in cities across the Buckeye State, including Cleveland, Euclid, Archon, and Columbus, and in Miami, Florida. Authorities are still hunting for 5 children who remain missing. Lintwana Bates, 17. Yolanda Bates, 15. Jania Scott Lee, 16. Alicia Jackson, 16. And Isaac Ortez, 16. The U.S. Marshals partnered with police in Cleveland, East Cleveland, and Newborough Heights as the Chattanooga County Sheriff's Department, as well as the Chattanooga County Sheriff's Department, They also teamed up with various community agencies. Quote, this was new, uncharted territory, and for the first time we conducted an operation like this, and quote, said U.S. Marshals Pete Elliott in a statement, I'm very proud of our law enforcement, communities, and media partners who work tirelessly to bring our missing and most vulnerable children to safety, end quote. The feds say because Operation Safety Net's success, a permanent missing children unit was created in Northern Ohio to focus on those missing, abused, and neglected and trafficked juveniles. We covered Operation Safety Net. Let's look at the thumbnail. I think that this was one of the best thumbnails for RSS commentary.
I personally thought that this thumbnail was badass. In fact, if you watch the show, I don't want to give it away, but the vast majority of people won't watch it. So I'm going to give it away. This episode does contain a Rickroll. If you want to see the Rickroll, where do we have the actual... just because it's actually worth watching. So where was the I can show you just real quick, because you're not going to watch the show if I don't tell you. Probably not going to go watch the Rickroll. What was that date? 28th. Boom! Oh, I Rickrolled them hard. So if you want to Rickroll people, I have had the copyright complaint submitted against me, but it was dropped. So this one is a legit Rickroll, not illegit. So you the other one. I loved that episode. It was so great. That was another night where I stayed up all night reading articles.
So let's give it up for Operation Safety Net. And what was this one? This one was Operation Safety Net. Okay, so what was the other one? That wasn't Operation Safety? Okay. I forget what the other one was. But let's give it up for the U.S. Marshals. That was a great job. People, it's like the Democrats just can't understand why anybody would support QAnon. They're like, this is a far-right conspiracy theory. Okay, so what the hell does far-right even mean anymore? Far-right's supposed to mean authoritarian dictators who kill people to maintain control. That's a good summarization of it. It means state control. Here's an example of far-right. Sharia law, where they chop your hand off for stealing, where it's a dictatorship, pretty much. Here's another example of far-right. The Chinese Nazi Party. The Chinese, they have millions of Uighur Muslims in concentration camps. They have a dictatorship. It's a surveillance state. They have a steep social hierarchy. That's what it's supposed to mean. Far right's supposed to mean a really steep social hierarchy. So that basically means there's the people at top have control of everything. That does not mean that you think that there's some pedos kidnapping kids. I mean, for real. And that these people are have connections with powerful people in the government, and that these people are trying to interfere with Donald Trump's presidency, because there are groups of people trying to interfere with Donald Trump's presidency. There are massive amounts of children getting kidnapped each year. I mean, 400 some odd thousand kids getting, let's just say 450,000 kids about every year are getting kidnapped and are coming up missing. And this one, they said 20% of those kids were human trafficked. Probably ended up with somebody they knew. They were paying these people to have sex with them. Then they like disappeared. Probably getting sex trafficked, or sometimes they're just trying to get away from a bad situation. Other times they're doing drugs. Sometimes it's just a legit kidnapping, a murder. There's a lot of sick fucks out there. So it's perfectly understandable to me why you would want to stop child sex trafficking. I don't know exactly how anybody could justify not trying to stop child sex trafficking, because this is something that I particularly would like to participate in stopping. I would like to help shut this stuff down, because there's an insane amount of kids. I'm a father. My son, this could happen to my son. My son could just be out in the park playing, and somebody could just kidnap him. And so, me personally, as a father, it is my instinct to help stop this human trafficking, because it's actually happening. And the reason why they're saying that there's a cabal of people in Hollywood who are engaging in this child sex trafficking is, for instance, that Netflix crappymentary Cuties, the one that's like it's like borderline child porn, and they showed an upshirt shot of one of the. I never watched it. I just read about it. But apparently one of the shots that they showed in there was an upshirt shot where you can see a prepubescent girl's developing boob. To these people in Hollywood, like there's actual groups of people in Hollywood that's totally normal to. They don't even blink an eye on it. They're probably even fucking their own kids, because they're sick fucks. They're probably raping their own kids, and then they just think, oh, this is just normal. I kiss my own kid, so like, it's just normal for people to do this shit, right? No. Some of these people are straight up pedos. Some of them up in Hollywood. There are rings of pedophiles in Hollywood. It's actually true. There's no doubting, there is no arguing that there are rings of pedophiles in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is huge. There are so many people in Los Angeles. There are a lot of people that get convicted of child sex trafficking and child pornography, kidnapping in Los Angeles. Just that one place, Los Angeles and the surrounding areas, there's a massive amount of people that this is happening to. There are terrorist drug cartels down there that assassinate people. They pay off politicians. This is why QAnon thinks that this is legit. Now, to be quite honest, a lot of it, is like kooky, weird shit. But the core idea that there are groups of people sexually abusing children and trafficking them, and that some of them are in the government, this is a mathematical probability truth. Like, the probability that this is going on within the government with a small number of people is almost 100%. Statistically speaking, when you start to you're going to have X percent of people are going to engage in this. When you have X millions of people, it means you're going to have, there's X percentage of people doing it. When you have Y people, you're going to have Z pedophiles. It's a mathematical probability. Is that number less than 1? Is that number greater than 1? That number is far greater than 1. So what's the chance that they're working for the government? How many people does the government employ? You have to look at the statistics. Millions of people. Okay, so how many, given the fact that the government hires millions of people, what's the probability chance that there's more than one of these people is involved in child sex trafficking and narcotics trafficking? It's almost 100% that it's more than one person. I can't tell you exactly what that percentage is, but in my experience as an engineer and as an AI engineer, the number is greater than 1. Or the number of people involved is greater than 1. It's not a black swan. We're not talking about a black swan here. A black swan, in AI speak, this is a probability chance that it's not that it's a incredibly rare event, such as finding a swan that is black. Black swans are incredibly uncommon, but they do show up. It's actually a thing. That's why they call it the black swan paradox. And this is why you can never discount any sort of possibility just based off of superficial observations of it, because black swans exist. Whenever you program AI, you always account for the black swan because they actually show up in AI a lot. So probability chance that that this is a black swan, very low. Probability chance that this is somewhat frequent enough so that pedos can have rings of people who are engaging in transferring child pornography, and then they meet up and they both work for the government. This actually is a freakishly high percent. It's not a small number. It's close to 1. It's because the number of people involved in child pornography is crazy high. Like here, let's look it up.
It's why this show is awesome and why you should like and subscribe, because we actually look up stuff here. We don't just spit out the news. I have no script. I've been up here for 6 hours and 8 minutes and 45 seconds with a maybe 7-minute break or something. But I'm ready to go all night. I will not stop until we hit the truth. So how many here's a number of sex offenders by state. Worldatlas.com. They didn't have a NewsGuard certification. Sex offenders? Nah. Yeah. There's a lot of low-level rapists. This one from the BBC says, how many men are pedophiles? Pope was recently reported as having said about 2% of Catholic clergy are pedophiles. How does he compare this? How does this compare with society as a whole? There's no meaningful way of finding it. You can't just like round up a bunch of people and say, "Are you a pedo?" This one is 2008. He wrote a book in which he put the prevalence of pedophilia in the general population at 5%. That's crazy. 5% is an upper estimate. These studies were limited in what they revealed. Now with more data, better methodology, he said he revised his figure to be about 1%, like 1 in 100 of them are pedos. So it's very common for regular men to be attracted to 18-year-olds or 20-year-olds. Not usually for typical 16-year-old to be attracted to many men. And younger we go, the fewer and fewer men are attracted to that age group. He thinks that if we say pedophilia is someone attracted to children age 14 or less, he estimates maybe 2% of people. So this is just some guy's estimate. But that's crazy high. Let's look for another source. I don't want to just go off of that one. Here's New York Times. I mean, they're pretty fake newsy, right? But this one was, oh man, that was creepy. This one saying a majority of convicted offenders are men who prey on children aged 6 to 17. Women also commit hands-on offenses. Roughly estimate the rate of pedophilic attraction 1 to 4%. This is why QAnon exists, because that is a legit problem. So how many people work for the federal government? The statistics of QAnon is almost a 100% probability chance that QAnon is happening. I like statistics. I like numbers. How many people work for the federal government? 9.1 million people. So according to this, let's just say 1 in 100. We're going to go off of the lower bounds. I think we might have saw 0.5 in there somewhere, but keeps on saying 1. So there's like what? 9.1 million. Times 0.01. So there's supposedly sorry, did I hold on. So there's like 91,000 pedophiles working for the federal government. That's creepy as fuck. That is straight up creepy. 90,000 pedophiles working for the federal government, bro. You're like, dude, QAnon goes up to a 100% probability chance. At that point in time, QAnon is actually happening, dude. That's insane. That's crazy. Woo. Oh my gosh. See, now you see why they're trying to cover it up. Because it's probably the percent chance that this is incredibly common with elected officials is crazy high. That's crazy high. You're like, how many governors are there in the United States? 50? Plus you got the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, right? I think that Dominican I can't remember if that's part of America. There's American Samoas too. So we also have so there's a 50% chance there's about a 50% chance one of those governors is a pedo, going by these 1% figures. Then you've got how many mayors? Like how many cities in the U.S.? There's 314 incorporated places in the U.S. with a population of at least 100,000. So there's probably about 3 of those mayors are pedos. And okay. So there's like 19,500 about incorporated cities. Let's times that times 0.01. So what? There's 109. There's statistically speaking, there's about 195 pedophile mayors attracted to kids 7 to 16. Woo! Boy, that is about one of the freakiest things I've ever heard right there. Now, again, these are just statistics we're talking about. I don't claim to have any evidence in support of that other than the news articles I've presented, nor do I claim that I believe that. I'm agnostic. I will only believe in proof. Show me the data, or GTFO. But it definitely appears as though the data is definitely pointing towards a crazy amount of pedophiles working for the government. I mean, that is certifiably insane. And they're like this next article from Mother Jones, why are right-wing conspiracy theories so obsessed with pedophilia? It's because there's an insane number of pedophiles working for the federal government. There's thousands of pedophiles working for the federal government in high positions of power in the government. It's a mathematical certainty that this is true. I don't say these things because I want to say them. I want to say nice things that make everybody want to like me. But sadly, there's a bunch of crazy, fucked up, weird shit. And so I do end up saying something about it. And yeah, some of it is just next level cray, man.
This next article from the Daily Mail, Jeffrey Epstein was secretly bankrolled by Ghislaine Maxwell's disgraced newspaper baron father, Robert. Sworn testimony claims the source of Jeffrey Epstein's massive fortune, valued at nearly $636 million after his jailed cell suicide last fall, has long been shrouded in mystery. Epstein ran his own personal management fund, but its assets have never been made public. Now, an insider has revealed that Epstein received a helping hand from disgraced British newspaper baron Robert Maxwell, his Madame Ghislaine Maxwell's father. The source said famed modeling scout and Epstein associate Jean-Luc Brunel exposed Robert Maxwell's ties to Epstein nearly 20 years ago. So here we can see a picture of Ghislaine and Robert Maxwell, pictured in the Cannes Film Festival in 1987. Robert Maxwell mysteriously died at age 68 in 1991 before Ghislaine was publicly linked to Epstein. Yes, she was a hottie McGotty back then. U.S. investigators are investigating Epstein's alleged child sex trafficking ring and the accomplices who helped facilitate it. now have reportedly secured sworn testimony about Robert Maxwell's involvement with pedophilia. Robert Maxwell is known as one of Britain's most powerful media magnates and most notorious fraudsters. He spent his business career investing in Israel's economy after losing most of his family fortune during the Holocaust and moving to the UK to build a publishing empire. He died at age 68 in suspicious circumstances after falling off of his mega yacht in 1991. After his death, he was revealed to have stolen $500 million or 500 million lira or $623 million from an employee pension fund. Here's a video. It says Ghislaine has secret stash of Epstein sex tapes.
President Trump may be called as a key witness in Jeffrey Epstein's career of abuse. The commander-in-chief is named by a woman in a civil case that closely resembles the prosecution against Epstein's former Madam Ghislaine Maxwell. And as Ghislaine sits behind bars, we're learning she may have some so-called insurance of her own that could prevent her from spending years behind bars.
If you look here, the limestone, inside the house, behind like a space like that, they have cameras, and they have them everywhere.
Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein say every single corner of the late pedophile's New York City townhouse was recorded.
Jeffrey took me to a room which is a little bit back further than this window, and it's leaded, and it had all the computers and all these monitors, like the old-fashioned TV monitors, stacked.
The disgraced financier watched everything that happened inside the home and kept twisted sex tapes of his lurid affairs. Now a former friend of Ghislaine Maxwell exclusively tells Daily Mail TV that the 58-year-old has a secret stash of Epstein's tapes. Not only did Epstein like to capture himself with underage girls, he wanted to make sure he had something to hold over the rich and powerful men who took advantage of his sick largesse.
When he told me people owe me favors and I will never get caught, I can get away with things, he meant it.
Ghislaine's one-time friend
Virginia
says
Roberts. Okay, I gotta call bullshit on this Virginia Roberts thing. So, Virginia Roberts, in that picture with Prince Andrews, let's look it up. So this one where they're trying to claim that Prince Andrews is a pedophile. Virginia Roberts is 17 years old in this picture. They're in the UK where the age of consent is 16 and prostitution is legal. So I'm calling bullshit on this. That's fake news. That is 100% legal. Okay, apparently he gave her some money for a massage or something, and then they had sex. Okay, that's kind of borderline. That's not legal in the UK. But you cannot call this guy a pedophile for having sex with Virginia Roberts. You can't. I live in Oregon. The age of consent is 18. You go to Washington, right? Like 105 miles away from here. Age of consent is 16. It is not pedophilia to have sex with someone who is over the average age of consent in the world, because the average age of consent in the world is 16. Therefore, Prince Andrews is not a pedophile. Virginia Roberts is a slut. She was a hoe at that point in time. What she did was she heard, oh, I've got this friend, he's a prince. You want to have sex with a prince? And then she had sex with him, and then he gave her some money, and then it's like, oh, I got some money from this guy. Maybe I could get some more money. This is what I can't stand about this. I've covered this story for a long time, so I've looked into the details of the case, and it does look like bullshit. The whole Epstein thing does look like bullshit. There were some teenagers there. The vast majority of women were over the age of 18. Most of the women were masseuses who gave massages to people, and then occasionally they would have sex. But they had a modeling agency. The modeling agency brought forth some of the world's most beautiful models. I can't remember many of their names because I'm not, don't look at models that much. I don't like sluts. I don't like women who just use their beauty to get what they want. I view them as leeches, as predatorial, as leeches on society. But it does look like, when you look at the specifics of, okay, so they hired these women to give them massages, and then they would have them take off their clothes, and if they wouldn't fuck them, they would just jerk off. Okay, so they're trying to say that these masseuses who are over the age of 18, that they're somehow like sex trafficked, when the fact that they're giving massages, and the only way that they could be in this social circle, that they can afford to travel with these people, is if they do something. They have to work somehow to get the money to go on these planes and go travel somewhere. So you have, because let's go look at the picture of Bill Clinton with the masseuse. Here's what I'm looking for. So here is a picture of Bill Clinton getting a massage. So here they're saying, oh, this is the sex trafficking pedophilia with Bill Clinton. This is bullshit. This woman is 22 years old. She's saying, oh, I was sex trafficked because I was a slut. No. Fucking rich dudes for money doesn't make you sex trafficked. It makes you a slut. Certifiably, if you're fucking rich dudes for money, you're a slut. If they are holding you against your will, or if they got you hooked on drugs and then got you into being a prostitute where they're trying to make money off of you, that's sex trafficking. Sex trafficking is human trafficking for sex. That's what it is. It's the definition of sex trafficking is that you were being trafficked, you were being sold. This wasn't happening with the Epstein thing. That's not happening. He had a bunch of money. He's obviously in bed with some cartel people, and they obviously had, some of these girls were sluts. Some of them were not, obviously, because some of the stories, they would strip down to their panties and give them a massage, and then they wouldn't have sex with them because they were having sex with a lot of girls. But a lot of these stories were just straight up falsified. Like you go read the lawsuits that are against Jeffrey Epstein from some of these accusations. They're insane. Some of the, like one of them, like this woman said that Jeffrey Epstein held this woman hostage for 4 years when she was 11 and had sex with her on a daily basis, multiple times a day. This could not have actually physically happened because the guys got a lot of different records that show that this never could not have happened. Physically would have been impossible for him to have locked up this girl for 4 years and raped her. So a lot of these people are actually just trying to sue Jeffrey Epstein to get money. You can't trust anything that they have to say. First off, why were they there in the first place? Because they were a slut? Okay, you're saying that this dude's a pedophile. It means prepubescent woman, or maybe possibly we could say statutory rapist is a pedophile. Although I think that pedophilia is really egregious. Boning a teenager is kind of pervy. Shame on you, like you're a pervert. That's statutory rape. But that's more like a monetary damage. So like there's a concept called child bribery. It's a bad thing. This is why you should not engage in statutory rape, because child bribery can harm women. It can turn them into a baby factory and cause them to live a life of poverty. Jeffrey Epstein, however, is a billionaire. If he knocks up the chick, he can pay for everything. That makes it more like a suable offense as opposed to an egregious act of a pedophile. This, not pedophilia. Woman is 22 years old. She's giving massages. And occasionally she'll fuck someone. If you're having sex with your clients, that means you're a fucking slut, dude. That means you're not a hooker. You're just a slut. So, but some of the girls definitely seems like some of them were a pretty hardcore statutory rape situation. So I'm not saying that they're all bullshit, but I am saying a large percentage of the stuff that is about Jeffrey Epstein is actually bullshit. Here, let's continue in the video.
Of everything for insurance. She stashed thumb drives that could implicate movers and shakers. The former confidant adds, "I'll bet anything that once it comes out that Ghislaine has those tapes, these men will be quaking in their Italian leather boots." The disgraced socialite is connected to some of the world's most influential men, including Prince Andrew and Donald Trump, and Ghislaine was an invited guest at the wedding of President Clinton's daughter, Chelsea. Meantime, we're learning what life is like for Ghislaine inside the Metropolitan Detention Center, where she's being held.
She would be locked down 23 hours a day. That 1 other hour would be set aside for recreation in a very small, caged-in area.
He says she should be in a 10 by 12 foot cell all by herself.
This individual could be a target for harm. It would be a badge of honor in the subculture of jails and prisons for another inmate to assault, possibly injure and or kill her. If she is placed on suicide watch, a trained staff member would sit right outside of her.
Yeah. They're basically just drawing up conspiracy theories. I don't know what to tell you. I think that they do have compromat. I don't think that there was a very large percentage of underage girls. From my examination of it, it does look like there was a string of women that they went through during a period of time, that some of them were under age 18. It does appear as though the vast majority of them were over the age of 18. So, you know, it does. The girls that were out there partying up on their yacht, they're having the time of their life. It's not until after this whole thing that happened, when they can think that they can get money from suing the dude, that then they all start coming out with all of these allegations. At which point in time, it's like, you know, first off, the reason why you were involved in that is because you were being a slut. That means that it can't be pedophilia because you're being a slut. If a woman is after the age of puberty and she's being a slut, that's not pedophilia. That's statutory rape. It is. It's statutory rape. By all stretches of the imagination, that's statutory rape. Because why? She has her legs open. She can have a baby. She needs to close them legs. Close them legs, girl. And don't be a slut. And then what happens? Okay. And then afterwards they're like, oh, now I can get money if I make it sound really bad. Because they want to get that hooker. So first off, they're fucking the dude for money. And then they're like, oh, we can get more money from the dude if we make him look like a demon. But the reality of the situation is that if you were at a party with these powerful people and you had a room and you stuck Jeffrey Epstein in it with a bunch of girls, some of them underage, some of them above age, you would find that the women love Jeffrey Epstein. They think he's awesome. And then if you stuck Joe Magoo Biden next to him, Joe Magoo Biden looks extremely creepy. Like he's known as the groper, the White House streaker. Joe Biden, the dude who would walk around naked in the White House. True story. A Secret Service agent literally had to be restrained to prevent him from decking Joe the Groper Biden because he grabbed his girlfriend's breast, just groped his girlfriend's breast. That's the guy running for president. That's Joe the Groper Magoo Biden. So when you put him next to Epstein, Epstein looks way cool, like the suave dude. And then Biden looks like the creepy dude. So that's why I don't believe any of this shit with Jeffrey Epstein. I don't. But you definitely can see that there's some issues with Joe Biden. Like, obviously, Joe Biden is a sexual predator. Definitely should not be running the country at all in any way, shape, or form. What else do we got on Epstein? Here in this next article from Newsweek, everything that Ghislaine Maxwell has said about Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell revealed her true feelings about pedophile Jeffrey Epstein in a tearful conversation with a housekeeper, as British socialite is fighting to keep her 2016 deposition about Epstein's abuse sealed and fresh accounts of her feelings about her former boyfriend has emerged. Ex-housekeeper Juan Elise says the British socialite once says, quote, I hate him, but I can't leave, end quote, after the coming out of Epstein's house crying. He made his comments in an interview about Prince Andrew's accuser Virginia Giuffre for podcast Broken, Seeking Justice. Well, the one where Virginia Roberts was 17 and she hooked up with Prince Andrews, and they were in the UK where the age of consent is 16 and where prostitution is legal. But you see, that's where you can see they write the news for the audience. They know this isn't pedophilia. They absolutely know Virginia Roberts is 17 years old. This is not 17 years old is like you can almost vote. You can almost do pornography. That is definitely night and day different than a child. Virginia Giuffre, or Virginia Roberts. No, sorry, Virginia Giuffre. Oh, wait, hold on. Virginia Giuffre, Virginia Roberts. Is it Giuffre Roberts? Her last name's Roberts. If Virginia Roberts had murdered someone, she would have been tried as an adult. Therefore, it's impossible for that to have been pedophilia because she's 17, the age of consent is 16, and prostitution is legal there. But they are writing the news for the people who are going to buy it. This is the biggest problem with Fake News Week, is that they specifically write these articles to get you to try to subscribe to them. That's why I put these sources up here, because usually they're fake news. So Elise Elise, who worked at Epstein's mansion in Palm Beach, Florida, said, quote, I told her many times because she would sometimes come out crying in the car for me to drive. And I said, Ghislaine, why are you doing this? Why are you staying with this guy? Elise described how Maxwell said, I hate him, but I can't leave. He added, I say, why? You have money, why aren't you not leaving? Guthrie replied, the relationship was confusing. The exchange offers a rare insight into the relationship between Maxwell and Epstein, which is at the center of the criminal trial jury next year. Maxwell denies charges she groomed minors to be abused by Epstein between 1994 and 97. So that's another thing about the Epstein story that they leave out, is that it was a brief period of time. And they probably were boning some teenagers, but they're also boning thousands of other women. It's like women were coming in and out. Vast majority were over 18. And then he has sex with a few teenagers. Like, you can't really call that a pedophile. You would call that a dude who can't keep his penis in his a statutory rapist. I mean, that's a fair term for it. In my mind's eye, a pedophile is a very egregious thing. It's like where you're having sex with defenseless children. This is like they were models. They had boobs. They had pubic hair. They're modeling. That's why they're there. And then he did some child bribery, which is, in my mind, is definitely still a something that you should be able to sue somebody for. It is. People don't want you fucking their teenager daughter. Like, nobody wants that. So therefore, we say that's child bribery. That's not legal. And in the state where he was caught, the age of consent was 18. So, I mean, you could say that. I just think it's not right to say that somebody like boned a teenager that they're a pedophile, because that's just physically, that's not true. That the definition of the word has always been prepubescent girl, not child bribery after puberty. Further insight can be drawn from an email sent by Maxwell to Epstein in January 2015, where he was handed an 18-month sentence in 2008 following a controversial plea bargain. So that was an incident where he was charged with statutory rape of one minor. There was other minors that were involved in that incident. Not all of them were minors. It seemed like they had a bunch of models. They're always trying to recruit new models. They need to bring them in as young as possible before they go to another modeling agency. So that's why they were going and seeking the people they were. I mean, first, Epstein gets to tap X percentage of the models because they're really slutty and they'll take off their clothes and give old dude hand jobs for money. But, I'm sorry. If that was my daughter that did that, I'd be pissed off at her. I wouldn't say, you're a victim here. I would say, your ass is grounded for the rest of your life. You're never coming out of your room again because you're being a hooker. Maybe in my mind's eye, I think that if you are harsh with that and say, I'm not going to have any sort of sympathy for you at all. Don't be a prostitute. If you're actually being a hooker, I don't want to have anything to do with you. They probably wouldn't do that. Maybe that's just my own tough dad mentality. Maybe I'm wrong. If you think I'm a piece of shit, comment down below. According to BBC, Maxwell said, quote, I would appreciate it if Shelley would come out, say she was your girlfriend. I think she was from N99 to 2002. Epstein replied, quote, okay with me, end quote. He added, quote, you've done nothing wrong, and I would urge you to start acting like it. Go outside, head high, not as escaping sick convict, go to parties, deal with it, end quote. Convicted pedophile also sent Maxwell what appears to be a statement designed for her release to the media. Quoted in The Independent, it read, since J.E. was charged in 2007 for solicitation of a prostitute, I had been in the target of outright lies, innuendo, slander, defamation, and salacious gossip and harassment. And, quote, exchange was contained in a sealed evidence from a defamation case brought by Guthrie against Maxwell in 2015 and settled in 2017 with disclosed payout of the alleged victim. So I think Guthrie is there Virginia Roberts and then Virginia Guthrie? I don't know the difference between the two people right now. The message appears to contradict what Maxwell's team has said on behalf of her relationship with Epstein. Her lawyers told the court that in the case that she hadn't been in contact with Epstein for decades. Not too much in there. I mean, definitely, obviously the guy was guilty of boning some teenagers, but it doesn't really look like there's a lot of other evidence coming out. People make up these things about the secret tapes or whatever. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe the ball will drop and then it turns out Bill Clinton is a pedophile. But I really highly doubt that that's true. I really, 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 really highly doubt that they actually had some epidemic of pedophilia. It's probably more along the lines of they had a whole bunch of hot model chicks. Small amount of them were under the age of 18 and they engaged in statutory rape. Does that mean that the guy should get a death sentence in jail? I definitely think that he should not have gotten a death sentence in jail. It seems like it was a political prosecution. The federal prosecutors in New York didn't feel like that initial state charge was enough. So they instigated a political prosecution. But I don't know. Some of the stories were, they said one of the girls was like age 14. That to me is getting egregious. I think 14 is the point where you could start calling somebody a pedophile. Maybe, I don't know. Probably, yeah. Maybe, I mean, if they were between 16 and 18, I'm not going to call that person a pedophile. Not. That's not pedophilia. The average age of consent in the world is 16. So, therefore, I mean, it depends on the state. But, I mean, in Washington state, he's not a pedophile. In Oregon, he is a pedophile. He's not a, I don't know. He's a statutory rapist. That makes sense. It's still an egregious crime, but not trying to justify it. You should always follow the laws in your state. Should never rape people. It is rape. It's still rape. Rape's rape. But pedophilia is an egregious crime. Jeffrey Epstein, if you try to put him in the category of pedophile, every other pedophile out in their own world is going to immortalize this guy and say he's the what they would view as the apex. And that to me is encouraging. That's like diminishing the egregiousness of a real pedophile, like that Rosenbaum guy who got killed in the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting. Might not have been Kyle Rittenhouse who killed him. That guy had raped a 5-year-old kid. That's fucking egregious. That's egregious. I have no idea how that guy is on the streets, but I feel like it's kind of much ado about nothing. Like, I'm more concerned about the blackmail. I'm really concerned about the blackmail. Who did he blackmail? That's what I want to know. I'm not concerned that the guy boned some teenagers. I don't give a fuck. What I'm really concerned about, does he have sex tapes of Bill Clinton boning minors? Or anybody else in the government that he's using to blackmail? That is egregious. That is, I think, the most significant thing in here. It is a very real possibility. Definitely should not discount that. With that, let's see. I think I'm done with this segment. You should make sure to like and subscribe. Ring that bell for notifications. We like to talk about this stuff a lot. Getting down to the truth of the matter. I do not like fake news. I do not like false accusations. I don't like I really don't like how this guy got a death sentence. That's the biggest thing about it. That just, it sucks. Because when you look into the matters of Epstein, it definitely looks like almost everybody loved this guy. Like he was, like Bill Clinton loved him. Most of the people who didn't look at this teenager thing, they liked the guy. So he got a death sentence for this, which I think is going too far. But better him than me. I've defended him too much. I'm not trying to defend him. I just think the whole thing with Virginia Roberts Guffreys, where she's, and Prince Andrews, where she's 17 years old. If this woman had murdered somebody, she'd be tried as an adult. And then the age of consent is 16 and prostitution is legal. That to me is egregious fake news. It's egregious. If you're trying to shame Prince Andrews for like getting a massage from this woman and then having sex with her, you need to shame Virginia Guffreys for being a slut. Or not Guffrey, Virginia Roberts. What's the difference between the two? Who is Virginia Guffreys? Let's I think it's Virginia Robert Guffrey, right? Yeah. Okay. So Virginia Roberts Guffrey. Yeah, this one. I really do think that this is egregious. I think that this is bullshit. Everything about this is bullshit. Obviously, she's blaming. She's either trying to get money from a lawsuit, and she's like, she's like overweight now, and she's probably trying to say, oh, it's his fault. It's Prince Andrew's fault that I'm not rich now. It's his fault that I didn't try, that I froze up or I dated the wrong men. It's his fault. I don't think so. I think that she was being a slut. She gave him a massage and then she got some money. And then she wants to extort him for more money, saying, this guy ruined my life. Like, no, actually, you blaming other people ruined your life. From what I can tell, she hung out with rich people. She was banging a prince in a country where the legal age of consent is 16 and she was 17. And then they're trying to call the guy a pedophile to ruin his life. I take issue with that. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that that's a despicable thing for someone to do, to try to destroy somebody's life over false accusations of pedophilia. She knows she's 17. You're 17, you murder somebody, you go to jail as an adult because you know better. 17 years old, you should know better than to be a prostitute. You should probably know better than to give old dudes massages and hand jobs with your panties on, or with wearing nothing but panties. Probably shouldn't be doing that. But they weren't raised right. Their parents didn't raise them right. So then they want to blame other people for their parents not raising them right. I'm sorry. I'm calling you out on it. That's fake news. In this next story from logically.ai, QAnon key figure revealed as financial information security analyst from New Jersey. A Logically investigation identifies a QAnon figure as New Jersey resident Jason Galenius. The investigation ties QAnon properties to company owned by Galenius, an information technology specialist who held a prominent position at both Credit Suisse and Citigroup ever since the shadow shadowy figure known as Q made his first appearance on the 4chan image board in October of 2017. The author's identity has remained a mystery. Since then, Q has posted thousands of quote-unquote drops, converting legions of followers to the beliefs that Donald Trump was leading a global fight against a satanic cabal of child trafficking elites, commonly referred to as in the QAnon world as deep state. Actually, deep state doesn't necessarily mean anything correlated to this QAnon thing. Deep state has a very specific meaning. Deep state is there's a group of people who work in and around the Washington, D.C. area. These groups of people in this city, the working for the federal government is a common staple job, such as working at the mill back in the day when the wood mills were the primary industry, or the factory. And these people, they give job references to their friends and to their families. And in order to be in these groups, you have to play within their power structure. They believe in, many of them are Democrats. They believe in anti-racist philosophies because they've worked for the federal government for long enough. They work under the Civil Rights Act. I think it's 1878. And so they're not allowed to discriminate against blacks or Latinos or women. So they have institutionalized anti-racism and feminism. So they do not like Donald Trump because they've been radicalized by the media. They hire their friends. They do not like Trump supporters because they think they're racist Republicans. So there is a group of people who do work for the federal government, and they do have a good old boys network. They have friends and family, which they can get special favors from, and they do give special favors to in exchange. And they do have a cabal against Donald Trump. They do. They will do anything to take Donald Trump out of office. Now, are these people engaged in pedophilia? Apparently 1% of them statistically is highly probable to engage in pedophilia. But deep state is not a QAnon word. It very specifically means an entrenched bureaucracy in and around the Washington, D.C. area. There's no question that these people exist. It's definitely a fact. We can go to the federal government, look up the voting records of all of their employees, their geographic region, where they work in, whether or not they were hired from a reference from a friend, which typically they are. You can identify these people, the demographics, their locations. So it is a real group of people. They do engage in leaks. It is a truth. These people who regularly leak to the media if they don't like something that Donald Trump did. And that's what we call deep state. Deep state are typically, they're just nice people. They're like just Democrats, and they care about people. They care about equality. But this is the thing, is equality is a drug. It causes people to do very, very mean, hateful things because they think that they're justified because there's other people that have been doing such bad things that it justifies whatever they're doing because they're helping people and they're in the right and everyone else is a tyrant but me. So this is really the mindset of the deep state. It's not like a outward cabal of people that are like trying to control the government. It's kind of just like an element of human nature. There's probably always going to be some deep state out there. But are they child pedo sex traffickers? Probably 1% of them are. Probably a freakish amount, high amount. Probably over 100. Over the years, Q's post would move from the 4chan forum to 8chan. Well, finally, its later iteration, 8kun. But these forums weren't where most of Q's followers would go to access the drops. Most of them would find them neatly compiled on a site called QMap, now the main platform on which Q drops are published. For years, it was believed that QMap was an endeavor that was independent of both Chan forums. And the person or people posting Q drops, most recent discoveries concerning an IP address behind QMaps raised questions of whether or not Jim Watkins, the owner of 8chan and 8kun, an elusive figure in his own right, could have also be Q, as some QAnon researchers have pointed out. However, the story of Q's operations does not end with Jim Watkins. So I'm going to let you read the rest of it. You can find the link at, what's the new web address? rsscommentary.com/Cale McCullough /issue 107 for this show. I think it's just RSS commentary /issue 107 right now. That's technical website development thing. We have a new website coming where we're opening it up. If you know anybody that wants to be a RSS commentator on RSS commentary, we're starting a expanding out into multiple languages. So if you know anybody who wants to do a Spanish language version of RSS commentary, definitely looking to expand as soon as possible. There are too many stories. I need help covering them. Also need another English language co-host. All right. I need to take another little break. Where are we at? We just hit China. Here, let me just get through the cop stuff. You know what? All right. Now I got to do it. This next article, hold on. Oops. In this next article from the Daily Mail, policewoman 32 and married officer 35 are sacked over secret sex fling while they were meant to be on duty after top brass used GPS to track their squad car to her home address. Here is the cop. She is sexy. If you know any cops that are that hot, hook me up. I want to bone a cop that hot. Zoe Phillips and Andrew Perry resigned from Gwent Police after the affair came to light. Pair barred from force after panel ruled actions amounted to gross misconduct. The officers thrice were snared after anonymous tips made to the force. And what were they? They were like boning in the cop car. I would too also bone this cop chick if I worked for the force. So this is why I'm not a cop, because yeah. And here's more pictures of her. The mother of one, picture in left and right, worked for the force as a school liaison officer. Yes, she's a cutie. So if you know of any hot police women who would bone me in the police car, you should comment down below. DM me on Twitter at RSS Commentary or Cale McCullough on Facebook. Here's the picture of the guy. He's a very good looking guy. That's for sure. But we should not be normalizing making porn in the cars. I think that's gone a little bit too far. Yeah, I mean, maybe once or twice, but we do need to keep up that public image, like you're following the law. And so if it just becomes the norm that people are boning in the police cars, and then, you know, someone gets in trouble, it might be a normal thing where they just start having sex with the cops to get out of trouble. And, you know, probably shouldn't be going down that rabbit hole. So minimize the sex in the police cars just for everyone's sake and so that you don't get fired. With that, I have to take one more break. It looks like we're getting through this. So we've gotten through QAnon. Now we've made it up to China. What do we have? Then we got Trump stuff. Then we got cancel culture stuff. And then we've got, that's it. China, Trump, cancel culture. We are at 7 hours and 6 minutes into the live stream and 30 seconds. And I just need one more little break because my legs, they hurt. I got to pee. And I'm going to come back and we're going to actually finish all 60 stories tonight. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring the bell down below for more RSS commentary. There's definitely more to come in the future. We are expanding. We're going to have hopefully have a vast plethora of different RSS topics other than news and politics. I'll be right back here. Ooh, all right. We are 7 hours and 14 minutes into the live stream. I'm not sure, but I think my zipper might have been down before. I apologize. Oops. This next article from the New York Post: China expanded Uighur internment camps despite denials, researchers say. The Chinese government, or the Chinese Nazi Party, as I like to call them, because they have all these Uighur Muslims in concentration camps. Vast majority of people in China are impoverished. They live out in the country. They have a huge, gigantic, steep social hierarchy that goes between the country people and the city people. There's people living high off the hog in the cities. And they have so many people that they can't share with everyone there in China. So they make up for it by making most of the people in the countryside impoverished, while the Chinese Nazi Party lives high off the hog. It's a surveillance state. They have very, very strict control over that entire country. Everybody's being monitored. It's a authoritarian dictatorship where people disappear all the time, where you're not allowed to talk about politics. Well, I think you can, but they'll probably end up throwing you in jail in a re-education camp. And then this is why they're the Chinese Nazi Party. They're trying to be the world's #1 superpower. And so when you take all the fact that they allow private property ownership, all of those things add up to National Socialism. The #1 difference in between National Socialism and communism, because people think that like Nazism is inherently anti-Semitic. It's not actually true. No, National Socialism is a system of government the Nazis were into anti-Semitism, but the system of government is basically it's socialism where you can own private property, where there's a steep social hierarchy, where they don't share equally with everyone, and it's a meritocracy. That is National Socialism. That's what it is. I'm a computer scientist. So I look at things from the actual qualities of them and the hierarchical configurations of the components, because I'm a UML geek. I love UML. I think it's great. In fact, if I could program in UML, I would actually do it, but you can't actually program in UML. I've actually tried this, and I thought that I could just pull it off, but as it turns out, it's only so useful for making really quick drawings, but that still makes it awesome. I like really quick drawings. I just don't like having to edit useless documents. I'm sorry, I'm on a tangent about UML. What am I doing right now? We're talking about UML. Okay. I'm a fucking nerd. Okay, so we're talking about the Chinese Nazi Party, and they've got these Uighur Muslim internment camps, and they've got the steep social hierarchy with the hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese out in the countryside, with people living high off the hog in the city because they don't have enough resources to share with everybody. So the only way they can do it is with this steep social hierarchy in the authoritarian dictatorship. So this is why China is far right. It's not communist. It's insane to think that China is communist. First, they allow private property ownership. That's mutually exclusive of communism. Communism does not facilitate private property ownership. Private property ownership is not able to be done in communism because communism by the root definition of it, means community control. That means the community owns everything. That means that the community owns the government. That's why communism in its purest form sounds great. And I'm going to argue that their innovation was almost good enough. Their capitalization was critically injured. They weren't able to move the markets fast enough, but they were able to innovate. It's very clear that the economic system isn't the thing that prevents the humans from innovating. The economic system prevents people from selling their products so they can innovate at a competitive rate. This is why communism is a big time fail. Other than that's the economic reason why it's a big time fail. The other reason why it's a big time fail is because it requires people to enforce it. People don't just want to give away the fruits of their labor without getting anything in exchange. That's called theft or slavery, which is theft. So in order to make communism work, you have to have a far-right dictatorship in order to force people to part with their hard-worked labor and their hard-earned money. They want something in exchange. And in communism, you just typically have to kill people to get people to force them to do whatever you want, in which case that's a very high motivator to get them to do whatever you want, which is what I'm talking about with the, it wasn't the innovation that caused them to fail. The innovation was there. It was the system, the economic system fundamentally is flawed. It doesn't work when everybody is on the same level. You have to have a social hierarchy because humans have always worked with social hierarchies. We always seek to move up the hierarchy to the next stage, to the next level, to become more wealthy, more educated, more experienced. These are all things that we seek to do. So when you take away these things, what you end up with is you'll have a small group of people that will bias everything towards their in-group. They will become the state, and it will become a dictatorship. It will not be far left. It will be far right, because that's the difference between the two. Most people have no idea what the difference between the two things are. So researchers at Australian's Strategic Policy Institute, a think tank that is also US-backed, unveiled the findings at the Xinjiang Data Project on Thursday, which showed that at least 61 detention centers were expanded since July 2019. Both at that time and now, Chinese government officials have claimed that they were winding down their mass internment practices. A SPI investigation, which took place over 2 years, tells the different story, identifying 380 detention centers. The number was over 100, more than was previously known. About 14 of these camps were still under construction this year, despite government officials saying that all detainees had graduated and thus returned to society. The report stated that only 8 camps showed signs that they were being shut down. Xinjiang is a province in the community, the quote-unquote communist country where an estimated 1 million Uighur Muslims and other Muslim minorities have been detained since 2018. So you have to ask yourself the question, if it is communism and it's supposed to be community control, why the hell don't the Uighur Muslims also too have community control over the government and over their religion? That's because it's not community control. It's state controlled. State controlled is by definition far right. Because in order to have it state controlled, you have to have a steep social hierarchy where the state has enough power to actually control everything. So communism in its purest form, you have four-tier hierarchy, where at the bottom there's the farmers. Above them is artisans. Above them are soldiers. And above them is the military. But it's not supposed to be a situation where it's impossible to overthrow the government, because they believe in Marxism. A tenet of Marxism is dialectic materialism. This is the class struggle between the poor and the bourgeoisie, middle class, the entitled group of people that doesn't deserve what they earned or created. I think the whole concept of the bourgeoisie is fundamentally flawed to its core. It's a bullshit theory. A lot of people, I even fell victim to it in my college years. Because they tell you, oh, these bourgeoisie, it's just this group of entitled people that they got everything given to them and they didn't earn it or they didn't deserve to have it. We should share with everyone else. You're like, all right, yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't like those people either. Yeah. Only it was just bullshit the entire time. There's some people out there that are pretty douchey, but you're kind of being a white knight there. You're saying, no, I'm the one that has, that is entitled to this, even though I didn't earn it. It is me. I'm the white knight. I am the one that is more deserving than him. You should be with me, damsel. I will save you from the imaginary misogynistic pig boogeyman. And so this is the same thing with the bourgeoisie. It's like, you're like, all right, so why exactly are you more entitled? Why is it like going to be more fair if you're just given this by just splitting it up? Like, oh, because it would be more fair that way. Like, okay, so what happens when you split it up evenly and then other people had more that they weren't telling you about, and then they ended up with more, and then their group of people then took over because they had stuff they weren't telling you, and then they just kept taking more and more? Oh, right. Yeah. There's a lot of little things about communism like that just don't add up. You can't just split things equally and then snap your fingers and then magically everything's better. The only thing you can really do is make your society free and open and make it so that people have class mobility and that you can work your way up. Because to be quite honest, I don't want the home bum who fucked up everything in his life, who's got a drinking problem. I don't want him to have as much as me because he's just going to waste it. I actually want to have more than home bum who's drunk as piss down by the Dairy Mart right now. Thank you very much. In fact, I want to have a lot more than that person. That person has a drug and alcohol problem. I do not have a drug and alcohol problem. So therefore, that person would just waste all of that stuff. They didn't earn it. They're not going to respect it. They're probably going to cry rivers full of lip tears whenever the money dries up and then blame you for why they had a drug problem. It's because of the bourgeoisie holding me down. So let's see. Xinjiang is a province in. Wait, hold on. These ethnic minorities are held in internment camps and prisons where they're subjugated to ideological discipline, forced to denounce their religion and language, and physically abused. Chinese Nazi Party officials, however, have long suspected Uyghurs of harboring separatist tendencies because they have their own culture, language, and religion. Yeah, that's exactly why. The most ironic thing about this is that the Chinese have been putting out a propaganda campaign to try to prevent the United States from enforcing our immigration laws. They say it's the racist white man that is oppressing the Latinos by kicking out the illegal immigrants, which is total batshit nonsense. And then they're sitting up here with, they got millions of these Uighur Muslims in concentration camps because they don't want Islam to take over China. And it just kind of points out the hypocrisy. It's like, it also points out their cyber warfare operation. Actually, China is engaging in a cyber warfare operation against the United States. They have been doing it for a while. In this cyber warfare operation, they use psychological warfare. What they do is they change what words are acceptable, what they mean, and in what context they're appropriate in. Once you are able to do this, you can then start manipulating people by changing these words in order to provoke class conflict, to create cultural Marxism, which is a detestable philosophy where they said Marxism didn't fail because of the flat social hierarchy. No, it's the culture that failed. It's the racist people that wouldn't share, and it's the capitalist who is making too much money off of that highly productive farm. We have to take that from him and share it with the people. So they don't want the Uighur Muslims taking over because they're what they did in the Chinese cultural cultural de-evolution, when the Chinese quote-unquote Communist Party went through and started mass slaughter at about 60 million people out in the countryside. And they took mobs of people from the cities, and they went through and they destroyed all the temples and cultural institutions. And this is why socialism in the big city is a really deadly threat to you and your family and your business and your well-being, is because when you have large pockets of socialists that develop, you now have the possibility for armies full of socialist drones from the big cities to go through and commit atrocities to control the countryside. Now, admittedly, we do have the internet. People aren't bloodthirsty savages like they used to be. So, you know, is that threat overblown? Antifa and BLM, or as I like to say, BLM Antifa Nazis or Blamen, they have been burning down our cities. They are Marxists. They are from the big cities. Most Democrats live in big cities. Almost all BLM Antifa Nazis are Democrats. And a large percentage of them are on food stamps in the big cities, the Democratic-run shitholes. And they have been burning down our cities, and they have been engaging in cultural Marxism. And this is all related to the immigration policy, where they're saying that the racist white males, they're oppressing the minorities. They're saying that the quote-unquote racist Republicans from them poor rural states are oppressing the minorities and the women in the Democratic-run big city shitholes. And so that's why they need to burn down our cities, because the police are enforcing the laws, and then every once in a while somebody dies. But they don't want you to do anything about the 20,000 murders in the U.S. per year. About half of them are committed by black people. There's about 6 times as many white people as black people in the U.S. And so if you look at the statistics, there's about 10,000 murders by black people per year. And there's about 800 police killings per year. About 9 of them are of unarmed black men. So the ratio of kills are, for each unarmed black person that's killed, there's about 1,111 people that are murdered by black people. That's what you call the elephant in the room. And so they don't want you to talk about that because that would actually fix the problem. So what does this have to do with it? What they're doing is that they've been programmed to be cultural Marxist drones because they've been institutionalizing anti-racism through the business, the workplaces, Chinese Nazi Party controlled businesses, as well as the ivory tower, which is a metaphor for the racist power structure that the Democrats have come up with. Democrats were the party that owned slaves, started the KKK. They opposed women's suffrage. They were the bigots. And they created a racist power structure. And they're in the big cities. Most Democrats are in big cities. And where most of the minorities live. And the people at the top control all the people down at the bottom. Since they're almost all run by Democrats, of course, Democrats are behind the scenes in almost all of these ivory towers. Of course, there's going to be some Republicans there because they're just trying to make money off the business. But these businesses have been predominantly radicalized. They believe in this critical race theory bullshit where they say the white man has been oppressing the minorities. They took the land from the American Indians who were nomads, didn't have a government. Apparently you can take land from nomads. I didn't know that you could take land from nomads, but apparently you can in batshit crazy land. And they say the American Indians were the ones who were supposed to have rights over this country, that we took it from the Amerindians. But they don't tell you what tribe was supposed to control it. Was it the Dakota? Or was it the Sioux? Or was it the Apache? What about the Aztecs? Was it any of the tribes that owned slaves and committed genocide? Because, American Indians actually owned slaves. They even owned black slaves. People didn't know this. It's actually true. Look it up. American Indians were slave owners. And then they try to say, oh, no, we're perfect. It's just a white man. It's just him. It's Kale oppressing all of them minorities up from top his ivory tower. It's me. I'm the one. Because I'm the privileged white male that won't share my white privilege with all the minorities in the cities that I don't live in. Yeah. I'm the one that's oppressing all of the minorities. It's me. As we can see, this is a bunch of rubbish nonsense. That's critical race theory, is where they basically, it's a scapegoat where they're saying it's just a white man holding us down. He's the reason why I had a shit attitude towards education when I was young, kept back talking to teachers and kept getting suspended. It's the white man that doesn't live in the city. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that I don't have a father in my house and that my mom's single and fucking a bunch of really sketchy dudes who are selling drugs, who'd never helped me out with my homework. No. Can never be that because it's the white man who's doing it. And that's because they live in mostly black neighborhoods where there's hardly any white people. So when you blame the white man's just not there. So you can just make up whatever you want and get as pissed as you want because the scapegoat never shows up because they're not there. So obviously this critical race thing is bullshit. Critical race theory is bullshit. And then you got the doctrine of diversity, where they're saying all white teams are inferior to teams with black people on it and women, because they did some studies that showed that diverse teams are more productive and innovative. So the white feminists, they generalize this because all they see is race and skin color. So they think that this means that all white teams are inferior. But in reality, it means that teams from different cities and states and countries are more innovative and productive. But it has nothing to do with your skin color. Your skin, this is just like a pigment in your skin. It doesn't really indicate too much of anything about your personality. But they want to say, that black people who don't side with Democrats are skin folk and not kinfolk, because they are trying to control your vote. And so what this is causing is that cultural Marxism. Got to go back to China. Got to explain the background of this. So the cultural Marxism is where they're trying to destroy all of our culture because they think the white man is racist, and that they have to get rid of the white males and replace them with minorities and women, because these theories are mainly in big cities where there's not a lot, or where the people at the top of the ivory tower, typically white, or they're immigrants, and cat. And so it's a nice convenient scapegoat to say, no, it's not the white people at the top of the ivory tower in the city where you live. No, it's the racist white Republicans out in the poor rural states. That's the reason why the minorities in the big cities who have bad attitudes towards education, who get suspended from school all the time, that's the reason why they're stuck at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Has nothing to do with the fact that their father's not in the house. Oh, I got to get rid of the cat. The cat sat on the green screen and he had some poop on his butt and he just wiped poop on the green screen. Oh, he's such a cute cat. Sorry, I digress. So what about this? So the Chinese people have been programming our people with cultural Marxism in a cyber warfare campaign. And so they've been using Wikipedia, social media, Chinese Nazi party controlled companies to basically, what they're trying to do is they want to wipe out the racist white man's culture because they're oppressing the minorities. And so they want to make it so we can't enforce our immigration laws, so that they flood us with immigrants. And when you look at the data, this is the map of U.S. population projections, 1900 to 2016, or sorry, census population, U.S. population, 1900 to 2016. Population projections, 2017 to 2060 by immigration scenarios. Let me zoom in. We could see that the projected populations with no immigration in 2060 are going to be 319.7 million people. The low immigration scenario is going to be 376.2 million people. And then the high immigration scenario is 9 million people. So the difference between the Republicans want the low immigration or the immigration restriction scenario. The Democrats want the immigration, our population goes down because our birth rate is below the replacement rate. The low immigration scenario that the Republicans are proposing as the max, this is going to prevent them from packing in 70 million people. 70 million extra immigrants. Let's put that into perspective.
So, we're currently at 330 million, right? So 70 million extra people divided by 330, that's 21% of our current population extra. 21% of our population extra. That's a lot of people. What cities are these people going to? 70 million people? I'm going to be alive in 2060. Do I have to put up with all 70 million of these people in my life? Yeah. The Democrats want to pack these people in for one reason and one reason only, besides the fact that they're completely fucking corrupt. We already gone over this in one time in this show, although it's such a long show. I guess we got to go over it twice. I made this graph. This is my graph. It's the Democrat 4-tier racial caste hierarchy. This is how fucked up Democrats are. You can see here, over here in the right, the demographics of the voters in the 2016 election. You can see 91% of them were black, or 91% of black people voted for Hillary, along with 66% of Hispanic voters. And then down here, we can see that here's the height map of the U.S. population. Or, the number of voters that voted for Democrats versus Republicans shown as a height map. In the 2016 election over here. And so here you can see, here's where most of these people voting for Democrats are. Areas with a lot of black people in them. So we can see the largest one is the insanely corrupt state of California. This is the Southern California area right here. How does that work out? Is that San Francisco? And so there's Seattle. Here's Portland. Northern California. It looks like San Francisco right there, and then like LA or something. Chicago. Orlando, right? Jacksonville. I don't know what that one is. So, what this translates into is this is the voting demographic. This is how fucked up Democrats are. What does this have to do about the story? I have to stay on story. We're talking about the Uighur internment camps and then how fucked up Democrats are. So they have this social hierarchy. This is why they want to pack in the immigrants, is because 2/3 of them vote for Democrats. This thing. If 2/3 of them voted for Republicans, they would want to kick them out. But since 2/3 of them are voting for Democrats and they think that white people are racist, then that justifies their critical race theory, their doctrine of diversity, where they have to remove the white males from the workplace. What does this have to do about this? So this is what China's doing. China's behind this. This is China. China's cyber warfare operation. This is what they're doing. They're trying to trick us into not enforcing our immigration policies by rigging Wikipedia, promoting anti-racism, and stoking the Black Lives Matter, Antifa, Nazi race riots, making them flaming hot so that you can bring out as many far right and as many far left as you can.
And so, why am I going on the tangent about this? These Uighur Muslims are emblematic of how fucked up the Chinese government are, because the Chinese government are trying to prevent us from enforcing our immigration policies, because their goal is to remove the white English speakers, replace them with socialist Latinos, because most socialists most Latinos are socialist. So when you pack in a whole bunch of immigrants from outside of the country, you end up with a shit ton of commies, bro. Like straight up communist. And they bring with them cultural Marxism. Not only are they supporters of cultural Marxism, they also are supporters of changing our language to their language, Spanish. That, when you change the language, you change the culture. If the people you're bringing in are socialist Latinos and you're changing the language to Spanish, that's cultural Marxism. That's what the Chinese are doing while they're sitting here with millions of Uighur Muslims in concentration camps. So that's just fucked up. That's just hella fucked up. So we got to take out the Chinese Nazi Party, take out Zinni the Pooh. Is there anything else in this article that I need to read? Earlier this month, more than 300 organizers published an open letter to the United Nations demanding it address rampant human rights abuses by the Chinese Nazi Party. The people need to start calling them Nazi Party. You cannot be communist and allow private property ownership. The two things are mutually exclusive. No, they're like, oh, no. Xi Jinping has a new kind of Marxism. This new kind of Marxism is a improvement on socialism, where they allow private property. Only that's what National Socialism is, buddy. Like, oh no, but we don't practice ethno-nationalist eugenics. Sorry, what does ethno-nationalist eugenics have anything to do with National Socialism? It doesn't. No. Okay, the fact that Nazis were supporters of institutionalized eugenics and they were racist against mixed races, not against... This is a misconception of Nazis, is that they were racist against black people. This is not true. They did not put Africans in the concentration camps. In fact, Adolf Hitler is in his last political, what is it called? The last letters that he wrote before he committed suicide, he said very specifically something to the effect that he never thought the Chinese were inferior. He thought, in fact, actually their history was actually superior to that of Germany. But that when he was saying be prideful of your race, he's just saying that like they're selling, well, I'm paraphrasing. They're saying it's like you're a soap salesman. Everybody else is, you're not supposed to say, my soap is only so good. It's not as good as the other guys. You know, it's just kind of average. That's not how you sell soap. Germans weren't slave owners. They weren't the colonizers who went and like Britain colonized the world. They were against slavery and they weren't racist, but they believed in this weird eugenics theory that mixed races were inferior, which I think is detestable. I think that that's more vile than racism itself. I do think that it's the most fucked up kind of racism out there, but I think it's on such another level. I don't think it's called racism because they weren't racist against, it was intra-racial violence as opposed to interracial violence between races. Violence between races is like violence by white people against black people. Nazism was intra-racial violence. It was almost all the victims were white. And they thought that because they were just trying to take over the world and they were just throwing anybody under the bus. What am I talking about? So they say, no, this isn't National Socialism because we don't practice eugenics. Like, no, man. No, National Socialism has a very, very, very fixed definition. It's socialism where you allow private property ownership. It's a extreme steep social hierarchy where it's a meritocracy as opposed to you being gifted things by your family. You would compete for the top slot. So in which case the Chinese, they have these second generation rich kids, like the children of the Chinese Nazi Party are living high on the hog. And that's not Nazism. Technically Nazism would be where they have to compete for all the resources. They have to continually compete. But I mean, not really. I mean, really the difference is that you can own private property. There's a steep social hierarchy. You don't share equally. You have a competition for the top slot in the social hierarchy because it's a meritocracy. That's the difference in between the two things. And that is exactly what China is, with the exception of the second generation rich that everything's given to them by their family. But they still have a steep social hierarchy where they do compete for the top slot. They do. There's just some rich kids too mixed in there, which I don't think justifies that. They're still National Socialists. So let's say I'm beating the story to death. I think I've said enough. Here's images of the Uighur internment camps near Kashgar in Xinjiang. So in this next article from NPR, as U.S. views of China grow more negative, Chinese support for their government rises. Polls show widespread distrust towards China is growing in the U.S. over how China initially handled its China virus outbreak on outgoing human rights abuses. At the same time, Chinese attitudes towards the U.S. are souring, while popular satisfaction with Chinese state has grown since the central government quickly brought the pandemic under control through sometimes brutal methods. The recent trends in public sentiment run parallel to a dramatic deterioration in U.S.-China relations. A nationalistic official in each government play on popular fears and perceptions. U.S. levels of anxiety about China are at historic highs, primarily because they're engaging in cultural Marxism here in the United States, trying to take out the quote-unquote racist white man's culture. One technique that they use for cultural Marxism is they subsidize bad movies. So they'll take a movie character from a formerly badass movie with a white male character, and they will replace it with a minority they will replace the character with a minority or a woman, and then the movie will suck. It'll bomb. Nobody wants to go see it. And but they don't care about that because they make most of their money in China. And then this allows Xi Jinping and the Chinese Nazi Party to control what movies become popular. Then it allows them to control what actors and actresses are able to come up within that social hierarchy. And then it allows them to do cultural Marxism in the United States by promoting actors and actresses that promote anti-racism, are against patriotism, they're against immigration restrictions, they're for illegal immigration. And so this is why Hollywood's gone so batshit crazy, is because you've got the Chinese government doing cultural Marxism through Hollywood. And all of these big Hollywood stars are lined up for the paycheck. They're all sucking Xi Jinping's dick. Every single last one of them, they're sucking the shit out of this guy's asshole. Like, got brown all up on the face, bro. And they're all about it. They love that Xi Jinping paycheck, dude. The movie could just bomb. It could be horrible. But they'll go subsidize it over there. So they don't have to make money here. This is the great thing about having the Chinese Nazi Party in control. is that it sucks. And the lefties just get whatever they want because you have to think the Chinese Nazi Party has to have some people that they're paying off to have on their side, that they give extra privileges to, that they wouldn't give their own citizens. So they basically are just paying off these liberal groups that are getting money from them in order to control them, in order to influence our politics and control our our economy. And it's all part of their plan to be the world's #1 superpower. U.S. and levels of anxiety about China are at historic highs. The latest Pew Research poll from July found 73% of American respondents have negative attitudes towards China, the highest percentage since Pew began collecting such data in 2005, when 35% of reported negative attitudes towards China. In a poll, 76% of the respondents said they put a, quote, great deal of fair amount blame, quote, for the China virus pandemic on how China initially handled its first outbreak. I personally think that they staged those scenes. I think that they knew that COVID wasn't very deadly, because when you look at the percentage of people that survive it are definitely flu levels. It's like 99 point some odd percent of people survive it. It's like 99.96% of people. It's like the same as the flu. But I think that they knew this ahead of time. This is my own personal theory. I don't have any evidence that supports this. But whenever they have those scenes of them fumigating, where they had the smoke with people in hazmat suits fumigating, I think they staged those. I also think they staged the building of the pandemic hospital. I think that they knew that it wasn't that deadly, but they were trying to create false fears in order to destroy the world's economy for their attempt to be the world's #1 superpower. I think that they didn't need to build that pandemic hospital, but they built it as a sign of strength, it's called soft power, and in order to promote fear. And then also the scenes where they welded those apartment buildings shut. I personally think that they staged every last little bit of that to drum up fear in the international community, to bankrupt the world's economy. Because once you bankrupt the world's economy, then you can start swooping stuff up for pennies on the dollar. They got all kinds of funny money, dude. They got hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese out in the countryside they use for slaves and a baby factory. You can't compete with China on that. They got slaves. In fact, the previous story was about the Uighur Muslims, and they're using them for slaves. And Americans are just buying this stuff. Black Lives Matter rioters and looters out here burning our cities down. They are all buying stuff made from slave labor from China, while they're accusing the white man of holding them down for their ancestors, or maybe even their ancestors weren't slaves, because not all African Americans had parents who were, or ancestors who were slaves. A lot of them came from Africa. Remember, after the so there wasn't actually that many people in the U.S. during the slave owning days. There was, I think, 12 million people total. And so the amount of African immigrants since then is a lot more than that. So not all African Americans were, their ancestors were enslaved. So they want to blame the white man for all of the minorities in these big Democrat-run shitholes problems. It's the white man's fault as to why the black people aren't being there for their kids, why the houses are fatherless with single moms and are oftentimes dating really sketchy, skeezy drug addicts, because the dad left and they're still partying and they never wanted to stop. That's kind of the life in the hood. But that's all. It's my fault. It's my fault that their houses are fatherless, because I'm the privileged white male, and I'm the one that had it so good in the house where I too was also fatherless with a single mom. Just my mom wasn't doing sketchy drugs and banging drug dealers. What does this have to do with that? Trying to get back on track. Something about China. Back up. Negative attitudes towards China. Blaming something about slaves. I think we're talking about slaves. Yeah, that's what yeah, okay. So we're talking about how they use Uighur Muslims as slaves. And then I started going off on a tangent about how the African Americans don't say shit about the Uighur Muslims. And then they sit there and complain about how the white man's holding them down while they're talking on their smartphone made by slave labor. They never say anything about that. You ever seen a protest that was against brutality in China? In the U.S., have you ever even heard of a protest against the brutality in China? No. They don't care about the brutality in China. And the people who control them would not allow them to put out propaganda against the brutality in China. They wouldn't, because they're controlled by the Chinese Nazi Party. So we should have a very bad view of China. They're detestable. They're the Chinese Nazi Party. The socialists that allow private property ownership, that have millions of Muslims in concentration camps, that they have a surveillance state with a dictator. They're trying to be the world's #1 superpower. They've been spying on our companies, stealing our intellectual property, doing cyber warfare operations to manipulate our psyche with psychological warfare operations. And they're shipping in boat tons of fentanyl to kill people with chemical weapons. So they use the illegal immigrants through the propaganda that's intended to prevent us from enforcing our border laws and removing illegal immigrants. Then they use that then to bring in illegal immigrants to ship to distribute the fentanyl that they're using to kill our people with chemical weapons. So that's how the cyber weapon works, is you can use the cyber weapon to develop, to deliver your chemical weapons, your biological weapons, and your psychological weapons. That's how the weapon works. In fact, I'm one of the people who discovered the weapon. I am actually one of the pioneer researchers that discovered this on Wikipedia. So we do need to crack down on China, because the people of China do not want to live in an authoritarian dictatorship. They want to be free. They're actually lovely people. And we probably have a lot more in common than we do apart, even though their language has these really funny symbols. I feel like they're computer nerds. I like computer nerds. But they're authoritarians. They've been brainwashed. So keep a safe distance, but still, they have a good culture. Their people are generally pretty friendly. Good people. But let's see, they did put it down in here somewhere. If you want to read the thing, you can. Yeah, real RSS commentary / Cale McCullough / issue 107, or at github.com / RSS commentary / Cale McCullough issue number 107. But they do specify down in here, you can't really trust any polls that come from China. They're saying they trust these polls. This is nonsense public radio. I don't trust anything from this news source. Just fair warning. I think that this is a fake news outlet, spews government propaganda, but they do claim, they do state it somewhere in here, saying that China, people would be too afraid to speak out against the government if they knew that they were speaking out against the government, that they would target them. And it's because they're putting so much resources to controlling their public image that they would force people to say this. Well, they would give them special favors. They have a social credit system, so they would get more social credits for this. So you can't trust anything that comes out of China. You can trust it about as long as most of these Chinese products will last, and a lot of them don't have very good track records. So if you want to check that out, I'll let you read the rest of that. Let's move on. Oh my gosh. 8 hours, 11 minutes. Do you think I'm going to get through all of it? Well, that was China. Now we're cruising on into Trump land after this asteroid. In this next article from Newsweek, 2 huge asteroids the size of the Great Pyramids of Giza are set to fly past Earth in the next 2 weeks. 2 large asteroids will pass by Earth next week, one measuring up to 426 feet in diameter, the other 656 feet, compares to the size of the Egypt's Great Pyramids of Giza, which is 455 feet tall. The first, smaller asteroid will pass by Earth on September 25th. Oh, so that was tonight, at a distance of 3.6 million miles. Damn, I should have read this one first at the beginning of the show. According to NASA's Center of Near-Earth Object Studies, which tracks and predicts asteroids and comets that will come close to Earth, second larger asteroid will fly by on September 29th, so it's 3 days from now. At a closer distance of 1.78 million miles, which is close. It's not. Now, recently there's been some other asteroids that have flown by at like 20,000 miles away. It was just like, that's great. That's like right across, that's grazing. For perspective, the distance of the moon is to Earth is 238,900 miles. These 2 asteroids named 2020 R0 and 2020 PM7 are the largest to pass Earth over the next 2 weeks. Let's see if we're down. Oh yeah, between Friday and October 2nd, 21 asteroids will fly by Earth. Wow, that's a lot. These are due to pass by Friday, 2 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. Closest encounter over next 14 days will be 20 RA6, which is 121 feet wide. Pass Earth on Friday at a distance of 323,000 miles, so that was last night. It is currently Saturday because this is a very long show. According to NASA, almost 1 million asteroids have been identified since its Near-Earth Object program was launched in 1998. Space Agency has found more than 90% of the asteroids are larger than 3,200 feet wide, with a large fraction of those over 460 feet wide. I don't know how big it would take to wipe out life on Earth, but I would imagine that one of those could. That's pretty freaky. So, you should invest in bomb shelters. Definitely invest in underground grow facilities, possibly growing food in them today. I think that is the only thing that would save us, is if we had these massive food factories underneath the ground that we were powering through like some renewable energy source that doesn't go away like tidal currents. I personally think that we should invest in underwater space exploration research facilities. I think that we should have societies of people that live underwater in underwater cities that we use to develop space technology, because living underwater is not too much different than living out in space. Their air, both of them are cut off from the atmosphere. But it's a lot cheaper to go underwater than it is to go to the moon. So this is why I think that we should dump quite a bit more money into it. In fact, this idea has been getting more popular. There has been more funding. There is funding for one underground space exploration research facility. I can't remember where it's at, but looking forward to that. If you can remember where it's at, comment down below. This next article from the New York Post, Mike Pence's plane forced to return to New Hampshire airport after striking a bird. Here we can see a picture of Air Force, what is that, Air Force 2? I think it's still Air Force 1, right? Vice President Mike Pence's plane was forced to return to New Hampshire airport last Tuesday night, soon after takeoff because it struck a bird, the White House said. Pence was on his way back to Washington, D.C. after campaigning at an airport hangar in Guilford, New Hampshire earlier in the day. The new vice president and others aboard were in no danger after the bird strike. A senior administration official told the Associated Press. White House said the plane returned to Manchester Boston Regional Airport out of caution. They can go, these planes can fly with one engine. I think that this Air Force 1 or Air Force 2, the helicopter's Marine Force 1. Then they have two of these planes, and I think the one that I don't remember. I think it was the one that the president's in, Air Force 1, and then this one's Air Force 2. If I'm wrong, can you please comment down below to correct me on that? I do not remember. I'm glad that he's safe. I remember back when I was a liberal, I hated this guy. I hated Donald Trump. I had Trump derangement syndrome. I didn't realize that the news was just fake and that they were just writing the news for the audience, just trying to get people to subscribe and watch. That's why they're using tribalism. That's what they're doing. But now that I've come to my senses, now I realize that Mike Pence is a very good, honorable man. He's done nothing wrong. I couldn't even tell you why I thought he was a bad person in the first place, other than the fact that he was a devout Christian. I think lesser of myself for thinking that, but I do not think that anymore. I think that Christian people are good people, and that it does not matter whether or not I think Jesus was legit or not. Christians I've known all my life are lovely people. They don't deserve the hatred that the Democrats and the anti-theists are giving them. It's just part of our culture, part of our what I grew up with as a child. And then eventually I started hating it. And now I think that that was just a pretty shitty thing to do. If you can stomach it and that's your thing, more power to you, man. That's great. Thank you for praying for me, too. This next article from the Times of Israel, envelope addressed to White House contained ricin, says law enforcement officers. FBI, Secret Service, and U.S. Postal and Service Inspection Service led the investigation. Authorities say no known threat to public safety. If you can remember, the U.S. Postal Agent Services recently did a arrest of Steve Bannon for a fraud that happened online. I don't think it was a fraud. I think maybe I think it was a political prosecution. Definitely appears as if they could not get the FBI cybercrime unit to deal with the potential scam donations. I don't think that golf cart's a scam donation. I personally would like to donate money to the Build the Wall Inc. campaign to help fund that go-kart, or not go-kart, golf cart, the 4-person golf cart, and the SUV that they needed to pull the golf cart. And I don't think that they need anything to do with the boat. So maybe they got them on that one. Like building a boat and then, or building a wall and a boat. You know, you can get away with the 4-wheeler and the SUV as requirements to go out to the job site. You know, I don't know about the boat payments, but they need to prove that person spent that money on that stuff, and that Steve Bannon, I'm 100% convinced or 99.999% convinced is innocent, that he didn't do anything wrong, but they politically prosecuted him. Maybe Bryant, what was this? Cogert, or Brian's wife, the Instagram model. Maybe there were some problems there. So it's not complete political prosecution. I don't think Steve Bannon should have been charged, but I'm not the prosecutor. I'm going to let them do their work. What am I saying about this? Oh, but the FBI cybercrimes unit should have been the ones that indicted Bannon, but they couldn't. The FBI would not file charges against them. So they went and got U.S. postal agents. And these are the same people that were dealing with this mail scam. And so this shows you that it might have been a political prosecution there, because the U.S. Postal Inspection Service is supposed to deal with crimes related to the mail, like a Ponzi scheme that's in a mail. If it's done online, it's an FBI cybercrime unit. Anything else about this? I don't really feel like reading all of this stuff. I've been up here for hours. You can go read it. You can either Google this. Envelope addressed to White House contains ricin. This is law enforcement officials. Getting to the end. In this next article from Christopher Rufo, President signs executive order abolishing critical race theory. Thank goodness. President Donald Trump, the king of memes, has issued a full executive order abolishing critical race theory from federal government, the military, and federal contractors. The president has effectively declared war on critical race theory and extended the battleground to our major institutions. Thank God. That critical race theory thing is whack. I used to work as a minority outreach advisor for Portland State University, and we had to deal with this critical race theory and doctrine of diversity, which says that, critical race theory is where it says that white man's bad because they 6% of white people used to own slaves. So the African Americans were somehow like oppressed because they're like somehow like doing less good than they would have been doing in Africa, where the vast majority of people are impoverished. So they're saying the white man is the conqueror, took the land from the American Indians, even though 95% of American Indians died from smallpox. They didn't own a government. They were nomads. You can't take land from a nomad. But they blame the white man. They say it's the white man. It's the racist Republican in them poor rural states holding down the minorities in the big cities. And this is why they have to use that scapegoat, is because the Democrats are in control of almost all the big cities in the U.S. And you can't say that it's the racist white man that's at the top of the pyramid in the big city that's holding down the minorities, because then the minorities in the big city wouldn't vote for those people. No, it has to be the racist Republicans in the poor rural states that are holding down the minorities in the big city Democrat-run shitholes. Because if it was actually the person in their city that was doing it, they would go and rage them and they would take their shit. They would rob them and they would fuck them up. And so it can't actually work that you tell them the truth. The people at the top of the Democrat power structure that are controlling your big city are the ones that are oppressing you and holding you down because they won't hire you. Because then that would fuck everything up. These Democrats rely on the minorities as a key voting bloc in these big cities. Vast majority of Democrats live in big cities. Or sorry, the plurality of Democrats live in big cities. Sorry, I think vast majority is like 75% or more than a plurality, right? So they have to keep up the lie of it's somebody else's fault, it's not me, because there's so many minorities in the big cities that they can't control the big cities unless they propagate a lie that it's a scapegoat that's outside of the city, that it's not them. It can't be the Democrats doing it, because the Democrats are the ones who are trying to help the minorities in the big cities. So then it can't be them. So it has to be the racist Republicans in them poor rural states, which, as you can tell, this is absolutely absurd. I'm definitely not holding down any sort of minorities in those big Democrat-run shitholes. Trust me, I'm not holding down any I'm holding down all the minorities in all of the cities, all around the country. It's just me. One-man band, bro. It's me, dude. I'm holding down all the minorities in LA. I'm holding down all the minorities in San Francisco. I'm holding down all the minorities in Chicago. Up in Philly, I be holding down all the minorities. Yup. Oh. Atlanta, baby, you know I'm holding down the minorities there, bro. To begin, the president explains that our nation was founded on the ideal that all men are created equal. Except for back then, they didn't think that black people were humans. And denounces critical race theory's pernicious and false belief that Americans are an irredeemably racist and sexist country. But if you ask them, they will say that I am the imaginary misogynistic, the pig boogeyman from MSNBC and the Southern Poverty Law Center, and that I am irredeemably racist and sexist, even though they've never met me. They will tell you, I saw his YouTube channel. This guy has to be a white supremacist because he doesn't support Black Looter Mob. Yeah, these people are all up on some fake news, critical race theory, garbage, bullshit. It's because they can't accept the fact that it's their own bad attitudes towards education that made it so they didn't do well in school. It has to be the scapegoat. because they have an anger management problem. And if it was actually somebody that they could find, then they would beat them up. So they have to always put it off on the person who is not there because they cannot defend themselves. President writes that the quote-unquote maligned ideology of critical race theory is, quote, now migrating from the fringes of American society and threatens to infect the core of institutions in this country. And, quote, I'm going to push back. I'm pushing back on you. It already has infected the core of institutions in the country. This critical race theory goes all the way up to the top. I personally have been canceled twice. First time for posting Meninist jokes on Facebook. They couldn't tell that it was just a joke. They didn't know that men's rights is just Meninism is a joke. It's like, so I got canceled from that because people started with saying I was a misogynist. And then I got canceled again from tech Twitter for calling out one of the heads of the NVIDIA Corporation. They were bragging about how women are making more than men now and how great this is. Then I tweeted some stuff out to like the effect of, how does feminism help black men? And then I had a bunch of feminists pounce on me. And then this 9 replies guy plastered my text or my tweets all over Twitter. 140,000 people saw them. And then I got canceled from tech Twitter. Fucked up my career. Screws up my ability to get open source contributors, find work. Just in general has made my life a living nightmare. That's why I'm doing this show. And these people, these cancel culture people are, they're fucked up. And a lot of it comes from Europe. Europe is absolutely guilty with their anti-hate speech laws. They are wretchedly horrible. If they think that you are committing hate speech, they will cancel you. They'll shun you. They'll fuck your entire life up if they think that you don't support radical Islamic terrorism. They're like, you're Islamic phobe. Like, I'm sorry. In what world do you live in where I'm forced to not dislike your religion? In Europe. And then they come to the US and they push this shit. So when you bring in these H-1B visas from Europe, these experts that they're overworking almost to death, they bring with them their bullshit anti-hate speech laws and their cancel culture. And then it starts to mingle in with the American far left fringe weirdos. And then you get this fucking batshit crazy shit, dude, where like everything's far right, everything's Nazi, everything's fascist. And then they start race rioting. They're race rioting in Europe too. I mean, it started over here as race riots over fake news about George Floyd. And then it just morphed into all these other race riots. And then you got the Muslims up in Europe race rioting over somebody burned a Quran. Then you got race riots in Europe from the migrants over there that are like, they're committing all kinds of crimes. And then they're upset that the people want to kick them out. And then they just race riot. And so we just normalize race rioting. This is the world we live in where it's not okay to be against riots, but it's perfectly okay to just be race rioting all around the world during a period of time when these people are treated better than they've ever been treated in the history of the world. They're living in the lap of luxury like kings, and then they're out saying, no, I'm so oppressed. The white man's holding me down. Cause I ain't rich like the white man because I didn't try hard in school. I had a bad attitude to the teacher and I got suspended. I kept talking back so they wouldn't hire my ass. Really? Really? Maybe you should learn to shut the fuck up. He cites he cites my original reporting on the Treasury Department's Argonne Nationals Lab and Sandia Labs. Point of federal contractors is major escalation. If a private company wants to work with the U.S. government, they can no longer teach critical race theory anywhere in their offices. Yes! Donald Trump is the man! Yes! This could permanently disrupt CRT training programs. Like, these people are batshit crazy up in these workplaces, dude. Like, they'll hire people with African American studies degrees to come in and teach the white people about how bad they are and about how much white privilege they got, and they need to give up all their white privilege. And then what they end up doing is they end up, the people, they get these diversity advisors. And so their job, okay, they got an African American or a woman studies degree, and they're not qualified to do anything in the workplace except for fire the white dudes to replace them with minorities and women. I know, because I used to be a minority outreach advisor for Portland State University. I'm a software and computer engineer, and my job was to recruit minorities to replace the white males. And my boss was a Latina, and she said the black kids don't have a good enough GPAs to be in the program, so we weren't looking for the black kids. We were only looking for the Latinos, the Asians, and the women. And I didn't think anything about it at first. Maybe about 9 months ago, looking back, I'm like, man, that's fucked up. We could see the GPAs of the African Americans and the Latinos and the white people and the black people. You can see down at the bottom is the African Americans, the Latinos above that, white people above that, and then Asians at the top. And then this. So now we can see the chart. It's kind of hard for me to pull over. Here's the incomes of the blacks, Hispanics, whites, and Asians. Here, let me get
over here. And you can see that they mirror the GPAs of the races. And we can see the demographics of who they voted for in 2016. See, 91% of black people voted Democrats, 66% of Hispanics. And so this is why the black people are saying, if you don't support BLM and you're black, you're skin folk and not kinfolk. I think that's the most messed up thing. Like, that's pretty messed up, dude. So this is what my boss at the Portland State University, this is what she meant when the black kids' grades weren't good enough, is that they weren't good enough to get into the engineering school, and they had to recruit the Latinos. And you look at this, the cutoff to get into the engineering school is 3.0 GPA. So most of the Latinos are also too well under this 3.0 mark. But if we didn't recruit them, they would have said that we're racist. So we had to recruit the Latinos. This is why I'm so critical of it, because once you start to understand the demographics of what is going on here, you can see that these Democrats are fucking whack. Like, this shit's so whack, dude. Seriously, like, they made a racist power structure that goes all the way up the top of the ivory tower. Like, you got down at the bottom, you got your poor whites. Then above them are the hood Democrats, your low-income, big city liberals. And they're above the poor whites because they get diversity tickets, right? So this means that the college-educated poor whites, they can go down to they'll be in the poor whites, but they might go up to white feminist, which is above hood Democrats. But this isn't true for the non-college educated black people. They're stuck at hood Democrat hierarchy. This is the fucked up part about this Democrat racial hierarchy, is that basically they just flipped it where the poor whites are at the bottom and then the white women are up at the top. It's just whack as fuck. Everything about this is whack. I think that this is legit. I personally think that this is spot on. If you think that this is completely batshit crazy and I'm an idiot, you should comment down below. Tell me how stupid I am and why you are right. Does this power structure exist? Does it not exist?
So let's see. That's the critical race theory. I think we've kind of shown this. Let's see in the workplaces what they do. So they got the people with the African American studies, that the only thing that they're qualified to do is fire the white dudes and replace them with minorities and women. And so they got these guys going around teaching these classes about how privileged white males are, about how I need to check my white privilege, that I am a privileged white male, and that my privilege needs to be attacked because I don't deserve any of the things that I've worked for or earned, or any of I don't deserve the social status that I worked my entire life for, that was given to me because of my skin color. And everything about this is whack. Everything about this Democrat social hierarchy is whack. Most of their beliefs are based on lies. I'm going to let you read the rest of that article. Here's the Trump's executive order. You can find the link at rsscommentary.com/Kayla McCullough /issue 107 for this show. Whee. A lot of work, but it's worth it. Here at the end, we get to slam the Democrats. This next article from the New York Post, Hunter Biden received $3.5 million transfer from Russian billionaire, according to a Senate report. Hunter Biden, son of Joe the Groper Magoo Biden, running mate of Kamala the Snitch Harris, who slept her way up to the top of the Democratic Party with her affair with Willie Brown, the Democrat kingmaker, former mayor of San Francisco, who helped her rise to the top of the corrupt California Democrat Party. So he received a $3.5 million wire transfer from Elena Petrunia, the richest woman in Russia and widow to Yuri Luzhkov, the former mayor of Moscow. Senate Republicans revealed in the report on the younger Biden's work in Ukraine. Batrana is referenced in the 87-page report, which was released on Wednesday, addressing her payment to Biden's investment firm in early 2014. Batrana became Russia's only female billionaire when her plastics company Inteco received a series of Moscow municipal contracts where her husband was mayor. And, quote, it was in providing background on the businesswoman. The report described her involvement with Biden as a, quote unquote, financial relationship, but declined to delve deeper into why the money transfer was made. Probe also found that Breonna sent 11 wire transfers between May and December 2015 to a bank account that belongs to a BAK USA, a tech startup that filed for bankruptcy in March of 2019. That's how the Russians do business, is through shell companies. They're always going bankrupt. That's why they love to put money into that stuff, because they can funnel money in. If you know any Russian oligarchs who are trying to funnel billions of dollars and they need a man to set up an operation, you should DM me, comment down below. All 11 transactions described the payment as a quote-unquote loan agreement in the details section. The report reads, between May 6th of 2015 and December 8th, 2015, Breonna sent 11 wires in the amount of $391,968.21 to a bank account belonging to Back USA LLC. 9 of the 11 transfers totaling $241,797.14 were sent from Breonna's accounts to a Rosneft Seneca Thornton bank account, which then transferred the money to Back USA. The 11 transactions all listed on the loan agreement in the payment details section. Wow, this is pay for play. That's exactly what the Bidens have been up to. They've been selling us out like this for a while. Joe the Groper Magoo Biden, he's been in office in the swamp for 50 years. He is the swamp monster. And running on the ticket with Kamala the Snitch Harris, the most corrupt politician from California. The one that slept her way up to the top when she had an affair with a married man. This is who they want to put in office. I don't know about you, but if I knew that this woman cheated on her husband with Willie Brown, and that's the reason why she came up, I don't have any respect for this woman. I don't. I think she's a hoe. The Probe and Report Commission were overseen by Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee Chairman Ron Johnson of Wisconsin and Senate Finance Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley. Their investigation work found that in 2015, 2 Obama administration officials voiced concerns to White House officials, reported that the possibility that the younger Biden serving on the board of the Breonna could create appearance of a conflict of interest, as his father, then Vice President Joe Biden, oversaw the Ukraine policy. Report states that Obama White House knew that Hunter's positions prevented the efficient execution of policy with respect to Ukraine, and quote, but that attempts by officials to raise alarm bells fell on deaf ears because of pay for play, bah. You got to pay to get that. They don't care. They're not going to snitch one of their people out. You got to pay for that shit, dude. Money up front. Ass cash to grass. I'm going to let you read the rest of that. Got to plow through these articles at 8 a.m. Been on the live stream for 8 hours and 49 minutes. My voice is hoarse. How many more we got to go? The marathon. Not too many. I got to take another break. My boy, I'm really feeling it, man. I've been standing up here for like 9 hours. I gotta get a break. I need to walk around. That's how you know it's been a long show. I'm eating 3 energy bars, or not energy bars, protein bars. Going back to batshit crazy land. In this next article from batshit crazy land, a la the Chicago Tribune, more migrant women say they didn't okay or didn't understand surgeries in ICE detention because they're suing the government for the free medical treatment that they got so they can get money from scamming us. Sitting across from her lawyer at an immigration detention center in rural Georgia, Malati Cardin T. Fernandez unbuttoned her jail jumpsuit to show us scars on her abdomen. There were 3 circular marks. 39-year-old woman from Cuba told she would undergo an operation to treat her ovarian cyst. But months later, she's still not sure what procedure she got. After Carnitari repeatedly requested her medical records to find out, Irwin County Detention Center gave her more than 100 pages showing diagnosis of cysts, but nothing from that day of the surgery. So obviously this is malpractice. Obviously. But they're claiming that ICE is giving hysterectomies to women to sterilize them. And then the only woman that they have on the lawsuit, she's 39 years old. Breeding ages are from 18 to 35. 39 years old. You can't have a baby anymore, pretty much. I know this because I'm 38, trying to find women who are able to have a baby who would date me. Few and far between, given my income level and age. So they're trying to say, because the medical records were missing, that ICE is sterilizing immigrant women. This is crazy. Okay, so do I have that other one? Let's look at this next one. This is batshit crazy. This is fucking insane. This one's from the Guardian of Fake News. ICE hysterectomy allegations in line with U.S.'s racist history of eugenics. Right. So like Europe doesn't have any sort of racist history of eugenics. Right. So obviously this story fits in with their critical race theory narrative, where they say the white man's bad, they're oppressing the illegal immigrants by giving them free health care. And that because one doctor committed malpractice at a private prison that is used to house ICE or illegal immigrants for the Immigration Customs Enforcement. Let's look to see, do these people say that it's a private prison? No. No, they don't. This is fake news. This is literally fake. Fact here. Gotta certify this shit. Boom! Fake news! The Guardian of Fake News is pretty egregious for their fake news. They have a extreme leftist bias. Their stories are nonsensical a lot of times. They write these stories for the audience. They want to believe that Donald Trump is a horrible person, that he's sterilizing immigrants, and it's because they push out fake news. People read the stories. It's really easy to scapegoat somebody who's not there. To just say, oh no, Donald Trump's just evil, misogynistic pig. Or the imaginary misogynistic pig. The imp pig boogeyman from MSNBC Southern Poverty Law Center. The one that mistreats and abuses women, locks them up, won't let them vote, won't let them work, won't let them have any friends, won't let them go to school, rapes them, and he puts burkas on them. It's really irritating. I'm tired of the fake news. I would like to come up here and quote Guardian articles and like not have to shred them to pieces for being complete fake news fucking garbage. But sadly, we live in a world where there's so much fake news. I could have a full-time job debunking fake news because these people write these stories for the audience. The people buy it. The people they're selling it to are in Europe, and then you get people on Facebook sharing it in the US. They think that the Guardian's perfectly legit because it fits their worldview. That's the problem with this shit, is they didn't research into this at all. If they would have researched it, they would have said this happened in a private prison that the state contracted to house illegal immigrants, and that this is not ICE. This is a malpractice investigation on missing medical files. They're not claiming that the woman with ovarian cysts didn't require a hysterectomy, because ovarian cysts usually don't require surgery unless you're having lots of pain for them. If you have lots of pain, if you're going and seeing a doctor for a cyst in your ovary because you're having pain, that means that you need to get your uterus chopped out. It needs you have to have a hysterectomy. Hysterectomies are the second most common operation that women have. 11.7% of women between the ages of 40 and 44 will get a hysterectomy. Where are my numbers coming from? They're coming from very trustworthy sources. Let me find them. See, I got proof. I'm not fake news. I'm an engineer. You want numbers? I got numbers, baby. 11.7%. I'm really good with numbers. I'm freakishly good with numbers sometimes. So, I mean, I know, like, sometimes I'll space out and I can't remember what I'm saying, but I will be able to remember some bizarre number here. Like, you remember that? Like, yeah. So 11.7% of women between the age 40 and 44 have had a hysterectomy, according to the CDC. So this article, what they're claiming is so they're saying ICE is sterilizing these women. They're coming in, and what do they show? What was the quote? This is the fucked up quote. So they're trying, the quote in the thing, that was some nurse had said it, was she said that they heard people in the ICE facility saying they're cutting all my stuff out. And it's like this story where you hear it, you're like, oh my God, they're doing that? Whoa, wow. And then you look into the allegations and it's just this one woman. She's trying to sue, and they lost the records. That's malpractice. That's absolutely malpractice. Doctors should probably go to court. She said she did 1, maybe 2 hysterectomies. I think she hadn't looked at her documents. So this one, what is it? This article is saying that there are some other women that signed on. They didn't okay or understand surgery. So it goes from they're sterilizing women, then you look into it, you're like, oh, it's just one woman and she's 39 and she can't have a baby anymore. This shit is it's nonstop with Democrats. It's nonstop with them. And it's because they believe this shit. This is their worldview. They're sitting there in that ICE detention facility, these illegal immigrants. They're not undocumented. They're illegal. They're not allowed to be here. I don't care about your fucking feelings. Don't give a fuck. If white people were spilling over the border of Mexico and taking over Mexico, they would say the white people are being racist. They're conquering us and dominating us. You need to stop them because these white people are racist. That's what you'd say. But it's okay to do the other way around. It's perfectly okay to do the other way around. And it's because they're conquerors. They come from a long line of conquistadors that have stolen lots of people's land. So they don't give a fuck. It's a mind fuck with them. You're like, wait a minute, hold on. Let me get this straight. So a conquistador is shaming me, saying that I'm the conqueror and that we shouldn't enforce our immigration laws because that would be racist. So we have to let in the racist Mexicans because light-skinned Mexicans are racist. They were conquistadors. Conquistadors. Extremely racist. Mexicans are some of the most racist people out there. They think other people are inferior to them. We can't enforce our immigration laws. 56% of illegal immigrants come from Mexico. That's 1 in 20 Mexican citizens in the U.S. illegally. 20 illegal immigrants for every single homeless person on the street. A lot of these homeless people are banging cartel dope that they got from illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants can't work in the United States, so a lot of them traffic narcotics. It's true. Every last word of it is true. And so these people trying to shame us, be like, no, you're like a conqueror. You can't enforce your immigration policy. You kick us out. That's racist. Like, and then this person's a conquistador. You're like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. So this, like most of the shit from the Democrats, is absolute nonsense. What were these other people? Oh, this is the eugenics article. This is just such nonsense. Doesn't say anything about that this was a private prison. Probably not actually true, because these people believe this. This is their worldview. They think Donald Trump's evil. America is racist, eugenic. They're like Nazis now. They're far right because they want to enforce their immigration law. All these people in Europe are fruitcake, dude. These hate speech laws have turned these people into brain dead morons. They literally are like blathering idiots. Honestly, I think that a brick has more intelligence than European liberals. I think a brick has more intelligence than American liberals too. But I digress. In this next article from the Daily Mail, Donald Trump, the king of memes, has lost $100 million from 2 flagship hotels during his presidency after guests and sponsors were put off by some of his inflammatory comments. The report revealed in an upcoming book, White House Inc., how Donald Trump turned the presidency into a business by Donald Alexander. Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C., and the Trump National Doral, Miami, are noted in the report. Trump Organization's representative noticed that the controversial remark Trump made during his 2016 campaign caused ramifications for his business. Yeah, so they're trying to say he's like trying to make like Donald Trump profiting off of being president. No, he's losing hundreds of millions of dollars, and he's working his ass off. And isn't he like donating his money back to? He's like donating the money back. So he's working for free, 16 hours a day, with people just hating on him left and right, and just doing it for free. It's like Donald Trump is the man. He's awesome. This is fucked up. You know, well, how fucked up is it? I mean, not that fucked up. I think that he's got enough money. He doesn't really need to work. He doesn't need to maximize his investments. He has enough to live for the rest of his life in the lap of luxury. And so he's doing what is right. I think he just randomly I think he's been around enough construction workers at the job sites at his buildings that he built that I think he's heard these things from normal people. This is what normal people talk about. Normal people say, I don't want to compete with the Mexicans for cheap labor. They say, oh, no, it's far right if you want to kick out the Latinos. But then if you don't kick out the illegal immigrants, sorry, I didn't mean to say kick out the Latinos, kick out the illegal immigrants. If you don't kick them out, then they keep packing more and more and more immigrants into the big cities, and it makes the labor cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And then the Latinos become a permanent underclass of people. And then the black people have to compete with the Latinos for the bottom of the barrel wages. And then it turns out to be a far right structure. It's a steep social hierarchy that traps minorities into poverty. But they're saying it's far right if you want to enforce your immigration policy. This is just crazy. This whole far right talk thing is just nonsense. I couldn't tell you what exactly I'm building a tool to tell us exactly what it is. I need help running RSS commentary. If you know anybody who wants to help out with the show, be a newscaster. I mean, you have to be good, but I'm looking for people. There's too many stories to cover. Been up here for, 9 hours and 12 minutes. Still got another, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, too many stories. I think I'm going to dump a couple of them off of here. But what about this? My brain's starting to fry out. It's 8:33 in the morning. Been here since 11:30. So yeah, definitely starting to get tired. But something about Donald Trump, inflammatory comments. I personally, I kind of see this as being, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I wouldn't bother trying to please any of these liberals because they're a lost cause. They don't listen to logic. This is what I've learned doing this show, trying to convince people of the truth and waking them up, is that, that people don't listen to logic. They don't listen to facts. They listen to, they believe what they do based upon whether or not they like you. It's the truth. This has made me into a nicer person. Realize, wait a minute, hold on. I'm getting all pissed off because this person won't accept facts, and then they just don't believe me because I'm pissed off. Okay, this strategy isn't working. Now I'm just going to be cool again. So it is helpful to win your argument if you just go off of just people pleasing. Just try to convince them by killing them with kindness, because it actually is a superior strategy. And on top of that, people like you more, and it's a lot less work and a lot less hassle with a lot more reward. This next article from Nonsense Public Radio: Florida Republicans take aim at efforts to pay felons fines so they can vote. I'm sorry, let me check, what year are we in? Is this 1984? What world am I on? Is this Earth? Okay, so let me get this straight. So Mike Bloomberg, Democratic presidential campaign, speaks at a news conference in March in Miami, Little Havana neighborhood, Bloomberg has helped raise money to pay felons fines so they can vote in Florida. Isn't Florida a swing state? Florida's Attorney General is asking law enforcement agencies to open an investigation into a contribution made by billionaire and former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg to pay for the fines of court felons, fines and court fees for felons. Bloomberg this week raised some $16 million for the fund established by the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition to help felons who have completed their sentences vote in the upcoming election. Wait, let me get this straight. They're paying felons to vote for them? I read this title right? Florida Republicans take aim at efforts to pay felons fines so they can vote. Wow. I mean, of course, allegations are just that, allegations, but this one's probably legit. Definitely looks like they're trying to pay felons to vote for Democrats. The 2018, the coalition put an initiative on the ballot in Florida to overturn a Reconstruction-era law that had prohibited most felons from ever regaining the right to vote. But under a law passed by Florida Republican-led legislator, signed in last year by the governor, felons can't register to vote until they've paid all their fines and fees imposed on part of their sentence. Undaunted, Desmond Meade, head of the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, says the group went to work raising money to help felons pay those costs. Quote, we've helped over 4,000 people be able to satisfy their legal financial obligation. And what we've seen so far is an average of about $1,000 per person. Wow. It's just paying them $1,000 each just to vote for Democrats? Damn. It pays to be a felon. Damn, homie. I'm not suggesting that any of you go out and commit any felonies. Don't be committing any crimes to get payouts from the Democrats here in Florida. That would be bad. But if you do want $1,000, it looks like the Democrats will pay you to vote for them. Yeah, I think that this is pretty sketchy. I think that's definitely obvious that this is they're paying people to vote for them. That's why. This Michael Bloomberg guy is pretty sketchy. He looks pretty evil, if you ask me. Him and that Tom Steyer guy, they're both pretty evil. Cancel culture. Do we make it? We made it through the Trumps. Oh, last segment. Yes. This next batshit crazy story from Crazyland, from the Baloney Broadcasting Company. Uncle Ben's Rice changes their name to a more equitable brand, i.e., Uncle Ben has been canceled. Change follows through a pledge its owners, Mars Food, made in June to review the brand amid global protest over police brutality and racism. How is this over racism? I'm trying to just figure out, like, how are these race riots about racism? Like, oh, some black people get killed by the police? They're saying, it's a third of the killings were of black people, and then they're only a sixth of the population, so they think that's double the amount of killings that they should have, right? No. No. Black people commit, on average, 5 to 10 times the amount of violence crimes that white people do. about 50% of the murders in the U.S., and there's about 20,000 of them per year, are committed by black people. Black people are a sixth of the population. To put that into perspective, every single there's 6 times as many white people. Every single time a white person kills someone, a black person kills 6 more. It's a 6-to-1 kill ratio. 6-to-1 kill ratio. You do the math on the per police interactions, on the police shootings, and black people are half as likely to be killed by a police officer as a white person. It's a lie. There's no truth to it. Most of what these people on the left believe are complete lies. They're all based on half-truths, half-baked truths, and outright lies. There's not really much in there that's actually based off of legit sound practices. Even feminism. Feminism is completely whack. It's rotten to the core. I'm going to avoid that tangent. I think I've already gone off on it once or twice during this show. But feminism is rotten. It's rotten. It's rotten like a hippie chick's pussy. Smells like tuna. And proof of that is that women do not like feminist males. They don't. Women want to date up. They want to date a guy with a fancier job than them. Women are controlling about 60% of the college degrees coming out of college. They own about 2/3 of the wealth in the U.S. They control 85% of consumer spending. They're looking for a man who can keep up with them. They're not looking for a beta male. They're looking for someone who can pay for their family. They don't want to date you if you can't do that. So if we have a situation now where the women are expected to be the managers, now they're going to have to put off having kids until their 30s. And then when you do that, you have on average 1 kid. You need to have 2 kids to continue on your genetic line. You do. There's a man and a woman. If you don't replace both of them, your population cuts in half. It's a mathematical fact. I had 2 people, man, woman. I only had 1 kid. Cut in half. Right? It's pretty easy to understand the math here. If you have 3 kids, your family will grow. So feminism causes your family to die off, and the only way that they can keep up their supply of labor is to bring in immigrants. This causes a gradual replacement of your population by making the women slave for rich people that they're complaining. They're saying the same people that are oppressing these people, the privileged white males up at the top, up top day ivory tower, we're supposed to just let the women just be over there all the time and not in the home with the family. Okay, so what happens when that happens? They're a shit mom. Their kids grow up to be brats. They grow up to be thieves. They hang out with bad people. They don't end up excelling like their parents because their parents didn't put in enough time with them. They didn't have a full-time mom. Even though they were rich, they had to hire a nanny. And then somebody else is raising your kid. They're bullshit parents. They suck. They're the worst parents that you could ask for. They're the parents that aren't there. And that's what they want you to give up everything for, so that you could smash that glass ceiling, so that you could give up your family, sell your kids out for a raise at work. Meanwhile, your husband now no longer gets the promotion. So now he's got to work all day long, and then he doesn't even get a family. Everything about feminism sucks. But they want to sell it to you because they're like, no, if you don't believe this, you're a misogynist. Really? I don't know, man. I think I love women a lot more than these people do. These people love tom girls. That's what they want. They want an asexual person. They all want to chop off their dicks, chop off their clit, and just like be like a asexual zombie up in the workplace. Everybody's like, nobody's like being friendly, giving hugs. You can't do that. You have to like, no, back up, dude, 6 foot distance. Like we all sacrificed our genitals so that we could come up in the workplace. If you want to hang with us, you got to put them balls out. Dude, I think that these people up in the ivory tower are whack as fuck. Everything about them is whack as fuck, man. They're so whack as fuck. I got a show, a YouTube channel where I go off on these people multiple times a week for hours at a time, and I never run out of material. Hold on. At the end of the night, I end up being too tired to completely do the show, but I technically did not run out of material. I actually have a lot more articles to read. Obviously, I read way too much news. This next article from the Daily Mail calls to boycott woke Costco after it pulls popular Palmetto cheese from 120 stores because dairy company's founder slammed Black Looter Mob as a terrorist organization, which they are. They are. They do use violence, hatred, and hostility in order to achieve a political objective. That's their goal. That's what they do. They hate cops. They hate Trump. They hate Trump supporters. They hate me. And they want to cancel you because when they cancel you, it gives them power. They can't actually come up in the workplace on their own merit. No, they have to take your white privilege from you because that's how they come up in the workplace. They come up by firing all the good people and replacing them with really shitty people underneath them that they know I'm always going to be at the top of these people. They'll pick them out. They'll hire them specifically because they know it'll make them stay at the top of the pyramid. And they want to cancel you for any sort of thought crimes you have. If you are a thought dissident like me, they will come after you. You are not safe. Don't think that once they get their way, after they've used hatred, violence, and hostility to and terrorist tactics in order to get everything that they want, they're not going to stop. No, they've created at that point in time a state of lawlessness, and now they've coalesced a coalition where they're able to now, they know they have certain institutional factors that will keep them afloat. And then they're going to grow because they have the money. That's what happens when they end up at the top and they can suppress the money flow. They control who rises up to the top of the ivory tower and who goes down. This is how they control you, is by controlling the movement up and down the ivory tower. So these little piece of shit scumbags over here at Costco, we need to boycott them. Boycott Costco. Henry, who's also a major mayor of Pawleys Island, South Carolina, tried to downplay the move, saying Costco rotates items as a matter of normal business. Comes after Henry, who is white, slammed Black Looter Mob. He wrote All Lives Matter in a Facebook post about 2 white people who were allegedly killed by a black man. And if you're wondering, why is it that it's always a black dude killing a white dude? There's actually a reason for that. Black people murder twice as many white people as white people kill black people, murder white people. Did I say that right? The kill ratio, when you take into account that there's 6 times as many white people, and then black people kill twice as many white people as vice versa, That's a 12-to-1 kill ratio. For every white person that a black person kills, hold on. For every person a white person kills, every black person that a white person kills, a black person kills 12. 12. It's actually a legit stat. You can verify that real quickly by it's not in police brutality, it's in race. This one. From the International Business Times. White on black crime versus black and white crime. Here's homicides by year. We can see. This was from 2015, not too long ago. It's been like this for a while. There's about 229 white on black homicides. 500. So that's more than a 2-to-1. That's more. That's like a 13, 14-to-1 ratio. And then they're all saying that like it's like white people are racist for like cops enforcing the law, for these people being criminals and the police having to be involved. Oh, but there's a couple of unarmed black people in there. There's 100 and hold on. There are 20,000 accidental gun deaths in the U.S. each year. 20,000. So you're going to say that it's somehow not part of the accidental gun deaths when a police accident, like the police accidentally killed Breonna Taylor, when her boyfriend, her narcotics trafficking boyfriend, opened fire on the police, and then she was killed in the crossfire. See, this is the whole story that they're propagating here is just bullshit. It's fake. It's all based on lies. And they want to believe it because it financially benefits them. Because if they win their narrative, then they can either sell drugs without having the police involved, or they can commit crimes without having the police bust them, or they'll come up in the workplace so they get money. That's what they're after is money. They don't give a fuck about some gangbanger who got killed in a shootout with the cops. They don't give a fuck about that dude. No, dude, they really just care about themselves. They don't give a fuck. They would threaten to kill me. They would say, this dude's some racist piece of shit with the YouTube channel. We're going to kill him. And then that's perfectly fine for them to do that. But it's not fine for a cop to kill them while they're trying to kill me. Because they're criminals. And we can't say anything about it. We can't, because that's their target. They're saying that's racist. And then if you post comments critical of them on Facebook, there's high probability chance Facebook is going to mark it as spam. Went through my Facebook inbox from all the spam that they've marked. My comments critical of BLM. I've had dozens of my comments marked as spam on Facebook. In fact, you'd almost think that I've got an inside dude at Facebook and Twitter who's actually banning my posts so that we can boost my views on YouTube and Periscope, and Facebook. But no. In fact, I don't have any secret inside connection at Facebook that's actually doing this. It's actually them actually doing it. And they're trying to push a political narrative. It's because they want, this is their political platform, is racial justice. That's what it is. I'm not sure exactly what policies they're actually, is racial justice, all right, sounds good, but what does this entail? What policies are they pushing? What are the actual laws that these people are trying to get put into place? What are they arguing against? I don't know. I've been covering this stuff for months. I still can't tell you what the fuck these people are asking for. I don't, because they're not asking for anything. They're saying we want complete control. We want to fire all of the white males and control them so that their critical race theory people rise up to the top. Well, that's what it's always been about. They rise up to the top when they do that. That's why we have to shut them down. They are democrats. They are straight up some devil worshiping motherfuckers. Like, these people are not good people at all. I would actually go as far as to say that Democrats are scum. They're scum buckets. They're the scum of the earth. They're trash. And it's because they believe in fairness so much that they don't give a fuck about the law. No, it's the racist white Republicans from them poor rural states holding down all the minorities in the Democratic-run shithole big cities. Like, that makes a lot of fucking sense, right? Makes about as much sense as anything that they do. It's all just based off of something that made them feel good that they focus tested up in the Democrat big cities, up in the Ivory Tower. They do these focus groups where they basically get people from the city and they say, like, what do you think about these policies? What do you think about these policies? And they just go with whatever feels good. They don't actually have any sort of morals or principles that guide their decision making. It's all based off of whether or not it makes them feel good and whether or not the focus group approved of it. And that's why these Democrat policies are so rotten, toxic, that they're radioactive. So we got to get rid of these liberals in control because they are cancel culture. They've canceled me. They will not stop at this. They will come for you next. So this is why I am speaking for you and why you should like and subscribe to RSS Commentary with Kayla McCullough, twitter.com/RSS Commentary. Because we fight cancel culture here. I'm not down with this shit. Once you've been canceled, you're like, no, this shit's whack as fuck. I got canceled for some straight up ridiculously stupid reasons. They said, I started posting Meninist jokes because I ate some LSD one day after I helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protest. I was like, wait a minute, I've been a feminist my whole life and I've always been anti-racist, but if I start posting Meninist jokes, these people are going to start coming after me. And then I started posting Meninist jokes, and lo and behold, the leftist hate mob came after me. They started saying I'm misogynist, and then next thing you know, it turned into I'm a racist, and then I had to delete my my Facebook account. Then I got canceled on Twitter for a row with one of the heads of the NVIDIA Corporation, where I said she was bragging about how women were making more than men now. And I said, how does feminism help black men? And then it launched the troll storm coming after me. All of the privileged white feminists and the white knights, they all came and attacked me on Twitter. I had over 140,000 views. I mean, probably not what I would like to have 140,000 views on, but I'm proud of that moment. But the reasons why I got canceled were so stupid. I can't help but fight these people because they're going to come after you. They're not going to stop when they've learned they can get everything they want by just attacking white privilege and scapegoating white people for all the problems in the Democrat-run shitholes. Just blame the racist Republicans from them poor rural states. Say it's them who hold down the minorities, and that's why you need to vote for the power structure that's holding you down in the Democratic-run shitholes. Right. That's pretty much par for the course for their logic. this next batshit crazy story from Looney Town. Proud Boys denied Portland rally permit over COVID-19 concerns. This is from the New York Post. The right-wing group Proud Boys, thank you very much, New York Post, for not calling them far right. They've never been far right. They fight the far left. Because you fight the far left does not mean that you're far right. No. Means you're right wing. Actually, it doesn't even mean you're right wing. You can be left wing and still fight the far left. In fact, it's called the Walk Away campaign. They were denied a permit for their planned Saturday rally in Portland. City officials announced Wednesday, citing coronavirus concerns for the pandemic that's over. All right. Yeah, but they gave Black Looter Mob, they gave them permits to riot and burn our cities down, but nope, you can't give that to the right-wing group because the people who give out the permits are Democrats. The proposed rally at Delta Park in North Portland was expected to draw 10,000 Proud Boy supporters. Two concurrent counter-protests by left-wing groups were also planned in the city, including one in the same park. Portland Parks and Rec Bureau said in a statement the city declined the permit over the estimated size of the rally, which they say would violate the coronavirus safety measures, which is probably why they put them in place in the first place. Now, they're putting them into place to get people to vote for them, and that's why they're illegal. You need to base the measures off of sound evidence. If it's not sound evidence, if the reason for you instigating the lockdown is we want people to vote for you, a federal judge has recently ruled that that is illegal. It is. It's 100% illegal. You cannot lock down the population because you're trying to get scared people to vote for you. That's completely illegal. So it says, they said, quote, "We must do our part to fight the spread of COVID-19 in the community and keep ourselves and each other safe. Events like this are not welcome, not allowed," and quote, Portland City Commissioner Amanda Fritz, who oversees the city's Parks and Rec Department, says in a statement. Ahead of the rally, Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler, a Democrat, gave the Proud Boys a cold reception on Twitter. "If you intend to come to our city, our home, spread hate and provoke violence, don't," he said. I think that pretty much indicates oh, wait, hold on. I missed one. The prior sentence says on September 26th, the agitators plan on coming to Portland to spread message of hate and racism, values that aren't welcome here in Portland, and quote, Wheeler said or wrote on Twitter. That's exactly why. They think Proud Boys are racist. They think that they're far right because Wikipedia said they're far right. Because Wikipedia has been hacked. It's not legit at all. Anything that you hear about far right on Wikipedia is probably wrong. Far right means fascist, Nazi, Sharia law, KKK. It does not mean anything that the left doesn't like. Proud Boys never has been far right. They've always been a conservative group that fights the far left. They said because a couple of neo-Nazis and KKK people showed up to one of their events, that means that they're all KKK. Well, all right. Well, African Americans murder about 10,000 people in the U.S. each year. They got gangbangers that show up to their events all the time. Does that mean every single African American is a gangbanger? No. Totally doesn't mean that. In fact, actually, gangbangers are a very much so fringe minority, but they're a large enough minority that they rack up thousands of kills per year. But Proud Boys, okay, really just how on earth does Proud Boys have anything to do with Sharia law or dictatorships like Nazi China? China's far right. Islamic people, they're far right. Proud Boys, the opposite of that. Proud Boys are for small, limited government. They're not a racist group. They're a conservative group that on Wikipedia they say is far right, and it's just a bunch of bullshit. Wikipedia is fake news. It's garbage. There's no truth to it. Wikipedia cannot be trusted for anything that has to do with far right or anything that has to do with liberalism or conservatism. It's bullshit. Enrique Tarrio, a leader of Proud Boys, which has been deemed a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center, which is also another fake news organization. Southern Poverty Law Center is a bunch of bullshit. They are run by a bunch of drugged out interns that they underpay. They got a $500 million war chest that they get from scam donations from this hate map. And they underpay the people who work there. So and then rumor has it that they do a lot of drugs there. And they churn out these fake news articles because they're trying to get donations. They're trying to make you think that the far right's coming to get you because then you'll donate to their hate map. It's a scam. It's all a scam with this SPLC. The goal of the rally, Tarrio says, is to call out Wheeler and other city leaders for their handling of the ongoing protest plaguing the city. So there you go. These people are, they have a message that's antithetical to Ted Wheeler. It's antithetical to the people who denied them the permits. So they politically denied them, citing COVID. After the COVID pandemic is over, it was never a problem in Oregon. We've always been at less than flu. No, we're at approximately flu levels in Oregon. It's never been bad here. And they have been race rioting downtown like Portland for like hundreds of days consecutive. But no, Proud Boys can't do that because it's not a free country. Nope. Not when you got Democrats in control, dude. Democrats suck. This next article from the New York Post, student journalist canceled over Jacob Blake tweet on sexual assault. An Arizona State University journalism student said that she's the latest victim of quote-unquote cancel culture, having been removed from her role at the school's radio station for tweeting about Jacob Blake's past accusations of sexual assault. I personally think the guy's a rapist too. Ray Lee Klein, the 21-year-old former station manager in the student-run station, was first targeted last month when she tweeted New York Post article revealing the details behind the rapist Blake's arrest warrants. Or should I say alleged rapist, just to be safe, even though I'm 99.9999% sure that this dude's just absolute rapo. Ray Lee Klein, a 21-year-old former station manager of the student-run station, was first targeted last month when she tweeted New York Post. Oh, wait, hold on. No, never mind. I hadn't read that. Last month when she tweeted a New York Post article revealing details behind Blake's arrest warrant. Always more to the story, folks. Klein tweeted on her personal account with a link to Post's story. Please read the article in the background of Jacob Blake's warrant. You'll be quite disgusted. Speaking by phone Friday, the senior said that as a woman, she was disgusted by Blake's claims, which include allegations of violent sexual assault that took place in front of a child. She decided to tweet about it. She's a very beautiful woman. Wish I had a girlfriend as beautiful as her. I was reading through it, quote, I was reading through it, and I just thought it was super interesting and enlightening, part of the story we haven't been told yet, and quote, said Klein, a Cheyenne, Wyoming native. As a member of the Cronkite news broadcast station, she's been told by her instructors that her training to tweet 2 or 3 times a day to share stories she thinks are interesting. I was just trying to do A, what was assigned to do, and B, what I thought my job was as a journalist, which is to share an important story, part of the story, said Klein, who's on the politics beat. Blake, a Kenosha, Wisconsin rapist, was shot repeatedly in the back after he showed up at his alleged rapist victim's home on August 2013, violating a restraining order the person had against him, leading the police to call records show. So this is fluff. We're going blah, blah, blah. This is the Jacob Blake story. He showed up, held to menace the people there. He took the woman's keys. He wouldn't let them leave. Woman had to call the cops. Cops showed up. Dude's struggling with them. Pulls out a knife. Then he goes over to the car where the kids are at in order to get any high-speed chase with the cops, with the kids in the car. And the police were forced to shoot him because he's a scumbag piece of shit. All doing that in front of his kids. And then they're trying to use the kids as a tool to make people feel bad for him and to get scam donations. And so then they're bringing the kids up in this. This is what's, man, these people, they do this left and right. These hood Democrats, they're scum. They're real scum people, man. Not good people at all. Unless you like people who rob people, got drug abuse problems. Not personally into those people. But thank you very much for tweeting out the real news, even though it came from the New York Post, which I often criticize for fake news. I mean, it's a mix, I think all of these news sources have some issues here. I don't know. I mean, most of the times it's legit. The fake news is more like people spinning stories or, mainly spin or, sometimes they'll anthropomorphize things. Guy. I'm gonna get rid of as many as I can. I just want to do these ones. I'm gonna do those later. I'm just too tired. Sorry. There's a bunch of cancel culture stuff here, but I'm tired. You got 3 articles. That's it. Take a couple off. They were cancel culture, but almost at 10 hours. This next article from Daily Mail. Now J.K. Rowling is accused of Islamophobia over passage in 2014 book describing murder suspect, quote, dressed in a burqa carrying a halal takeaway, end quote. J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter, has been accused of Islamophobia after the novel extract was posted online. Passages from the Silkworm suggest man or woman in burqa could be a murderer using the Islamic face covering to go undetected in a building. It comes following the accusations of both classism and transphobia over passages in her new novel, Troubled Blood. So I personally think that these Muslims with their burqas is just savage. That's some straight up fucking savage shit to stick a burqa on a woman. So because you have freedom of religion, this does not mean that you have freedom to be criticized because of your savage, barbaric religion. No, that very much so specifically means the government is not allowed to pass laws to restrict your religious freedoms. That does not mean that I'm not allowed to criticize Islam for being savage and barbaric. Because typically Muslims are savage and barbaric to women and to gay people and to criminals. They are savage. They cut their hands off, cut their heads off. They believe in Sharia law. That's as far right as it gets. So these people are trying to say, you're Islamophobic. That's far right. Like, Sharia law is far right. Like, no, you can't. No, that's Islamophobic. That's far right. You can't criticize the far right. These people are cuckoo. That's because they're using these wedge issues as issues to try to come up. They want to come up and control everybody else and push their Sharia law shit on you. But then the moment you try to do the same thing to them, oh, that's racism. That's Islamophobia. Remember about freedom of religion, right? Freedom of religion's a lot like freedom of speech. You have freedom to say whatever you want. That does not mean that you're free from everybody judging you based on you being a piece of shit. Right? Like, I know it's completely fucking obvious, but with stupid people, you have to say the obvious because they're too stupid and they don't understand. And once you say the obvious, then they're going to get all fucking pissed off. And then they're going to blame you. Like, dude, come on, man. Come on, dude. These Muslims put burqas on women. Burqas. Obviously, this is diametrically opposed to this beautiful woman's ideology. Here, let's get to the transphobia accusation bullshit nonsense. Here in the next article from Daily Mail, J.K. Rowling triggers another transphobia row over directing fans on website selling offensive badges and posters saying trans women are men and dead men don't rape. Author shared a link to a wild woman spelled M-O or W-O-M-Y-N, woman, workshop alongside photograph yesterday. Website sells stickers reading trans activism is misogyny, dubbed transphobic. Furious social media users accuse Rawlings of promoting transphobia with link. And so this is what really pisses me off about these LGBTQTI plus 2CB MAO beep 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 people. Those are the crazy drugged out weirdo hippies that think there's like 50 genders because they're on some fucking weird drugs and shit. So when you say that if you're dating someone and that person is a woman and she might want to have a baby and you say, I am a man, but that is not true, you're wasting the woman's time. Obviously, J.K. Rowling likes the dick, but she does not like the dick from crazy dudes with boobs. Absolutely not. Definitely does not want some person who's mentally unsound, who's on some weird drugs, who's looks like in between. That's not what she wants. She wants the dick from a dude, and she doesn't think that trans people are attractive. That's perfectly legitimate. You don't have a right to push your sexuality on anyone else. No, you don't. You don't have a right to be accepted by everyone. No, you've never had a right to be accepted by everyone. You need to earn that. You earn that from being cool. If you want to be treated as an equal, you must treat others as an equal and not try to bully them when they don't agree with everything that you said. And so I fully endorse whatever her beliefs are. I don't deal with a lot of trans people. All the trans people I've known have been pretty good friends. Like, I had a programmer friend who was trans in engineering school, and she had just had her penis removed. If you notice, I did actually call her a she, and that's because I thought that she was a great person, wonderful person, and I wouldn't disrespect her for that. But that's because she earned that. That I think that she's cool, and I wouldn't want to be mean to her because she's my friend. Right? That is legit. That's legit. This thing, a lot of this is with the men, the ones who are they're actually inside, they're a dude, and they're pissed off and they're angry because they're a man, and then they're like, "Why aren't you accepting me? I just chopped my dick off so you'd have sex with me, and now you won't fuck me." Yeah, that's why she won't fuck you, dude. It's because she's not attracted to you. You don't have a right to have J.K. Rowling's attracted to you. Not at all. No. You need to earn that by making them love you. And you don't do that by coming after them and making them sound like the devil. But with this, I have to bid you adieu. There is one more story, but I'm feeling sick. It's been 10 hours. I've been up here for 10 hours reading you stories from the intellectual dark web, RSS articles. And I do believe that my body is pooping out. I can feel it because I feel sick. But I conquered. We made it through the J.K. Rowling transphobia and Islamophobia stories at the very, very end. And I cut some off. But maybe tomorrow I'll finish those stories. But thank you very much for watching.
Been watching what used to be Real Simple News. Well, it still kind of is Real Simple News, but it's RSS commentary. Really Simple Syndication, news and political commentary from the intellectual dark web. But it's all RSS commentary. And so thank you for watching. You've been watching Cale McCullough, the captain of the Kabuki Starship, which is an open source organization you can find on github.com/Kabuki Starship or kabukistarship.com. Until next time, as I say every time, farewell, sayonara, peace be with you, and Godspeed in your journeys, friend.